What's up, guys? It's KB. Make sure you subscribe to the Underground Sports Philadelphia YouTube channel. Click the bell icon down below so you don't miss a single video from us. And thanks for tuning in to another video from Underground Sports Philadelphia. Now let's get into it.
Philadelphia, baby, you're gonna love it. Best sports fans in the world. Actually, the worst, but that's what makes them the best.
What is going on, everybody? Welcome into episode number 714 of Underground Sports Philadelphia, presented by the city of Vineland. It's our big game, big ol' extravaganza preview show. And guys, the way this show came together is a work of art. And I hope you all enjoy it. It's one of our biggest endeavors of an episode of this podcast ever, where we have not only myself and Harrison for a majority of the show, talking birds, talking big game, talking a little Underground Sports Philadelphia anniversary at the end of the show. We are also joined by Philadelphia Tribune's own OJ Spivey. We are joined by my GOAT, my president, the legendary Dhwani. Yes, the Dhwani Saraiya on this episode. And then we are joined by 2022 Premier Lacrosse League champion and die-hard Eagles fan, Christian Scarpello. But that's all we advertised. We also have one of our favorite segments of the year. It's the big game prop bet segment with myself, Harrison, and the one and only Steven McAvoy of Underground Sports Philadelphia and the Get in the Hole podcast. First appearance of Harrison and Steve on the same screen in company history.
Heater.
4 big guests. Myself and Harrison, 6 featured content people. I'm juiced up. We're going to get into all of it. It might be a 5-hour episode. But best believe we're putting our all into this. So, before we get into everything, make sure you guys are following us at Underground PHI. We are going to be going bonkos on the socials the rest of this week and into the weekend and into Sunday and all of Sunday. Follow us at Underground PHI. Subscribe to the pod. Subscribe. Apple, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts in audio form. Leave us a 5-star review. It goes a long, long way for helping this show continue to grow. It allows us to do crazy out-of-the-blue episodes like this to this grandiose nature when you subscribe. So keep subscribing. Apple, Spotify, leave us a 5-star review. And subscribe to the Underground Sports Philadelphia YouTube channel. YouTube.com/Underground Sports Philadelphia. It's where you get full video episodes of this show twice a week. Full video episodes of every show on our network. Clips, shorts, live streams, original video content. You guys are listening to this on February 6th. My goal was to hit 1,000 subscribers on one of 2 days. That being February 7th, the anniversary of our company, or February 9th, the big game day. Harrison, we are currently at 988 subscribers.
Didn't we just hit 900 like a week ago?
We hit 900 on or around January 18th.
Wow. Look at that growth right there. Look at that growth.
988 we are at right now. 12 more of you sons of bitches. Hit that subscribe
Beautiful
button.
bastards.
And I will kiss you on the forehead. All consensual.
Yes.
Subscribe. Leave a like on the video. Drop a comment in the comment section. Click that bell icon so you know whenever new videos go live.
Yes.
And guys, the voicemail line will be open. all week. It's always open, like AJ Brown. We should just call it the AJ Brown voicemail line because it's always open. I think we're going to do that. That just came to me.
And we can really call it 1K always open once we hit 1K subscribers.
Yes. Officially, our voicemail line will be referred to as the AJ Brown voicemail line because it's always open. I fucking love the way my brain works at 12:30 in the morning. That's beautiful. Leave us a voicemail. It will be open the entire Super Bowl as well. Speakpipe.com/Underground Sports Philadelphia. Speakpipe.com/Underground Sports Philadelphia. Leave us a voicemail whenever, however.
Let us know.
Brown voicemail line. This show is proudly presented by the City of Vineland. The City of Vineland Municipal Calendar features city-organized, city-sponsored, and city-affiliated events that are of public interest. The calendar, which is accessible at vinelandcity.org, is a good way for residents and visitors to build awareness, remain engaged with city government, and participate in local events. You can also follow the City of Vineland on their social media pages, whether it's Facebook, Instagram, LinkedIn, or YouTube. And through these tools, you can stay connected to the community and get important announcements about programs and services offered by the city. Vineland, New Jersey, where it's always growing season. And big thank you to Security 21 Security Systems and Paul J. Gillespie Incorporated for their continued support of this podcast.
I'm Mayor Anthony Finucci. If you're looking for the right location, think Vineland, New Jersey. Our pro-business approach is supported by financial incentives, workforce development programs, and other resources which can give your business a competitive edge. Whether you're starting a new business or expanding to new markets, our business environment, infrastructure, accessibility, and quality of life make Vineland an ideal location. More information about how we can help your business grow can be found at vinelandcity.org. Vineland, New Jersey, where it's always growing season.
Harrison.
Yeah.
We're here. We are here. It is
time.
The final episode before the big game.
Oh, my God.
It feels like it's been forever and so short all at the same time.
I know.
We have a lot to discuss between just you and I on this show. We have our beautiful, lovely guests that will also contribute great conversation that I got to talk with in a gauntlet virtual radio row style day that I had today on Wednesday. Recording literally since 1:30 this afternoon. Almost 12 straight hours of recording today.
Whew.
But Harrison, we are mere days away from our Philadelphia Eagles playing in Super Bowl 59.
I keep coming back to this, but in 2022, I was a little nervous, right? Ain't no nerves this year. Fully juiced up. We are ready to cook. I'm feeling so good about this team, man. I'm feeling so good.
Let's start because Monday happened, which was media night. And I'm not even on the topic of the crazy questions yet. But before we get into media night, it's brought to you by our pals over at 47 Brand. Guys, I told you I was buying it. Harrison, I got it on right now. I haven't even showed you up close. That bad boy's here.
Beautiful.
Look at that thing. Look at that thing. That thing is, as the kids say, that thing is thangin'.
That thing is thangin'.
It's like a wool-type dome. And I didn't even show you the swaggiest part. That clean underbrim.
Woo!
Nice and shiny like my teeth. Shout out Chip Skylark. 47 Brand is the best. They've got everything you need for the big game. And I mean everything. From Eagles gear to officially licensed Super Bowl merch. They have a collection with Stony Clover Lane, which is just absolutely so sick. The bomber jacket they have in collab with them is
Ooh.
fuego. The vintage
Ooh.
style of Stony Clover Lane is just amazing. The matching shirt to this hat is impeccable. And it's all from 47 brand. Their gear is second to none. I'm not even joking, guys. Like, I say it all the time. I've been wearing 47 brand since I was a kid, before it was cool. I was rocking 47 brand I've been wearing it for decades. We love 47 brand here. Guys, use our links in the description. Shop all the officially licensed Super Bowl merch, Eagles merch, you name it, they've got it. It's all in our description. When you use our links, you get free shipping on all orders with our friends at 47 brand. Use our links, get geared up for the big game. Still got a little bit of time. It might get there before. Use our links in the description. Get free shipping on all orders when you shop with our friends at 47 brand and join the 47 family today. How swaggy is this hat, man?
It's so sick, dude. Like, they just put out banger after banger for merch. And I'm waiting to make a purchase until after the big game's done, and we can safely say that the Philadelphia Eagles are champions of the world, knock on wood. Because last time I bought a hat before the big game, it did not go so well. So I'm holding off. But that's just because out of superstition. And I just know their Eagles Super Bowl championship merch.
Through the roof.
Through the roof.
So let's talk a little media night. I don't know how much of it you've been able to catch and see clips of.
Some bits and pieces. I saw Ocho Cinco giving Nick Sirianni a big old smooch on the dome.
Big old kiss. Media night is always fascinating to me. And I talk about media night a little bit in our sit down with OJ Spivey later on in the episode. But to me, media night serves its purpose. There's definitely like good that comes out of it. But my issue with it, and it may sound a little old man yells at the clouds because we're in this profession to a degree.
Yeah.
It drives me insane when you have the pop culture crossover into the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
And it interferes with actual people trying to do a job that doesn't get enough credit for how important of a job it is. And also, it just feels like it's making a mockery of what the Super Bowl is. Like, I don't need Guillermo from the Jimmy Kimmel Show coming up to Jalen Hurts' podium and giving him a mixtape.
Yeah, no, that's unnecessary. That's
I
fully
don't
unnecessary.
need Cooper Manning coming up in a marching band outfit asking Jalen Hurts to smile.
I don't need some random ass reporter asking Jalen Hurts, how do I get more handsome?
I feel like that was Dominique Foxworth. Which, if that was, dear God, brother.
And to quote Jalen Hurts, man, that's a DNA thing.
DNA. Shout out Kendrick Lamar.
Yes, sir.
But then there's like great stuff that comes from media night, and you get awesome moments, and you get fun stuff that will be remembered. Like AJ Brown's answer on mental health was beautiful, so well said.
Yeah.
And I've known that story about AJ Brown for a while, and it just makes you appreciate him that much more of how genuine and down to earth of a human he is, that he is willing to speak on things like that in his life that he's dealt with. And then you get moments, from Brandon Graham talking about coming back and everything, and you get great moments. And like I said, it serves its purpose, but then there's some people that I'm like, how the fuck do these people get credentials to media night while the likes of you and I and the likes of people at our company are grinding away day in, day out to make a name for ourselves, and we can't even get in contact with the NFL for that kind of stuff?
Yep. I got to give it up, though, to Jameis Winston. He was probably the best part of media night. Like,
I'll do you one better. There was one person better than Jameis Winston.
Who?
That is friend of the program, our guy through and through, Giovanni Hamilton, Gio the podcaster, 17 years old, boots on the ground, styling and profiling in the swaggiest suits of all time, running circles around people who do this for a living. When you have a 7, and this is no knock on Gio. We love Gio here at Underground. He's our guy. When you have a 17-year-old who's just living his dream and making it happen, more prepared and delivering more thought out, heartfelt, and genuine questions that give a connection to the players who are at that podium, that open them up more to give a well thought out response than what Joe Schmo, who's been on the beat for 45 years, is given. That's a problem with the old guard of media. And I'm glad it happened. I'm glad we have the Geos doing this. I'm glad we have these kid reporters going out and doing what they do. I think his name is Miles, the young kid from a couple years ago in Vegas who was like a walking encyclopedia. And I talked about him with OJ as well. Like, that's what, and I've said this with Wes Euler, our guy, Yinzer extraordinaire, whenever he comes on the show. People don't want to hear what the suits and ties have to say about sports anymore. That's old school shit that nobody cares. They want to hear what somebody with a hat on and a t-shirt with their favorite team, and I may have just described myself, to toot my own horn a little bit, but they want to hear what somebody sitting in their basement with a hat on backwards says, more so than what the credentialed newspaper reporter says. Because at the end of the day, the way that journalism has gone, and it still serves its purpose. I'm not knocking that. Like, there's a purpose for the newspaper writing, and I appreciate it that much. That's where I got my start. But we've evolved so much that sports fans want to hear from fellow sports fans. They want to relate to the content that they're consuming. They want to relate to the fandom. They want the people talking about their favorite sports team to have a rooting interest in that team. And
instead
at the end of the day,
down constantly.
Right. And at the end of the day, that's when the Geos shine. That's when shows like ours shine. And I'm so proud of Geo. He's our guy. I've been a huge fan of his from the moment he stumbled across my timeline, and seeing his evolution and seeing where he is now, getting ready to go to Temple in the fall. Like, he absolutely crushed Media Day and Media Week. And I couldn't be more proud of him. He deserves every bit of the flowers he's getting online, because he asked thoughtful questions. He asked intelligent questions while also having fun doing it. And that's what reporting is all about now. It's making that connection with players, with coaches, while also getting valuable information from them that you can share with your audience.
Yep, I absolutely agree. And he was doing a hell of a job the whole time, and really shined in a situation where a lot of people weren't shining. So
I couldn't imagine doing that at 17 years old.
No. 17, I was waiting for the Eagles to win the Super Bowl, like he was. And
I would not have the guts to walk up to the front of Jalen Hurts' podium at 17 years old to do what Gio did.
I would crap myself before walking up to Jalen Hurts' podium at that age.
He rocked it. I'm so proud of him. That's our guy through and through. But yes, Jameis was hilarious on media night and asked good, funny questions for what he was being hired by Fox Sports to do.
He was doing the job he was hired to do. He wasn't just asking random ass questions. He was doing what he was there to do.
And I don't know about you, but I feel like the guys who were on this team in 2022, who are still here now, watching their way of going about these past couple days with media has really spoken to me, and the maturity level. Not that they were immature in 2022. They were just inexperienced on this stage.
Yes.
The maturity and growth from learning from 2022 really shined, especially on Monday night when they do the whole parading out of the two teams on the stage. Like you have Chris Jones like yelling out like, "Oh, Chiefs Kingdom, we're back in the Super Bowl." Like this cocky confidence, where the Eagles were just very poised. Saquon Barkley left it. He's like, "I'm going to leave it at one thing, go Birds." And they kept it a buck. They like the video. I don't know if you saw the video. I saw it today. Jalen Hurts is walking the hallway going to his media availability, and TV's on, and it's one of the ESPN talking head shows. And the headline on the show was, "Who's going to force the costly interception of Jalen Hurts or Patrick Mahomes?" Jalen looks at the TV, looks back down, keeps walking, and goes,
I didn't see that.
Mental note, like type of face for the audio-only listeners. The levels of dialed in that this team is at are things I've never seen before from them.
These are guys ready in a different way than they were in 2022. Like in 2022, it was, oh great, we had a phenomenal season. We're here. We're gonna put on a show. We're gonna go out there and play our hearts out. If we win, fantastic. If we lose, we know we did a good job. This year, it's win or bust. We're not here to put on a show. We are here to do one thing and one thing only, and that is beat the ever-loving brakes off of the Kansas City Chiefs. And to quote that one of those kids who was at the media room, get our lick back.
That was great too. That was an amazing quote. And speaking of win or bust, if they win, or I should say when they win, I will bust. I couldn't resist. I could not resist there.
Fair enough.
I mean, also, it goes to show you how insane we are as Eagles fans that not even like 2 hours were they available for purchase to the public's knowledge that those jumpsuits sold out.
Oh, damn it. I didn't even realize they were available for purchase. I would have bought one so fast.
So they're available at team stores from what I've seen.
Okay.
But online, they sold out within minutes of people searching for them to be available. They were like $150.
That's insane.
Yeah, they sold out.
So yeah, I guess I'm gonna have to look for some online at some point.
Yeah, it was wild. And like, I brought this up to a couple people. I'm juiced, but here's my thing. Like, I was like you. I was like nervous, confident in 2022. I am, if this makes sense, I'm confident in the team. I'm not necessarily like talking my confidence level in the game. I'm confident in those 53 plus guys in the coaching staff.
Oh, absolutely.
On levels I never thought were possible. And I've always been confident in this team. You guys know, if you've been listening to this show all year long, I have been the number one Eagles, like pro Eagles guy on the internet.
Yeah.
I was in the trenches talking all y'all off the ledge at 2-2. And after that Cleveland Browns game and after Sirianni shaved his head and all that, I was talking all y'all off the ledge.
Yeah.
But I'm just so confident in this team, knowing the task at hand, knowing that all year long, and I've brought this up a ton, like almost every single player on this team, with very few exceptions, from one person or another in the national, local, or in between media, has had shots taken at them all year long. It all started when Jason Kelce retired.
Yep.
And they were questioning Cam Jurgens. Then it was questioning Saquon Barkley and the signing of Saquon.
Yep.
Then it was questioning Jalen Hurts. And it's still been questioning Jalen Hurts. the entire
Constant
year.
question. Yep.
Then it was questioning A.J. Brown and if he and Jalen Hurts were friends.
They hate
Then
each
it was-
other. They hate each other.
Then it was questioning, on top of that, on the defensive side of the ball, it's been questioning Jordan Davis. It's been questioning Nolan Smith. It's been questioning Jalen Carter. It's been questioning, the linebackers and whether or not Zach Bond and Nakobe Dean could do what they've done. It was questioning 2 rookie corners starting for this team. It was questioning whether Darius Slay was old and washed up. It was questioning if C.J. Gardner-Johnson was worth bringing back. It was questioning Reed Blankenship being an undrafted safety and a beatable player for opposing offenses.
Yeah.
Damn near everyone, with the exception of the left side and right side of the offensive line and maybe Devontae Smith.
Yeah.
Or like
or
the
Dallas
only...
Goedert.
And even Dallas Goedert's been questioned about his ability
injuries.
to catch the ball, injuries. Outside of Devontae Smith and Jordan Mailata, Landon Dickerson, and actually, Mekhi Becton's been questioned all year long too on whether or not he could play right guard.
Jalen Carter really hasn't been questioned. He's been
he's been questioned. He's been questioned.
Oh yeah,
whether or not he was worth drafting, and
all this dumb crap,
dumb bullshit. This team, it's. And I talked about this a ton with Dhwani and OJ, which you guys will hear, but I wanted to get Harrison's perspective on this. It's not 2017 levels of underdog, because that was more injury related. That was next man up mentality. Your MVP caliber starting quarterback goes down, and you have the craziest story in NFL history kind of unfold before your eyes.
Yep.
This is the underdog story of nobody wants to give credit to a goddamn player or coach, for that matter, on this team.
No, you know why? It's because they all hate us. They all hate us.
And it's always finding a new slant, a new way to spin their narrative. And I know that sounds crazy, spewing those words, but it's true. It's every week. It's Chase Daniel. It's Emmanuel Acho. It's James Jones, Dan Orlovsky, Joe DeCamera, fucking Joe Giglio.
Dan Orlovsky, who was the biggest Eagles defender in the Carson Wentz era. I wonder what changed.
And I know Dan has pulled receipts of him supporting the Eagles and everything, but there's been takes you've spewed, brother, that are just indefensible. Plus, the way you eat Reese's Cups is vile.
How does he eat Reese's Cups?
He bites the chocolate off and spits it out and eats the peanut butter. Brother, buy a jar of peanut butter.
Oh, they make Reese's peanut butter for sale.
I will send you the video, because it is like Squidward eating a Krabby Patty.
Is it
biting around it and spitting the chocolate out? It's what are you doing to one of America's greatest delicacies?
To Hershey, Pennsylvania's greatest delicacy.
The Reese's Cup is
untouchable.
The 1-1 of candy.
Yeah. Untouchable. The only thing that's even comes close to it, in my personal opinion, is a Kit Kat. And
everything that Reese's has done to remix their product, whether it be the big cups, the shapes for holidays, the
caramel Reese's cup. Oh, dude.
The caramel one, the pretzel one, the potato chip one goes dummy. And now, I'm doing a full-blown ad for Reese's, but, please sponsor us, because I love Reese's. They got the lava ones.
I don't love Reese's.
They got the lava ones with the chocolate lava in them now.
Yeah. I forgot about those.
Reese's is undefeated. What are we doing, Dan? What are we doing? The Reese's chocolate bunnies during Easter.
Oh, God, brother.
Hachi Machi. Even the little mini Reese's are a delight.
Yeah. It's the mix of chocolate and peanut butter that works so well.
Don't even get me started on. I'm not even a cereal guy.
Oh, but the Reese's
Puffs? I haven't even brought up Reese's Puffs, peanut butter chocolate flavor. We just did a full-blown ad for Reese's. Like, can they sponsor us now?
Please, Hershey, Pennsylvania. We're real close.
We're right around the corner. Let's make something happen. But it would be the ultimate subtle yet loudest double bird middle finger.
Yes.
To every hater and doubter when the Eagles do what we fully expect them to do on Sunday.
And I can't wait. I genuinely can't wait. I'm like itching. I need Super Bowl Sunday to come around. I need it to come around because I can't wait any longer. I need it.
We will talk more big game media stuff that's happened. We'll talk a little music too, because Harrison and I are big music guys. We'll talk halftime show. But now we're gonna kick it to our sit down with the legendary OJ Spivey of the Philadelphia Tribune. He's up for Sports Writer of the Year from the Pen and Pencil Club this year, so hoping OJ brings that home for a second time.
Yes, sir.
Our sit down with OJ is brought to you by our awesome merch partners at PHI Apparel Company. Guys, you want to gear up for the big game. There's no better place to do it than with our friends at PHI Apparel Company. They've got big game gear ready to rock and roll for you. And I've been talking to Tyler, PHI Apparel Company's founder. He's got some things in the chamber for when the Birds do the thing on Sunday.
Ooh.
When they do the thing on Sunday, Tyler's got things ready to rock and roll in the chamber, and I'm excited for it. I'm fucking excited for it. Stand out in the crowd at your big game parties when we're partying, doing the things we know we're going to be doing. PHIapparel.co is the place to do it. Go to PHIapparel.co, and when you go to checkout, use code Underground. You'll get 10% off your next merch order. Easiest and most effective way to support us and everything we're doing here at Underground Sports Philadelphia. So again, go to PHIapparel.co, code Underground, 10% off your next merch order. And without any further ado, here is the one and only OJ Spivey. All right, everybody. We said we were doing it big for the big game week, and that means I had to call in one of the heaviest hitters in Philadelphia, and that is my good friend OJ Spivey from the Philadelphia Tribune. We met at the PHLY studios, and since then, OJ and I have been thick as thieves, and it is so awesome to finally have you here on Underground Sports, OJ, and what a perfect time with the Philadelphia Eagles going to another Super Bowl. I know your pin tweet is, it's pretty awesome that you get to cover this team going to the Super Bowl 2 times in the last 3 years of covering the team, but I'm excited. I know you're excited. We've been talking all week, and it's finally here. It's Super Bowl week.
It certainly is, Kyle. First of all, thanks for all the kind words and everything. It was a pleasure meeting you last year for the first time, and we finally get to go on your show, and it's quite a pleasure and quite an honor for you to invite me and everything. And talking about the Eagles in the Super Bowl, I mean, 2 times in 3 years. We thought that these things are possible, but you're kind of defying history. And then you talk about as far as quarterbacks are concerned, Jalen Hurts returning, being the first quarterback in 19 years. To do so. And then he's on the cusp of history being the first quarterback since 1972, the year I was born, ironically, to come back to a Super Bowl and win it. And it's just so much excitement with the Super Bowl. And, they get the big bad Kansas City Chiefs again, trying to stop this evil umpire, if you will. They're going for a 3-peat, something that has never happened in Super Bowl history. So it's just a whole lot of intrigue as we get closer to the Super Bowl in New Orleans.
And I'm sure this has come across your timeline, but I've talked about this with so many people, and I'll bring it up to our other guests later on in the show. It fascinates me that this is not one of the biggest talking points this week. It came across my Twitter timeline, and I had to go and check to make sure that I wasn't getting duped by something, but it's true. Saquon Barkley in this era of the Kansas City Chiefs has never faced the Kansas City Chiefs. In 2021, when the Giants
Yeah.
played the Chiefs, he was out injured. That's the only time he would have faced them in his career. I feel like that is a huge advantage for the Philadelphia Eagles in this game, knowing that you have an MVP candidate who redefined the running back position that was being thrown to the wayside just 2 years ago, and he was a big part of that discussion. And this Chiefs defense, who, yes, they're very talented, very good. I think a lot of people are giving them a lot more credit than I think they deserve in some aspects. But the fact that you can only practice and prepare for something you've never faced in in-game action so much that when the lights come on and the stars come out, I don't think they're going to be fully prepared for what's going to be running at them like a locomotive.
Well, a couple of things, Kyle, and you're so right. And this is something that a lot of people didn't realize, but you have so many researchers, you have so many, stat geeks and everything for this not to be a heavy story is pretty bizarre, right? And I didn't even know about it because I believe Shea Khan was being interviewed. I forget which interview it was, but which setting it was, and he talked about it. It's not that unusual because every 4 years you will play uh, the other conference, the AFC or versus the NFC. He just happened to be hurt, right? So that's not unusual. But like you said, Kyle, um, you don't have any film to go against. Okay, last time we did this against him, even though it might have been 3, 4 years ago, we tried to do this, or what type of back is he now as opposed to back then with the Giants? You're right. I think that is an added advantage. And you already see what Saquon has done to every other team. Just take it back to Washington. Some people had the perception is okay, it's hard to beat a team twice in a year, 3 times in a year. Of course, it would have been 3 times, but there's film, there's tape, all those cliches and everything, and you see that they still can't do anything with them. But and I saw another clip earlier this week, or it might even been, most recently, but someone interviewed Chris Jones, the all-world defensive lineman for Kansas City, and someone asked him, what was your reaction when the Eagles signed Saquon? And he, said all kind of expletives. It's like, oh man, we in trouble. So, I mean, if he's saying that out loud and everything, maybe they have a little, bit in their mind. So, okay, they really don't know what to expect. And Kansas City has been pretty good against the run for most of the year, more so like the last quarter or so. They haven't been as good. And, there's talk about they haven't given up a 100-yard rusher except for Lamar Jackson, who's a quarterback, of course. So that's a lot of intrigue, man. And you see a lot of the stats are looking the Eagles' way, and they just have to get on the field and finish it.
And I think, you were around the team in 2022 and
Mhm.
obviously growing up a fan of the team, you see just the changes of same kind of, era of team, but a couple years
Right.
down the line, changes and everything. To me, just watching and looking back at what 2022 was, a lot of these guys' first time on this stage outside of, that core 4, core 5 guys that were on the 2017 team. It feels like for the most part this year, even the rookies, everyone just has like this mature growth about them for the stage that they're on. It doesn't feel like the lights are too bright. It feels like, oh, we've done this before. We know how to handle this. Let's just go about our business, kind of put on our best Alshon Jeffrey face and get these questions out of the way and prepare for Sunday. The maturity level across the board feels like it's through the roof for this team.
Yeah, that's a great point, Kyle, because that has resonated throughout the season. And you talk about me being in the locker room and everything, especially after games. And the message has been consistent. And you know, they try not to get too high, they try not to get too low. And they talked about, ever since they got off the plane in New Orleans, well, even beforehand, when I talked to them the Saturday before they left, it was like this is a business trip. Even when you do talk to the rookies or you talk to the young guys who weren't here in 2022 for the last go around, Specifically, I had a one-on-one with Jalen Carter, and I was saying, has it hit you at you going to the Super Bowl? And he said, it has, but then again, I've played in national championships, and it's a similar atmosphere. The Super Bowl was kind of like the Natty on steroids, of course, because of the crazy media frenzy and all, because you're there for the entire week as opposed to a couple of days. But these guys are ready. Quinyon Mitchell, Cooper DeJean. These guys talk like 5-year vets, and that's incredible. That says a lot about the leadership of this team and also the coaching staff as well. And I think another point, which is important as well, how will Nick Sirianni approach this week? What has he learned from the previous go around? Not only week of prep, but what we'll see on game day. And one of the things that I'll be looking for is, okay, if they get out to a lead, are they going to keep their foot on the gas as opposed to last time where they allowed Kansas City to creep back in? But I mean, these guys are focused, they're determined, and you even saw that with Jalen Hurts. When they ran those guys out there, and I couldn't stand when they force these things, when they bring out both teams on opening night and force them to talk to each other
like it's a boxing match or something,
or you're at like some type of job orientation or some type of job growth thing where you really don't want to talk to your coworker. Right, so you're forced for the team bonding and everything. You don't like that person on the other side of the cubicle, right? So but
Jalen's just looking straight ahead too, which
yeah,
was just
yeah.
so
I mean, he's
perfect.
just ultra focused, and that's just him, right? So I mean, we saw him smile in 2022, but it is just all business now. But it was just funny to see. But these guys are really, really focused, and you can see that, and they realize what is ahead of them, and they really don't want to get caught up in anything, and they really want to finish the job.
Now, also being around the team, I feel like this year you also feel this player's energy that I'm about to bring up, and it was there in 2022, and obviously he left in free agency in a very weird way, but he's back to kind of, finish the job. I feel like CJ Gardner-Johnson is the type of player that not only this era of Eagles team has needed, but he's just the perfect succession of a great almost 3 decades of the safety position for the Philadelphia Eagles, from Brian Dawkins to Malcolm Jenkins to now CJ. I have a lot of friends who cover the Saints that have been on this show when we've played the Saints in the past, and they talked about, CJ kind of being a quote unquote head case and, not exactly a team first guy. The moment he got here in 2022, I couldn't believe that that's what the perception of CJ Gardner-Johnson was, because he just took everything in stride here, and it almost felt like he was one of those players who was just born to put an Eagles jersey on and fit right in with not only the team, but the city, the fans. And then when he was gone last year, there was something missing on that defense, and he comes back, and that swagger and that aura about the defense, he feels like the anchor that kind of holds everything in place for this Philadelphia Eagles defense.
Yeah, absolutely, Kyle. And you look back at last year's collapse, 2023 collapse. I don't want to put that just on one player, but if he's there, if he never left, that probably doesn't happen, because a lot of what fell apart was in that secondary. And when you talk to some of the players, with that free fall, with the interchanging of defensive coordinators, their biggest issue was communication or lack thereof. And you talk about, people speaking of CJ Gardner-Johnson's reputation as a team first guy. I mean, he's that edge that the Eagles were missing. He's the edge that they had in 2022, and he's the edge and the swagger, as you said, that they have now this year. And even just talking to him, man, I mean, just his presence and all, and he does kind of march to the beat of his own drum. But that's good though. You need some of those guys in that locker room. And when he gets on the field, he's going to play. And, trash talking and everything that happened in the Washington game, we saw how that happened. And he's learned from that. He really has learned from it. And, you're definitely not going to see it again. But he's a playmaker. He goes up and makes the tough tackles. He sets a tone in that secondary. And you really saw this season, this team has really not gotten beat badly in the secondary, and he is really the heart and soul of it. And he's also why they're in this position. I mean, again, 2 Super Bowls in 3 years, and he just happens to be one of your starting safeties. So that says a lot. And I really thought it was a mistake when they couldn't work out a contract. And looking back at it, he wasn't asking for all that much, right? So it's a testament to Howie Roseman, the organization, understanding that they did make a mistake and they were able to bring him back because he certainly would have been hard to replace.
And I think, you bring up communication, and
Hmm.
something that sticks out to me that is so different about that 22 defense versus this year's defense with two teams going to the Super Bowl is Howie Roseman finally invested in linebackers. And I feel like Zach Bond is the ultimate communicator,
Yeah.
being, a former quarterback in high school and now kind of wearing the green dot with N'Kobe being out.
Mhm.
He just feels, and I brought this up to somebody the other day, and, it might be an outlandish hot take. I feel like Zach Bond's the most talented linebacker the Eagles have had since Jeremiah Trotter.
No, I don't think that's how I take it all. I mean, you look back at, I mean, they've had some good linebackers here and there. First thing come to mind, maybe a Carlos Simmons or someone like that, but it's not a lot, like you said. It's not a lot. We were relying on guys like Stuart Bradley and,
Omar Gaither.
yeah, exactly. So, yeah, you have to look back to Trot, and I want to bring up his son. I want to bring up Trot Jr. I mean, he's been a major contributor to this team, if not on special teams. Um, just being another guy in that locker room, another young guy who, you don't realize he's a rookie, right? Well respected as well. So, um, you look at Zach Bond and you look at it's just such a wonderful story. When he signed them, most of us in the media was like, okay, this is just going to be another, plug-in guy for a year. And maybe he'll get on the field, maybe he'll be a backup or special teamer or something. You see a first team all pro, and he's probably going to get, as we see, I believe, the NFL honors this week, he's probably going to get some defensive player of the year votes. I wouldn't be surprised, right? And he has the green dot now, like you said, over in the Kobe. And I think again, it's also a testament to the coaching staff. Vic Fangio, gotta love his Q&A, right? That
That was
everybody you
so
see.
good.
So yeah. And what did I say? I don't know if you caught it and everything. I see why they leave him the F alone and let him coach, right? So
I'm just so curious what the questions he dropped were. I
listen,
need somebody to get into the inner workings and find those note cards.
I just want to have a meal with this guy, man.
For
So
real.
just listen. Just
Just
listen.
let me sit down, have like a nice little chicken parm dinner with Vic Fangio, and we'll be good to
Yeah.
go.
Yeah. And then as we saw during Super Bowl week, one of the great things, the only things that I saw that I love out of opening night was um, his players, them trying to imitate him. And that goes to show you how much they love him, how much they respect him, how much they'll go through a brick wall for him. Sirianni is one thing. And initially, I believe this was a ESPN column to where Vic Fangio came in and said, you guys didn't play well, or you guys aren't this, aren't that, but it's not your fault. To me, that sounds like that's what great coaches do, right?
Mhm.
They realize it. And when you talk about the talent, you have Zach Mon coming in here, but they also drafted well. Most of the money is on the offensive side, and similar to what Kansas City has done. If you're going to favor one side of the ball money wise, you better draft well on the other side. And the Eagles have done an excellent job with that. Jalen Carter, Jordan Davis, um, even the backup guys like uh, a Jomu,
Mhm.
You look at,
Milton
of course,
Williams.
Milton Williams, who's, they'll have to make a decision to pay him. And then let's talk about the secondary, Quenya Mitchell, um, Cooper DeJean. Those guys are playing like 5-year vets. It's crazy, but that goes to coaching. I mean, it's talent too. And I've said this ad nauseum on at different places, but when he hired Vic Fangio, I said, okay, they brought him here to restore order. He's the mastermind of the defense that they've always wanted to run. He's going to at least restore order. I thought he was just going to bring them back to an average defense. And boy, did he restore order. He restored royal order down at NovaCare, South Philly, right? So, and I always believed that they did draft well. They just needed, first of all, a coach who could, one, hold them accountable, and number two, see the talent in them to where he can put them in positions to succeed. And, we've seen all of that come to fruition.
Yeah, and I mean, one player we didn't even bring up, and I feel like he was one of those players that have been kind of in this like doubted, kind of underestimated category of this team. Nolan Smith's been unbelievable. Like,
Yeah, I've been quite impressed with Nolan Smith. And what stood out for me is during the NFC Championship game where he came all the way across the field and ran down Jaden Daniels. I didn't realize he had that type of speed. I knew he was pretty strong and pretty quick, but I didn't realize he had that type of speed. And I'm anticipating with the Super Bowl to where the Eagles they must contain Patrick Mahomes. We all know that, right? So I got to think that Jaden Daniels is faster and quicker than Patrick Mahomes at this point, right? So I would think that Nolan Smith would have a good chance of trying to contain Patrick Mahomes, because that was really impressive to me.
And he's one of those players that, when the Eagles drafted him, it was like, oh, he's the perfect like prototype Hassan Reddick type of player. He's going to learn from Hassan Reddick. Hassan Reddick leaves, and Nolan didn't necessarily have like a great year last year. And there's a multitude of reasons for
He didn't
that.
get a lot of time either. So
right.
But
and on top of that, you had
Yeah.
Sean Desai and Matt Patricia kind of as two sides of the puppet master of this like horrendous Pinocchio defense that was put together.
Well
and you see Nolan kind of come on this year as a force of nature, especially down the stretch of the season. And it just made me laugh that so many people were shocked by how good he was. And I'm like, do you not remember how fantastic he was at Georgia? Do you not remember the type of player that he was being scouted as, and the fact that like he fell to number 30 in that draft for whatever reason? I know there was an injury issue late in that year,
people
but
probably thought it was too small as well. So
and
yeah,
you have Howie Roseman getting called a Twitter GM for drafting a player like that, and Nolan Smith's out here making some of the biggest plays in this playoffs for the Eagles by sacking, Matthew Stafford and Jaden Daniels, and just making plays, and has really, I feel like, found his identity as the playoffs have gone on, and knowing what his role is in this defense, and has truly like let his personality shine. And I think that's made him a better player on the field too, because he just feels comfortable now.
Yes, I mean he's a pro now. And again, that's a testament to the defensive line coach. You can give Clint Hurt a lot of, a lot of people talk about him and the relationship he has with, Jaden Carter, who, you probably say, he's the guy, he's his godfather, so to speak, on the field, right? But he's done a great job of that defensive line overall. And again, putting these guys in position, believing in them, putting them in position. Nolan Smith has really worked at it too. Getting stronger, learning the NFL game, learning how to shed blocks, having the strength enough to do that. And, he said from the beginning, you go back, he's a funny dude as well. A couple of things saying that, he couldn't wait to knock the bleep out of somebody. And then what was that on draft day when he was telling Howie Roseman, and he was saying, how he was saying being a Florida guy, how he is. Like, I'm drafting all these Georgia guys, what's happening? And what did Nolan Smith say? With confidence. You want to win. You drafted Georgia guys because you want to win, man, right? So, and we as Philadelphians, as Philly fans, we tend to lack patience. We tend to lack forbearance. I could do a whole thing on Jalen Hurts about that, but it's with all the other players too. We don't see immediate dividends. We're ready to call a guy a bust, and that's really not fair. And I don't care if we're talking Eagles, if we're talking Phillies, we're talking Sixers. Well, maybe not Sixers, but but you have to allow these guys to develop. So and it takes time. Very few rookies are going to come out and just be dynamic and make first team all pro. Quinyon Mitchell is a rarity.
Mm-hmm.
And even some people didn't think he would be this good. Eagles didn't think he would be this good. He knew it would be somebody that could, come in and probably start and be your corner for the next 5-6 years at least. But nobody thought he was going to be this good. He's literally a shutdown corner. But again, that goes back to drafting well and finally getting a coach in here that you can get the best out of these guys.
I think the interesting case with the Super Bowl too on the defense, and I know we've talked about the defense a ton, but the big thing with Brandon Graham potentially being back on top of another player that I feel like has really come on in these playoffs is LIX Hunt, who I think a lot of people were questioning Howie Roseman for drafting him as early as they did. And he's really found his stride in the snaps that he's been able to play, is making impactful plays. How do you feel if BG is able to go and gets that green light to play on Sunday? How do you feel the snap count should be divided with how well LIX has played in those rotational minutes on that edge rush versus allowing a franchise legend to potentially have his swan song in those rotational minutes? And I said it earlier to a couple people. I said, if BG does what he did, in 2017 and gets one of those iconic moments on Patrick Mahomes, there's an argument he's one of the greatest defensive players in Super Bowl history.
Yeah, he has. And because I believe Brandon Graham has 5.5 postseason sacks, and ironically have Nolan Smith right behind him, I think, with 4.5, right? But it's going to be interesting to see how they decipher that snap count. And the odd man out is probably going to be Bryce Huff, because he hasn't given them anything. If you want to talk about a disappointment, that he's the guy, because essentially he was brought in to replace Bryce Huff. But thankfully, you had the evolution of Nolan Smith. And you talk about LIX Hunt. The Eagles are big on depth, right, and rotating that defensive line. So I think Brandon Graham being suited up, I don't know if they're going to give him a lot of snaps. And what I was told by one of the beat writers is the way the Eagles do their defensive line rotation is, okay, if you're going to play, you're going to get at least 10, 15 snaps. They don't just let guys just come in for, just on third down or just sporadically here and there. He's going to be a part of the rotation. So whatever Brandon Graham can give them, I think is going to be a plus because of what you're lacking with someone like a Bryce Huff. So,
and I think it gives you a little bit more depth to be somewhat creative with the absence of Nakobe, and obviously BG's been out. You can kind of play Nolan Smith or LIX Hunt as kind of like that hybrid, pass rusher, and have them kind of in an edge rushing linebacker air quote position and allow them to kind of figure out where the matchup lies, and just let Zach Bond kind of tail Travis Kelce, and it won't be the only pop song that he hears.
Yeah, it's going to be a big thing because they're really going to have to keep Kelce at a minimum, and whether that be Bond, whether that be Burks, that's going to take away a little bit of what they do defensively, because they love playing nickel. So you're always going to see DeJean in there. So as they rotate a LIX Hunt or a Brandon Graham, I don't think they'll be able to spy Patrick Mahomes necessarily. But again, it's all about the containment, because I'm thinking of the nightmares now. I mean, Patrick Mahomes beat him with one leg in 2022. If he's healthy now, what can he do? But also to counter that, I think the Eagles are much more talented on defense than they were in 2022, because people always look back at the 70 sacks. But you look at man for man, pound for pound, they're much more talented than 2022, I think, by far.
And I look
And
back
much younger.
yeah,
More
absolutely. And I
speed.
think that's huge. And you look at 2022, and I was looking at this when I was just kind of comparing the two teams, and the leading tackler for the Philadelphia Eagles in that 2022 Super Bowl was slot corner Avonte Maddox.
Yeah, you never want your corners or anybody in your secondary being the leading tackler. So yeah,
Cough, cough,
and
Washington
of
fans.
all
Cough,
people.
cough.
Exactly.
I feel like in these playoffs too, since he's come back from injury, Dallas Goedert's really come on and been the Dallas Goedert that we've expected for a long time, and been that underneath threat, and been able to, you see the stiff arms and everything that he's throwing in these playoffs, but being that underneath threat for Jalen, I think has been so valuable for Jalen's ability to just get rid of the football as well. I know that's one of the biggest critiques that Jalen Hurts gets, is holding onto the ball too long. But I think with Dallas back in the lineup, it's really allowed Jalen to kind of have that safety blanket and not necessarily rely on Saquon to be that. And Saquon can be there in pass protection on those plays. And then Dallas Goedert's there, and he's able to kind of just bully whatever defensive player, comes his way. I feel like that is also something that Dallas Goedert didn't necessarily do all that well in 2022, and it's really evolved his game over the past couple of years.
Absolutely. I mean, number one, he's healthy. He's healthy and he's available. Number one. And you look at some of the games where the Eagles haven't played as well, he's been absent because of injury, right? So any quarterback, you want all your weapons at your disposal. And Jalen has done a great job, like you said, of getting him the football during this postseason. He stretches the defense. And again, Kansas City's going to have their hands full as far as what they can do, um, against the RPO, against the pistol formation, because also Dallas Goedert does a good job of blocking. We see what he does out of the backfield. I'm sorry, out of the backfield. What he does in the flat, or he gets open deep, because you have to respect, especially if you have one-on-one coverage, you have to respect what Devontae and AJ Brown can do downfield. So that leaves a lot for Dallas Goedert. And um, and he's also catching the football too, because if you look back at his career, he did have a tendency of dropping those wide open looks. But again, it's another weapon. And if you go back to the offense, number one, as you're trying to defend Jalen, you're trying to defend Barkley, the backside linebacker or the backside safety. These guys have to, either one, they have to stay disciplined. Number one, to see, who's going to get the ball, whether it's Jalen or whether it's Saquon. And then, okay, next, the other backer or the other safety, they have to worry about trying to cover Dallas Goedert. And, you're not going to get a lineman to do that, to drop off and do that. So it's also going to limit how much Spagnuolo can blitz. He loves to blitz. He loves to bring people. And, you look at the stats, Jalen has been tremendous this year against the blitz. That was not one of the knocks on him going into this season. He can't read the blitz, he can't do this, he can't do that. But he's just been phenomenal. And when you have all your weapons on the field, it's going to make it that much harder for the Chiefs to try to defend them.
What do you think it is about Devontae Smith playing against the Steve Spagnuolo defense, and just the way he's able to find his way and have his way in his career, three career games on the big stage all the time? Devontae Smith has found a way to burn Steve Spagnuolo's secondaries. What do you think it is about Devontae's style of play that allows him to kind of be an Achilles heel to Steve Spagnuolo's defensive game plans?
Well, a number of things. First of all, he's very fleet of foot. He's a smart football player. Most of us forget that he was a Heisman Trophy winner, and he's done this all throughout college and then even into the NFL, even when he was the only threat before AJ Brown got here, right? So he's had a sensational year as a rookie. I think he almost had 1,000 yards, being the only true threat. Also, too, he's a great route runner. He knows what the defense does. He understands his position. He understands his role. He knows, and these guys, just hearing him in the locker room week after week, He understands what his name's going to be called. He's going to come up big, and um, again, he produces a lot of problems. He's another guy that you really can't cover one on one, especially downfield. He's a master at running those deep out patterns. Um, so he's just a fantastic athlete and a smart one at that.
The Super Bowl always feels like that game, and it happens in all the championships in the four major sports, where like the obscure player, for lack of a better term, kind of comes up with that big time moment or that big time play. Like, yes, Brandon Graham got the strip sack on Tom Brady, but it was Derek Barnett that came up with the fumble recovery. And obviously he was a first round pick, but nobody expected Derek Barnett to be the guy to make such a big play. Last year Super Bowl, Juwan Johnson was on his way to being Super Bowl MVP if the 49ers win. Who do you think could be that obscure player for the Eagles this year to kind of make their mark on the biggest stage and have a shot at going down in Philadelphia Eagles history as one of the guys that performed so well on the big stage?
Well, I'm going to go on the defensive side, and I'm going to say Oren Burks. Big shoes to fill, replacing the injured Nakobe Dean, and he's had a tremendous playoff run these 3 games. And you saw, him punching the ball away. I think he recovered a fumble throughout this playoffs too. He can tackle. Another guy who came up and ran down Jaden Daniels, and I got a good look at him in the locker room last week, and he's a big dude. He has the size and does have the speed. I think he's a little bigger than Nakobe Dean. So I think he has an opportunity to have a big game, whether it be Braun or whether it be Burks, that assignment over the middle to perhaps cover Travis Kelce. It's going to be a big task, but I think he's up for the challenge because, again, not someone who I thought, would have a lot of talent, or someone who maybe you anticipate or you assume it was going to be quite a drop off with not having the Kobe Dean in there. I mean, it is, so to speak, but they really didn't miss a lot because, again, he's well prepared for when his name was going to be called, and he's also being coached well.
Yeah, and I think, the big story is obviously this entire season, no matter what, he could breathe wrong. And the national media is finding a way, a new way to criticize Jalen Hurts. And, this week has still continued it, but what do you think it would do for just like the overall perception of Jalen? And I always like to say when in these situations, when he does the thing we expect him to do on Sunday, and just silence so many people who have just found new and out of pocket ways to just attack him for being good at his job.
And I know you're being mild with what you're saying and everything, Kyle. And I could go there as nauseum. I've written many articles and everything, and and I hate to use hot takes as a reference, but I think they were talking on ESPN the other day, Dan Orlovsky and all those guys. No matter what he does, he's not going to be in a conversation with Joe Burrow, whoever, and all that stuff. If he pulls this off, man, you have to twist the conversation. Okay, you have to worry about those guys being in a conversation with him,
Mm-hmm.
because it's number one that he was able to get back to the Super Bowl. That's one. He already has one up on Joe Burrow, right? Um, Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson, much as I love those guys, I was very impressed with Josh Allen when he came here last year and the Eagles had to beat him in overtime. Dude can ball. We all know what Lamar Jackson does. But the conversation has changed because he's going to be that one guy with the Lombardi trophy. He's going to be that one guy, other than Tom Brady, who would beat Patrick Mahomes in the Super Bowl, right? So if I'll say this, and I didn't even think about this, and I'm glad you asked this question, Kyle. People hold Eli Manning in high regard just simply because he beat Tom Brady twice. And Eli Manning has a 500 record as a starting quarterback in NFL history. Okay. If he beats Patrick Mahomes on Sunday, it changes the entire conversation because Joe Burrow he got him once in the playoffs. Josh Allen got Patrick Mahomes in the regular season. I think Lamar Jackson once and everything. This is the Super Bowl, man. Given the magnitude of Hurts just getting back there, which Hall of Fame quarterbacks have not gotten back to the Super Bowl, right? And if he pulls us off, it doesn't even matter. And I don't think anybody would give a damn. I mean, Eagles fans should not give a damn ever again, ever again. If he does nothing else for his career, which I know that won't be the case because he's too driven not to be good for a long time. If he pulls us off, I mean, the whole conversation changes, and it's almost like a FU. And I've tried to talk to as many people, whether far as teammates or people around the organization, on the record, off the record, short of speaking to executives, which they're not readily accessible, right? So I've talked to as many people as possible about Jalen Hurts. What is it about him? Because people try to put him in some type of box, but he still wins. He has his undaunting will to win. And it's really all that matters. People try to say quarterback, wins is not a quarterback stat. Well, is it a quarterback stat? Is it a quarterback stat if they lose? Because if you lose, you're not going to be the starting quarterback for very long. So how do you measure that? But I'm sure people saw my interview with Merrill Reese and all, because he came to me when I started covering the team, even back in 2021, before I was even at the games. And, I just happened to be a conversation with him at training camp, and I just happened to be next to him. And he just said, I try to try not to talk it without, imitating his voice, because everybody wants to be Merrill. But he said, you just wait and see. I think Jalen Hurts is going to be a great quarterback. He's going to be a great young man. He's going to take command of his team, and he's going to take them far places. And people thought, he was just being a homer. And when I got a chance the other day to speak to Merrill Reese for about a good 5 minutes, and I just asked him, and I said, what did you see in him before everyone else did? And he just broke it down. And he even said, like, even if he has an off game, his position never changed about Jalen, because he understands what he means to the guys in that locker room. And again, all he has to do is just pull this off, and it won't even matter what anybody says to him about him the rest of his career, because he's going to have the hardware.
And I think it's so fascinating. Like, there are so many parallels in very different ways to the 2017 team with this team in particular, but not that, the injuries were obviously a huge story for 2017's iteration of the Philadelphia Eagles and them being the underdogs. But this team has that underdog chip in such a different sense, where week after week after week, from the starting quarterback to the new starting running back to the new starting center to the head coach to the defensive coordinator to rookies starting on defense to CJ Gardner-Johnson coming back, is Darius Slay too old? There was always just a way to kind of take a nice little dig at so many different aspects of the team. And I feel like that is fueling them in the shadows so much to just want to go out there on the national stage. And like you said, if they do what we expect them to do and play the way they have played all season long, them winning the whole thing is the ultimate subtle yet in your face double bird, all pun intended, to everyone that has disparaged them all season long, simply because they're winning in a non-traditional 2024-2025 NFL way of winning.
Yeah, I wrote last week about Jalen Hurts and Nick Sirianni, and they're the odd couple, right? And there were stories about them not being on the same page, not getting along. Jalen admitted to that somewhat early in the season, and after the bye, everything became great, and they went on this incredible run. Um, and one of the things I wrote about was, okay, they may not be the quarterback or the coach that you envision or how you want them to play, how you want them to coach, but they're the coach and quarterback that you need. Because they've already proven. I mean, they with them being an odd couple, I can't think of any quarterback coach duo that has been scrutinized as much as these guys for different reasons, but just as much. And I joke around Cal all the time. And whether I'm just talking to my friends or, I'm on a podcast like yours and all, fans don't like Sirianni because they see the same person in the mirror because he
Hmm.
behaves just like they do.
That's
And they
such a
don't want
good
to
point.
admit it.
That's such a good point.
Philly fans want to cuss out the coaches. They want to talk trash to the opposing team. They even want to get at fans, even if they're own fans. And always put Philly fans in. Always describe Philly fans to people on the outside because I know so many people just across the country, even if it's by distance. And people ask me, and I said, uh, Philadelphia is like a dysfunctional family, right? Um, we'll argue, fuss and fight with each other. Um, but when someone talks about us, we assemble like the Avengers.
Yes.
We may not like each other, you know, we may say something about, we'll boo this and that, we'll boo the hot dog vendor, we'll boo the politician, but anybody talks about us, anybody talks about Gritty, we know we know our city, we know our market, we know we're rough around the edges. We don't need you to tell us about it. We'll handle it in house.
That's such a good point. That is such a good point.
But that's how we feel about Hurst and Sirianni. Okay, Hurst is not, you know, you have guys called on sports radio on a Sunday morning. They want him to be like Johnny Unitas.
Yeah. And I mean,
And then you
I
want,
joke all the time too. I say, Chuck and Mount Airy's been calling since the 80s to say run the damn ball and play Buddy Ryan defense. That's what they're
and what are
doing,
they
and they're
doing?
winning.
They're running
And
them
now you're
damn
angry
balls like,
that they're not throwing the ball.
I mean, Saquon Barkley's here. What do people expect this offense to be? Right? Um, and then you have Nick Sirianni, they want him to coach. I mean, do you want him to coach like Tom Landry? Is that what you're looking for?
You want to put a cowboy hat on? Like what is
Yeah, I mean,
it's always like
like
not enough with them.
Chuck Noll. I mean, I know he won 4 Super Bowls, but I mean, he had like the personality of a tick. But but I mean, Nick Sirianni is every other dude in South Philly. Come on, man. Like y'all just don't want to admit it.
Yes,
He's
it
doing
is.
what you would want to do as a coach. Like, nobody cussed out you're playing, was it Camden Catholic and Haddon Heights or whatever, and the coach cussing out the other coach, or whatever, or he's and Nick's a millennial.
Mm-hmm.
I had to think about that. He's a millennial. Like him, Sean McVay, all those guys. You had millennial coaches now who we're looking at as some of the best in the business. I mean, what we saw with Belichick, we saw with Parcells, all great coaches. I respect them, everything. But those type of coaches are gone now. They're gone. I don't think they're not coming back anytime soon. So you have to respect them. And I had my criticisms about Nick Sirianni. I don't think he's a great X and O's guy, but those players, they run through a brick wall. He relates to them. I mean, you talked earlier about CJ Gardner Johnson. They have a great relationship. You saw that on the
Mm-hmm.
sidelines when they had in the bag against Washington. You saw that embrace there. I mean, CJ did not want to leave here. He did not.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it was a money thing. It got, a little nasty and everything. But when I interviewed CJ before they left for New Orleans, he, for one of the first things he did, he shouted out Nick. I mean, they relate to him. I mean, he he has a knack of, and this is all in spite of overcoming last year. He
Hmm.
has a knack for relating to these guys and meeting them where they are, but still having the discipline enough to um, keep these guys in line and keep them disciplined,
A
um,
hundred
for the
percent.
for the most part. So again, say what you want about her, say what you want about Sirianni. They're back in the Super Bowl. They
Hmm.
got to close the deal. Of course, you want them to close the deal, but they're back here. They got back before some of the other coaches that were in quarterbacks that we hold in much higher regard.
And some haven't
What?
even been there.
Yeah. What are you going to say? They pull this off. What are you going to say? What can you say? Because you're just going to sound like an idiot.
Just I need Captain Clipboard Chase Daniel, put the clipboard down, zip the mouth, and we'll call it a day with him.
Yeah. I
Um,
mean, I don't understand it. I mean, you have to embrace it. I mean, they're back. These guys are back in the Super Bowl. Coaches don't get back, let alone quarterbacks.
mhm.
Come
Like
on,
this is the
man.
first time that a singular coach in Eagles history has gone to 2 Super Bowls with the team.
Yeah, and I asked both about that. I mean, I was really shocked that nobody in the media, in the press conferences was asking. I said, "This is history, man. I mean, I got to ask them about it." Nick gave an excellent answer. Jalen is short as always because I know he's guarded and everything, and hopefully
Damn you,
one
Nick
day I'll
Saban. Damn you.
hopefully one day I'll get him like kind of off record and everything. I'm trying to work on that. We'll see, and I'll be glad to share it with all of you. But I mean, I had to ask him about that because they're standing out in Eagles history now, but they just got to finish the deal. And personally, as a lifelong Philadelphian, I want them to seal the deal for many reasons.
And I think it's so fascinating too, and I wanted to get your perspective on this in particular. You're part of the National Association of Black Journalists. How cool is it for you as somebody who's grown up rooting for this team and now covering this team to be involved with an organization that is at the forefront of having the most quarterback starts by black quarterbacks in NFL history, having another black quarterback start multiple Super Bowls for this organization? Just perspective wise, as a human being, how cool is that for you as a black man and somebody covering the team, growing up, watching and rooting for this team, and that be such a huge highlight of this organization that throughout decades and decades of Eagles football, they've been at the forefront of having not only black quarters, but successful black quarterbacks on and off the field.
Yeah, that's an excellent question. And, I try to ask people in the organization and I try to ask some of the players and everything. Most of the time, Jeffrey Lurie has talked about it, but he downplays it for the most part. He just tries to say, you just get the best talent and everything. But yeah, I think it says a lot about their organization. I mean, you talk about the New York Giants. I mean, they really haven't had any black quarterback start for them on a regular basis. I mean, I think they've maybe had two or three in their history on the roster. Um, but I don't know what it is, but they're just been at the forefront ever since Randall Cunningham. And most people don't know about this. Their 1980 team, they had a black quarterback on the roster named John Walton, who went to a HBCU, Elizabeth City State. And a lot of people told me, even my father did, he had the best arm on the team, and Jaworski had a tremendous arm. Of course, he called it the Polish rifle. But just going back to modern day, and I also think Andy Reid deserves some credit to it with it too, because and even though he downplays it, and if anybody hasn't seen the evolution of the black quarterback, it's a great documentary on Prime right now, and I think it goes really in depth because Michael Vick did a great job of it. Great job with Jalen as well. It just goes back to getting the best talent. And the league overall, it changes every 5 years. So you have to be ahead of the curve with how you draft, how you look at athletes. And it's all about getting an opportunity as well. Um, I met Doug Williams this year for the first time. I ran into him in the press box and everything. And that was just as a West Philly kid and growing up and seeing both Randall Cunningham and Doug Williams go toe to toe 2 Sundays for a couple years and everything. That was surreal, man. Um, but it's really a thrill. I mean, it's a thrill for me, covering a team anyway, because it's part of me living a dream personally. But to see my hometown team be at the forefront of diversity and all of those things, and just saying, hey, man, we don't care where you come from, you can play for us. But going back to Andy Reid, I think he deserves credit too, um, having a wherewithal to, and he took a lot of bullets for McNabb.
Hmm.
Um, and then, it even with Michael Vick coming off of, what he had to go through being in prison for the dog fighting and everything. He took a lot of bullets for that as well with the and Jeffrey Lurie too. But I just think also too, um, it's hard to say that NFL owners are any different because they're all about money. They're in business to make money. But I think Jeffrey Lurie is really a different kind of cat. And I think he understands humanity, which is really lost within just athletes. And that's what I try to do as a writer. I try to look at any guys at the humanity first, because I think in journalism, sports radio, podcasting, we tend to lose that. These men, black, white, whoever, they're humans first, and we have to go back to looking at them that way, because with gambling, everything, we've lost the humanity in sports, and that's a bad thing. And you have to look at these guys as people. And I think I'm a rarity. Unfortunately, being a black journalist, I'm able to relate to the players more so than some other journalists. And it's just to add diversity, and I think they recognize that, and that's what I try to do in my writing. But just going back to just try to answer your question in short, is quite a thrill, and just for the Eagles to do that, I mean, it's really just a bonus.
Now I know you've kept it close to the vest on social media, but I'm sure you have some thoughts on the media night and the media days that have gone on down in New Orleans.
Yeah.
As somebody who has been fortunate enough, like myself, to have broken in different, unique
Hmm.
aspects in Philly media, and for yourself covering a major four sport like the NFL, how much does it grind your gears seeing some of these questions get asked on a night where these guys are getting flown down there a week early to get asked
Oh
their
my
favorite
gosh.
color, to get asked for them to smile as Cooper Manning is wearing a marching band outfit?
What
It
is
really grinds my gears, OJ, and I know somebody like you, it probably grinds your gears too.
well, I'll I'll say this. It's a number of things. I could go all night with this, but I'll try to keep it brief. Um, you do want to have fun as a journalist. You do want to enjoy the job for one, but you do want to ask smart questions. And I really take pride in asking um, not only smart questions, but interesting questions that I think people want to know. Not what necessarily what I want to know,
Mhm.
but what I think my readers want to know. And I know a lot of journalists think that way, but what's the relevance? And again, I try to see the humanity in players other than, asking their favorite color. And even um, parallel to opening night at the Super Bowl. Every week, I'm sitting in the press conference. I'm trying not to laugh at some of the questions
Mhm.
from a lot of the beat writers.
Yep.
And some of those guys are pretty cool. I've met a few of them, and become very cordial with those guys. And I could even give a list privately of the ones who that I really respect. I may not necessarily agree with them, but I really respect them as far as how they go about their job. But they just don't know what to ask them, and you really have to do your homework. And again, I do have an upper hand because most of the players are African American. I do have an upper hand from a cultural standpoint, but it really, like, Google is free.
Yes.
You also have a media guide, right? Find out what these guys really like to do. I don't care if it's Jalen Hurts. I don't care if it's Big Country, Landon Dickerson. Find out what these guys like to do. And also, too, from a cultural standpoint, most of these guys is from the South.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I know we got farms here in Pennsylvania and New Jersey. Like, find out what Landon Dickerson likes to do. Find out what Cam Jerks like to do. I mean, it is bigger than him having a tractor,
Right.
right? So, and I found out that Landon Dickerson, I mean, he's one of the smartest dudes on the top. I mean, he's really a bright dude. I don't know what they do at Alabama. I don't even know what the majors are and everything. Most of those guys that come out of Tuscaloosa, and I think it goes far beyond Saban. Most of those guys that come out of Tuscaloosa going to school there, they're really bright dudes. They really are. And, I ask guys, how have you adjusted to Philadelphia, man? I asked AJ Brown this. I don't think I ever posted it and everything, but it is a cultural thing. You're coming from, most of these guys are from small towns in the South or maybe the Midwest, and going to the fifth largest media market, that's got to be scary. So I try to be a bridge, and I try to meet them where they are, and even dealing with this media frenzy too, of a lot of guys who are out to get them, or they're trying to ask their favorite color, or they're trying to ask, what do you feel about Taylor Swift or whatever, and they have no they have no correlation to her or whatever. And again, these guys are very young. I'm 52 years old, and I have my 19-year-old daughter on speed dial, so I can try not to look like an idiot.
And that's you doing your homework.
Yeah, sometimes I'm like, okay, no, what is this song? I ain't hear this song, so, or what is this saying? Can I get away with saying this to the guy? And my daughter will be like, no, daddy, don't ever do that. So she's part of my sources.
There you go. That's how it's
so you
done.
can try to relate to these guys, but it's all about humanity. And again, understanding, and that not everybody has to do this, or maybe they don't care, but you have to, especially guys who are from the South or they went to HBCUs, you have to understand what the D9 means, or even have some type of understanding what the D9 and what it means to Black culture.
Mm-hmm.
Right. And you also have to understand these guys are under a lot of pressure to perform, because it's one thing to represent Philly. Like, you talk about, DeAndre Swift and, people like that. Of course, he's now in Chicago now. But when you're somebody like a Devontae Smith, who's from a small town outside of New Orleans, you're really you're not only representing the Eagles, you're representing your small town, you're representing your high school. So it's a lot for them to adjust. So I try to ask questions and everything that they can relate to, that they can, and I also have a problem too with, I guess Devontae had dropped that pass against Washington, and just everybody's just grilling him about it. And he was great, catch the damn ball. And sometimes I'm sitting there, it's like, okay, I don't have to ask this question, because in the reality of it all, we do take our sports seriously here in Philadelphia, but we're not talking world peace here.
Mm-hmm.
We're not trying to mend the fences in the Middle East, right? So I try not to take sports that seriously. I try to ask important, relevant questions, but I also don't try to take it seriously, and I also try not to be silly about it to where I'm making a mockery of the profession. So it's a lot there.
Which I think you'd agree, got to give a tip of the cap to Gio. Gio, the podcaster, I thought ran circles around so many people who
anytime you got kids asking the better questions, we've got I know it's not a problem per se, but I mean,
it's a problem for the people doing it for a living.
He's giving a master class.
Yes, he ran circles around them, and I was so proud of him. Just like right at the front of the table, was not afraid to be in the mix and asked questions that gave not only perspective but value to the masses, and it made the players that much more engaged, knowing that a 17-year-old kid who's just trying to live his dream and is doing it was able to deliver questions that were meaningful, to get meaningful answers from them.
Yeah, and even a young man who's, I think he's out in Las Vegas, who covers the Raiders. I forget his
Mhm.
name. I mean, you talk about somebody who really does his homework. I mean, he's like a walking encyclopedia.
It's awesome seeing that kind of stuff. And like you said, it's not a problem
Refreshing
that
too.
Geo is running circles around them. It's the people doing it for a living need to check themselves in the mirror a little bit and kind of figure out, what went wrong here, that, my questions are not necessarily the greatest. And we've got
And
a high
asking
school student doing it.
and asking Quinyon Mitchell about Super Bowl 57, where he was still deeply entrenched in Toledo. So we definitely have a problem there.
The
But then
aneurysm
again,
I had seeing that.
you don't always have sports guys covering the Super Bowl too. So
Right.
that's also an issue. The pop culture thing gets involved, and the whole thing gets convoluted.
Yeah, Guillermo giving out mixtapes.
Oh, gosh.
Last
What are we
one here,
doing?
OJ. This has been phenomenal.
Thank you.
What do you think the expectation and just kind of the approach has to be on Sunday for the Eagles to come away victorious?
They have to get off to a good start. I mean, goes without saying, no turnovers. But I just think no matter how they start, whether it's fast, whether it's lukewarm, they got to keep their foot on the gas. They have to. Each of Kansas City's Super Bowl wins, they've been behind at the half. So does the superstition come into play? The Eagles should be losing at the half in order to win the game? I don't know. But seriously, though, they have to keep their foot on the gas, stay to who they are, run their offense, make Kansas City stop Saquon Barkley, come hell or high water. Okay. If they don't, you have the weapons to still score against them. And then defensively, they just have to stay disciplined. They have to stay disciplined, cover Kelsey, and not let Mahomes get those 3rd and 8s, get those 3rd and 4s, even a 4th and 2, get off the field against Mahomes, even if they're going forward. And I think they'll be okay. And I just think the X factor is, unlike 2022, unlike Super Bowl 57, I really think they have the personnel pound for pound, man for man, to close the deal and beat Kansas City. Because, you have to have a wooden stake and a mallet to beat the Chiefs. So I do think they have those tools this time around.
I'm excited. I know you're excited. OJ, this has been phenomenal. We'll definitely have to do this again. Let everybody know where they can follow you. Check out all your work you're doing for the Philly Tribune. And again, best of luck with the Pen and Pencil Club Awards. A
Thank you, Kyle.
nomination well worth it for my friend OJ Spivey.
Thank you, Kyle. You're so very kind. My pleasure for being here. You can check out all my work at phillytrib.com, and I'm always on social media, whether that's Twitter, X, OJ Philly. I'm on IG at OJ Philly as well, and I'm even over on Blue Sky. So check me out at OJ Philly over there as well. So thank you so much for having me. It was fun.
Big thank you to OJ for hopping on this episode, kicking off our big game, big guests lineup. OJ's the best. I mean, he's in the locker room every single week covering this team and boots on the ground. And when I met him this summer, when he and I both filled in at PHLY on their Philly show, he and I just had instant chemistry in that studio together. I knew OJ and I were going to be like that for a long, long time. Super, super happy to have him on the show. Won't be the last time OJ is on our airwaves whatsoever. He's truly the best. If you're not following him on social media, do yourself a favor and fix that at OJ Philly across the board. But Harrison, the big game brings out the big performances. And I talked about it a little bit with OJ, but I think it's a fun topic that we get caught up in the national media just bashing our team.
Yep.
But the Super Bowl always delivers that one random player.
Yep.
Who goes off, has a performance. And I brought it up to OJ that you guys just heard. Super Bowl 52, Brandon Graham obviously makes the most important play in Eagles history, but it's Derek Barnett that comes up with the fumble recovery. Nobody ever expected that from a rookie defensive end in Derek Barnett to come up with the fumble recovery. You look at last year, Juwan Jennings, if the 49ers win that game, he's probably the Super Bowl MVP.
Yep.
Who, in your opinion, is kind of that obscure, out of left field type of player in this game that steps up and really makes a name in Philadelphia Eagles lore by being the guy in Super Bowl 59?
All right, call me crazy, and you might have to after this. I could see Jahan Dotson doing
I
something.
knew you were going to say that. I knew you were going to say it.
I could see Dotson doing it. I really
That's
could.
your Big Ten shining through.
That's my Big Ten shining through. Like, he is such an underrated receiver, and he hasn't been getting looks because we have two of the best wide receivers in the NFL and also one of the top tier tight ends in the NFL, and Saquon Barkley, which it cannot be overlooked.
Say Sean Barkley.
No, Saquon Barkley. But watch him get left open because everybody's going to be looking at AJ and Devontae and Dallas and Saquon. And he's just going to be left open on the side of the field like, hey, give me the ball. I can run for a 70-yard score here. He really could come through in the weirdest way possible. And I really have a feeling if we have a random player go off, he'll be the Corey Clement.
It's another good pull. OJ brought up Oren Burks, which I love that.
I can see that too. I
love that.
Yeah.
My brain is just going with a guy who I believed in since draft night. From the moment I heard him pick up that call from Howie Roseman.
Yeah.
J-LIX Hunt.
Okay, yeah, I could see J-LIX Hunt having himself a day too.
Like, what's up, Big Pimpin'? Like, J-LIX Hunt.
He was meant for Philly.
I fucking love that guy so much.
It's a dog.
And he has had such a great postseason.
Yeah.
And I think it can only get better. And it sounds weird saying this, that with Brandon Graham coming back, you would think that would limit opportunities for J-LIX. But I also think J-LIX Hunt and Nolan Smith are going to get opportunities to play like a hybrid linebacker, like I told OJ, and fill in for Nakobe Dean's absence in some packages that allow you to give different looks and get after Patrick Mahomes with a more physical presence coming off the edge, and allow Zach Bond to stay on Travis Kelce.
Yep.
Allow Oren Burks to remain in the middle of the field to kind of spy Patrick Mahomes. I think J-LIX Hunt has a real shot to like make a big play in this game. And I think I've been saying this since we found out the news. If BG does the thing where a key moment with about 2.5 minutes to go, and forces a big old sack on number 15 in red or in white in this case, Brandon Graham has the ability to go down as one of the greatest defensive players in Super Bowl history.
And also one of the greatest defensive players in Eagles history, if not the greatest.
Which I think he's already in that echelon.
I think
obviously, like Reggie White and Brian Dawkins are there, but BG would have the rings, and I don't think rings necessarily justify you being a better player because that's a team accolade, in my opinion.
Yeah.
But
if he gets the game-ending sack in both situations,
I said BG no matter what, but especially when the Eagles do what they are expected to do on Sunday.
Yep.
BG deserves a statue at the link.
Oh, absolutely.
And I know the Eagles don't do the statue thing all that much. They got the Philly statue. That's really it. But BG deserves a statue at the link.
There are, I want to say, 3 players in my lifetime that I can say absolutely deserve a statue at the link. Brian Dawkins, Yeah, I don't think he has one, does he?
No. I think the only
Well,
statue is the Philly statue.
Weapon X deserves a statue at the link. Absolutely. He just get him with the flying pose or him crawling out of the tunnel, something like that. Jason Kelsey deserves a statue as going down as possibly the greatest center in NFL history. And if Brandon Graham gets another game, Super Bowl winning sack to end his career, he deserves a statue as well.
Here's why, I think BG deserves it above all. His story of his career
Yeah.
is one of the most Philadelphia stories of all
Overlooked,
time.
undervalued.
Undersized, in
Yep.
between linebacker, defensive end coming out of Michigan.
Yep.
Eagles really need a safety. 2 years removed, Brian Dawkins going to the Broncos. Everyone's still mad at the Eagles for letting Brian Dawkins go. Earl Thomas right there in front of you. You could draft Earl Thomas, be the next one.
Yep.
And Andy Reid drafts Brandon Graham. And we're like, who the fuck is Brandon Graham?
Yep.
Real ones remember Brandon Graham wore 54 his rookie year too.
Right.
I really want a number 54 Brandon Graham jersey so badly.
I want a number 2 Jalen Hurts jersey so bad too.
And then BG comes in, tail end of Andy Reid.
Yep.
Goes to the playoffs, the one Michael Vick year where Vick should have won league MVP over Aaron Rodgers, I think it was. But I digress. Right. And then Andy gets fired.
Yeah.
BG's around for Chip Kelly, and you don't know how long BG is going to be here because there were rumors. People forget. You might have been too young to remember this because this was like 2014-ish, I want to say. So what grade were you in 2014?
Early 2014 or late 2014?
Like summer 2014.
I was going into high school.
Okay, so you probably don't remember this full blown, but I was in college at that point. And there were rumors Brandon Graham was going to go to the Giants.
I do not remember that at all.
There was rumors, but we almost did not re-sign BG in the Chip Kelly era, and he was going to go to the Giants, but we ended up working out a contract for him. And then Chip gets fired in 2015 at the end of the year.
The best possible thing that's ever happened to the Eagles franchise.
Doug Peterson comes in. BG resurrects his career.
Yep.
Has the most important play in Philadelphia Eagles history to this point occur. Yep. And then not only goes through the Doug era, has stayed a mainstay and has gotten better during the Nick Sirianni era with a revolving door of defensive coordinators. And his goal coming into his career was to play 15 years. This was year 15 for BG. He lived his personal dream to a degree. Obviously got injured and wasn't the final swan song season he wanted. But he was a player that was, for lack of a better term, he was hated for being drafted where he was.
Yeah.
At that point in the draft, first round, I think 10th overall, 12th overall. I remember that. I remember watching that draft and being like, who is Brandon Graham? And people online just disgusted with the pick.
Yep.
And he was pick 13 in the first round. And then he goes and evolves his career and stuck with it and never wavered being here. It's not like he had any ill will with coaching changes to the fans. And then has the most iconic and important play in franchise history. That guy having that play from where he came from to start his Eagles career, his NFL career, to play an entire 15-year career with one team is special. That doesn't happen in sports. And I said the same thing about Jason Kelce and Fletcher Cox. Those guys staying here for their entire career is not normal. Brandon Graham doing that is not normal. Lane Johnson doing that is not normal.
Mm-hmm.
And Brandon Graham is just such a special player. When you think of Mount Rushmore Eagles, and I know we talk about Reggie White a lot, and this is not to slander Reggie White whatsoever, but he was not my lifetime on the Eagles. Like, if I'm not mistaken, and if he was, it was like early when I wouldn't remember.
Yeah.
And genuinely, Reggie White had more success in his career with the Green Bay Packers than he did with the Philadelphia Eagles. Yeah, Reggie White was with the Eagles from 1985 to 1992.
Yeah.
Like, I remember Reggie White from pictures as a Philadelphia Eagle. I remember him playing as a Green Bay Packer in my early stages of life. Like, Brandon Graham to me is a Mount Rushmore Eagle.
Easy.
Like,
at least
it's
for
Dawkins, our lifetime. It's Dawkins, it's Kelce,
Graham.
it's BG.
I think you got to put Nick Foles on there.
I'm between Foles and Fletch.
As much as I love Fletch, don't get me wrong, I fucking love Fletch. Like, he is one of the all-time great Eagles.
Like,
the only reason that,
like, the way I say I'm between them is, like, if you present the argument to me for your Mount Rushmore of either of those guys, I'm not going to knock you.
Yeah. The reason I say Nick Foles is he is, as of this point in the time, February 6th, he is the only quarterback in Eagles history to bring us a Super Bowl. And I feel like you need a quarterback on a Mount Rushmore because it's such an important position. It is important position.
Which is crazy that you can make the argument for greatest Eagles of all time and no quarterback is on that list yet.
Oh, yeah. I wouldn't put a quarterback on greatest Eagles of all time anywhere close. Like, you talk about the best quarterbacks in Eagles franchise history. You got Donovan McNabb, Randall Cunningham, Ron Jaworski, more recently, Nick Foles, Jalen Hurts, he who must not be named, who's currently on the opposing team sitting on the bench. But no, the greatest Eagle of all time for me, personally, Brian Dawkins or Jason Kelce.
It's still Brian Dawkins to me.
Mm-hmm. We'll see how time treats
but it's
Jason.
Like 1-1A.
Yeah.
Like, it's those two are kind of like here. But Brandon Graham is
he gets one more Super Bowl. I think
he's got one. He's like the zombie gif of the hand punching out of the grave.
Yep.
Brandon Graham's right there.
Yep. He's knocking on all those doors. He's the Grim Reaper. He's like, all right, I took down Fletch. Who's next? Jason Kelce. Boom. Who's next? Brian Dawkins. Boom. He could go down as the greatest Eagle of all time.
And he's just got so many fun, like, lore type of stories. Like, the amount of people he blocked on Twitter throughout his career. And then when the Eagles win, he gave his Twitter account to Jimmy Kempski to unblock everybody.
Yep.
Like, that's so fucking hilarious to think about, that, like, BG blocked thousands upon thousands of people and then gave it to a beat writer who's covered his entire career to unblock everyone. And Jimmy Kempski accidentally followed a bunch of people from Brandon Graham's account as well. So a lot of people got follows the night of the Super Bowl from Brandon Graham, which is also hilarious. Like, he's unbelievable. And I fucking love him. I hope he gets a chance to play in this game. We'll see how it all shakes out, obviously, the rest of the week. But I'm so, like, indebted to Brandon Graham. Like, Brandon Graham has been on this Eagles roster since I was a sophomore in high school.
Yeah.
Like, the year he was drafted was the tail end of my sophomore year of high school.
What was it, 2012, right?
2010.
2010. I was 10 years old, man.
2010. He was drafted in 2010 because it went BG was 2010, like the core four in 22s. BG was 2010, Kelsey was 2011, Fletch was 2012, and Lane was 2013.
And I just want to tell this story real quick because I don't know if I've ever told this on the pod. My mom used to work for Wakefern, which is the company that owns ShopRite. And she was a social media person for them. She went to all the stores and did photography and posts on their Instagram and like Facebook and all that good stuff. And Brandon Graham was having an event at one of these stores. And my mom, she does not like football at all. She thinks it's too violent, all that good stuff. So she supports us supporting the Eagles. So she's happy whenever the Eagles do well. But she is by no means a football fan. And I get home from school one day and she's like, "Hey, I just had an event at ShopRite and I met an Eagles player. And he was the nicest person I think I've ever met in my life." I'm like, "That's great. Who was it?" Expecting, a bench player or like a third stringer. She goes, "Some dude named Brandon Graham," and I just about shit my pants. Like, I think it was like the year before we went to the Super Bowl or like right around that time. And just knowing that my mom, a football hater, loved Brandon Graham speaks that much to his character. And I will forever and ever love Brandon Graham for that reason.
He's the best. And I mean, like, he's going to, even when the moment comes that he retires, he's going to live on through the Eagles because he already has a job with the front office that's been set up for the past couple of years. But he's connected to Cooper DeJean for announcing him at the draft. Like, as long as Cooper's on the Eagles, which I feel like will be a very, very, very long time,
I agree.
Brandon Graham will forever be remembered because of that. Just like Dallas Goedert is connected to David Akers. Like, those moments stick, and I'm just happy
They live on
BG
forever.
is feeling good. And NBC Sports posted an article about 8 hours ago saying he's feeling optimistic about playing on Sunday. So I just hope it's in a way that he feels good about playing, and it also doesn't disrupt what the Eagles have going on right now of playing so well with their current rotations and everything, which I'm sure BG and Vic Fangio have discussed at length with this whole process and making sure that it makes sense in the way that they're going to use Brandon Graham.
Yep.
I think with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, we got her. We fucking got her. A long time coming, but officially, we got my GOAT, my president, my queen, the legend herself, Philly's iconic artist, which there's a fun little thing in there, Harrison, that I can't wait to tell you about once we come back from this sit down with this person that we are 100% going to do because it's too good to pass up. But ladies and gentlemen, Dhwani Saraiya on Underground. We're going to have a Dhwani museum in the studio.
Oh, hell yeah.
Because of all the artwork we have. Did you see her most recent piece, Harrison?
I believe I have, but let me double check her Instagram.
Jordan Mailata as Bane.
Yes, I did. I loved that. I loved it.
She is the best. We got Dhwani for 90 minutes. So sit tight, fasten your seatbelts, and enjoy the ride. Here is Dhwani Saraiya, the GOAT on Underground Sports Philadelphia, brought to you by our friends over at FOCO. We love FOCO here at Underground Sports Philadelphia. They are the leaders in forever collectibles, and they've got Eagles overalls. They've got Eagles velour tracksuits. They've got Eagles bobbleheads, Eagles gnomes, Eagles wall signs. Gear up. Get your man caves, your she sheds, your bedrooms, whatever it may be. Dress to the nines with our friends at FOCO. Use our links in the description Shop everything FOCO has to offer for the big game to support the Eagles all year round, and feel your comfiest with their velour tracksuits, their overalls, their shortalls, and everything in between. Again, use our links in the description. Shop with FOCO. We love FOCO and thank them for being a proud partner of Underground Sports Philadelphia. And now, without any further ado, here is the legend herself, Dhwani the GOAT.
At the Vineland Municipal Utilities, we understand that when our business community thrives, we all win. As a not-for-profit utility, our reliability, lower cost of operations, and flexibility in meeting customer needs make doing business in Vineland beneficial to your bottom line. What's more, we are able to do so while maintaining our commitment to environmental stewardship. We look forward to helping you achieve your business goals now and for years to come. Vineland, New Jersey, where it's always growing season.
All right, everybody, this has been a long time coming, but ladies and gentlemen, we got her. We got her. It's been in the works for quite some time, but no better way to do it than on Super Bowl week than to have the one, the only, the legendary
No.
Dhwani the GOAT, Dhwani Saraiya with us.
Hello.
Philly's own Dhwani. It's as LeBron James once said, it's about damn time.
Oh, God.
It's about damn time that we finally did this. No better way, like I said, to do it. Super Bowl week as the Eagles are getting set to tear down another dynasty and destroy and dismantle and dismember the Kansas City Chiefs, both figuratively and
Yes.
in my brain, somewhat literally. Happy to have you on. Welcome to Underground Sports.
Thank you. This is, like you said, a long time coming, and I'm excited. I know everyone else is also excited, so it's going to be fun.
I was pumped to see the pop that it got with the graphic we put out today. So very excited for this. And I think the first thing that comes to mind, because he's on my shirt, I have to ask, how did it come about that you sold artwork to Jalen Hurts for him to officially sell?
Oh,
Take me
man.
through that, because, and you don't have to give everything if there's some things that need to be left out, but just what is that process like for you as an artist? And we will definitely get into the artwork aspect, but I find it so fascinating that like it kind of slid under the radar a little bit that like
Yeah.
it's on Jalen's official website. You struck a deal with his team. Jalen Two Shoes official artwork from you on his website. How did that come about? What was the process like? And how surreal is it to know that the starting quarterback of the Philadelphia Eagles appreciates your artwork so much that he wanted to acquire said artwork to sell to his fans?
That's when you put it that way, like that's it's so crazy. I still don't think like it's fully registered. Like everything that's happened in the past year, I'm like, yeah, that happened, and then I kind of go on to do the next thing, but I haven't like fully taken time to really appreciate everything. But yeah, that was like the funniest thing to me because whatever game he wore those two shoes for the first time, like I posted a drawing right after the game ended. And it was so like silly because it probably took me like 25 minutes to draw. Like it was so quick. And I remember like posting it and then I went to like clean the bathroom and like do chores because it was a Sunday. And I come back to my phone and it has like 3,000 likes. I was like, what the heck, guys? I think I even replied to my own thing and I was like, guys, like what is this? And I think like the next day or the day after I got a DM from his agent, Nicole,
She's awesome.
who like she's such a rock star and like I appreciate her so much. She's a legend. Like go Nicole. But she messaged me and she was like, he really liked the drawing. Like, is it okay if we post it like on his page? And I was like, you do not need to ask me that. Like, you do whatever you need to. And then, so I knew he was gonna post it beforehand. And then obviously when he did, people were like, oh my God. And I was
Because
like,
he doesn't tweet that much either.
he does it. And like I think that's the other thing that I think my friend George also tweeted. He was like, like Jalen barely has tweeted like 3 times this year, and like this being like his fourth or fifth post, like really speaks volume to how much we've grown. And I was like, damn, when you put it that way, that's crazy. But yeah, he posted it, and then she sent me a message, and they wanted to talk more, and I was like, hit me up. Like, what do you need? Like, I'll give you
What
like
can I
whatever you
do for
need,
you?
anything. And then, they said that he really liked it, and they wanted to see if I would be open to giving that piece to them. And I was like, literally take it. Like,
Say
I don't
less.
need anything. Yeah, and then they made merch out of it, and that's really, really cool to see. I think the first time I saw it was I think Jalen did like a interview before like the NFL, like with the NFL, and he brought out the trainer who brought him those shoes, and he was wearing a hoodie with the shoes on it, and I was like, damn, that's sick. And then lately, I think a lot of the players have been wearing it. I think I saw Reed wearing it. Someone
Wayne
sent
was
me a
wearing
picture
it.
of Lane was wearing it. Someone sent me a picture of Jordan wearing it. So I
Yeah.
was like, this is crazy. And like I said, it still hasn't fully registered like the scope of it. So
Like, you've had
yeah,
the craziest year of a Philly sports fan that I think we can ever remember. You go from like the tail end of like 2022, you're getting commissioned by the Philadelphia Phillies to post playoff graphics of the starting pitchers,
mm-hmm.
to then like seeing your artwork pop up on there, to then you
God.
have a mural in Citizens Bank Park,
Yeah.
to Jalen Hurts and his team reaching out to you to purchase artwork from you. And that doesn't even go the other lengths of like Nick Castellanos' entire family just like having you on their payroll because they buy
It's
everything from you, and we
funny.
love them. We love
Shout
them
out
here.
Jess.
Jess is the
Yeah,
best.
she's dope.
But you have literally lived like 1,000 lives in like 15 months.
Yeah. That's why I'm like I don't know where the year went, and like everything happened so quickly. It was just like month after month something else was happening, and I was just steamrolling everything. So like I said, I still haven't really processed anything that's happened. And like even the Foles illustration I did for the Eagles,
Right.
like they bamboozled me so hard because listen, I drew that for them, and I was like, I'm so grateful for that already because like that's such a iconic moment in our like sports team history.
Right. In
Like
our
obviously that's such an
lives.
right, like we're gonna remember that like forever and ever. So already doing that was like, and having them post it, like that already was so insane. And then the person I was working with the Eagles sent me a DM, and he was like, "We have one more surprise for you." And I was like, "What now? What are you doing now?" And then I was like sitting at my desk, and I get a notification that they tagged me in a video, and I was like, "Oh God." And then dude, literally just sitting right here on my couch. I'm like looking at it, and I just like sat on the floor and started crying. So I was like, "What is happening?" And then obviously like my phone was blowing up from like every app, and I was like, I can't do
I was
this
gonna
right now.
say, like, you must have like Apple on speed dial to get your battery changed quite often,
I
because
actually just got a new phone because
the way your phone probably blows up at any given
it's
moment,
bad.
you're like Philadelphia's Banksy, because when a Dhwani drops on the timeline, like it's
It's nuts,
instant.
dude.
And
I did like mute my notifications because sometimes it gets really bad. And I just recently like, can I cuss on here?
fuck yeah, you can.
Okay. When I post like shit posts, like they're obviously like I'm joking, and then when they leave the circle, and I'm like, oh God, here we go. Like, what did I tweet the other day? It was it was the so Tiffany and Co makes the Super Bowl trophy,
Right.
and someone had posted a picture of the cover of it. And I'm gonna get into this because this really pissed me off. And technically,
Please
I'm
do,
right.
because I was
Technically,
laughing my
I'm right.
ass off reading that thread, and just the dead worm brains of Chiefs fans
Oh
that were
my God,
going
dude.
into
So
your mentions.
they posted a picture of the trophy with the cover on it, and it's a Tiffany blue. So obviously, I was like, oh my God, it's so close to midnight green, and it's like almost backwards. I'll get into that. But I tweeted something like, "Oh, it's an interesting color choice for the cover," and then my classic like side eye cow meme that I always
Hmm.
post. Like clearly, I was joking. I wasn't being serious because I don't think that because it had a Tiffany blue cover on it that the Eagles are going to win the Super Bowl. Obviously, put two and two together. Anyways, I posted that like as a shit post, obviously. I
Right.
hate when tweets leave my circle because like people got so mad. There was a Chiefs fan who was like, "I hope you're not being serious because in that case, like the Miami Dolphins are going to win the Super Bowl. Like you need to get your eyes checked." And I was like, "Okay, first of all, I will take that L because my eyes are horrible." She got me there. That's fine. But then I was like, the blue that Tiffany Blue uses is actually a lot greener
Yeah.
than Midnight Green because Midnight Green leans more blue.
Blue.
It's like almost backwards. And then I posted like my color palette on
Yes.
Procreate and I
I
was like,
love that. I
look.
love that.
So like the midnight green that I use to color, it leans blue and then when I use like the lighter version of it to do highlights and stuff, it's very similar to Tiffany blue. But technically I had a point and that's all I will say about that.
I was in your corner on that because when I'm making
Thank you.
thumbnails and I just put glow and highlight on people and pictures on the thumbnails, I do the same shit. So they
It's
can take
so
that L.
similar. Exactly. So you know what? We'll see on Sunday what happens.
Right.
And then I will get the last laugh.
I also love how ARPA Make It Sports also used that photo to then
I love
create
that account so
they're the
much.
best.
I get so mad when people like say that he's using AI, and I'm like,
He's
no, he's
not.
just like that.
I've literally had a conversation with him like in the
Mm,
DMs because we have been working for like a year to get him on the podcast, but I've
mm,
had to wait because he went on Pablo Torre's podcast.
yeah,
So I was like, okay, cool, that makes sense. But literally I've had a conversation. He's the nicest dude ever. And
he's
he literally told me,
he's
he's
a
like, it's just
genius.
stuff I've seen in person or in books or magazines, and I just remember it. And I'm like,
Like he
your
just
brain
his
needs to be
mind,
studied.
right? He's a genius,
It's unreal.
dude. And it's like I hate the assumption that it's AI because like
Ugh.
these artworks exist in real life, and like people are dedicated to learning about art and art history. And I feel like we're in such a time in society where like art isn't appreciated enough. It's
Mhm.
like I freaking love that dude.
He's the best.
Yeah,
Um,
so good.
Speaking of art,
Mm-hmm.
I know some people probably don't know the backstory of how you got into all of this.
Mm-hmm.
Just lay the land a little bit of like how this crazy ass life for you has like come to be
Mm.
just from starting out drawing the basketball team, as I like to refer to them right now.
Oh God. Yeah, I just come from a very creative family. Both my parents are musicians, so like growing up, I always used to doodle in like a journal. We didn't have smartphones back in the day, so I had to
Facts.
entertain myself somehow. I
Drawing those
remember I used to
Superman
like
S's on desks.
yep. I used to decorate paper airplanes and then throw them at my dad, like when they were performing, because they would take me obviously and like just be sitting in the corner, and I'm like, but like, yeah, and I always loved superheroes growing up. Spider-Man was my favorite, so I didn't really start drawing until high school, I think, and I'm sure a lot of my friends from high school can attest that I was always drawing in class on everything and anything. Um, And then in college is when I really got into basketball. I've told this story like a million times, but it was after March Madness had ended. Because obviously I went to Rutgers, so I was rooting for them. And then when it ended, I was like, okay, I need more basketball. What am I going to
Mhm.
watch? And then the Sixers were playing the Celtics, and I was like, oh, this is interesting. And like I live in Central Jersey, so like it's all like Knicks and Nets country out here. But I just had a thought like, what if I combine superheroes with basketball players? And then obviously that really took off. I think like the moment that like I thought this was going to be different, I had drawn colored pencil portraits of a few Sixers players who are no longer on the team, but that's fine. And I just drew them for the sake of drawing them. And my roommate at that time, and also my best friend to this day, she was like, "You should just post that and see what happens." And that at that time probably had like 80 followers on Twitter, so like no one cared. And like most of them were like friends from high school, so like no one was really into like the Philly sports culture at that time. I just posted it for the sake of it, and then my roommate and I went to an art club meeting, and then I was like looking at my phone, and then it was like starting to blow up, and I was like, what is happening? And then like a bunch of people who were like on Philly sports Twitter at that time like reached out. Josh Reynolds, who like is still my friend to this day, like he was like one of the first people that was like, this is sick, like we can do a giveaway if you want and like get more people looking at your stuff. And I was like, okay.
I honestly
And
think
then
that's how I found you, was Josh's
probably
giveaway. Like that
I
was
think
how you got put on my radar, I think.
yeah, and like so I just kind of started leaning more into drawing Sixers and combining them with superheroes, and like that's how the whole comic book cover series started, and that was like throughout, I want to say my senior year of college, so 2020. That was like also like just when COVID had started too, so I was
Right.
like, this is so weird. And then that summer is when it really started to pop off, and like people were looking at my stuff more, and I was like I feel like the community was starting to get built at that time. And then 4 years later, here we are. I don't know what happened. I feel like I blacked out for like 4.5 years, and now we're
Four and a
here.
half years later, Nick Foles is holding your artwork at the NovaCare
Yep.
complex, and Jalen
I don't
Hurts
know what
has
happened.
official collab merch with you that he
Yeah.
purchased from you. Like, it's so cool, and like I have always been like at the forefront of like the people I have met through this journey, because not to the levels of you where like you're interacting with these teams like on a daily basis almost.
So
Um,
crazy.
like I love seeing like the creators in Philadelphia, no matter what it is, whether it's artwork, whether it's, you're like creating music. Like I'm a huge fan of Roan, and I know a lot of people have a lot to say about Barstool, but like Roan is one of the most creative Philly sports fans out there, from
Mm,
his battle raps to what he does on the Pat Bev pod and everything. He's so talented. And, people in the podcast stuff, like people don't take into account how much work like goes into podcasting and
mm,
everything, and to keep it going. So like anytime I see a local podcast like get like a huge guest, or like they have an episode that like that stuff's cool to me. So like
yeah.
seeing like the creative space of our sports fandoms have all these, and like even fucking Dylan like making Michelin star food
You're right.
in a
Yeah.
tailgate lot, like that's creative, that's cool.
It's
And
awesome, dude.
I think we're just the most talented fan base, and that's no bias. Like I just don't see other fan bases
Mm,
do the wide variety of things that Philly sports
no.
fans do.
We really like have like creative outlets in every direction. Like it's crazy. Like anything that you could possibly think of people combining something creative with Philly sports, like you'll find it. Especially like in Philly, which is so crazy because like you can see like the growth of people from like the very beginning to like Dylan, for example, like he was just making it because he loves to do it, and now like he's going on like news and stuff. Like that's so cool to
My
see.
man fed Robert De Niro.
I was there.
I know you were.
I'm in the background with like my phone like
I love when
this.
you post the SpongeBob meme every time. It kills me.
Yeah, dude. That was so crazy too. Like I was just chilling in the parking lot, and then I hear like a commotion, and I'm like, "What's going on?" And then like luckily I was like in the exact perfect spot. And now that's like
Insane.
up there forever. Like that's sick.
Like it's just, and like that just like encapsulates what this season has been for the Eagles too. Is
Mm,
like we've had so many insane moments, from like, everyone bashing the Saquon signing off the rip, to
mm.
starting 2-2 and that local radio station calling for Nick Sirianni's head, and then Nick Sirianni shaves his head, and Many Men is playing at practice, and
Changed my
then
life.
he gets into a fun little banter with a fan that everyone's like, "Oh, is he losing his mind? He shaved his head. No, he's yelling at fans." And then the Eagles, in every game that Jalen Hurts starts and finishes, have won since that 2-2 start,
And just
and
like decimating their opponents.
destroying them, and
Crazy.
just the constant like doubter syndrome that every national, local, and in between media talking head has about this team, I think has just fueled us as fans and has fueled this team to where like the video at media night comes out and ESPN's on and they're talking about who's going to force an interception between Jalen Hurts and Patrick Mahomes in the game. And Jalen just looks at the TV and he's like, and then he just keeps
He's
walking.
taking that. That's bulletin board material if I've
next
ever
level
seen one.
locked in. And like this season's just been insane. And I think everyone in that national and local talking headspace, with an exception of a few, are still living in 2023. They still think the Eagles are like poised for a collapse and forget that like a new season started. Like,
but like that's what gets them clicks at the end of the day. Like
100%.
That's what people want. And I mean, it works on us too, because we see that and we get so mad. We're like, what the fuck is this? Like, why? And then obviously that's getting them clicks. But I feel like just in general, I know this is something that I want. I don't know if other people feel the same way, but I wish like in national media there were more like analytical people instead of like this gossip situation that we have across like everything.
Like
It's
the
just
View
like
for sports fans.
yeah, like honestly, like Us Weekly, like as a show like that, like what are we doing? Like I want to learn as a football fan, there's still a lot of stuff that I don't know. Like I watch games and I'm like, yeah, that works, but like I want to understand why that works. Or like Jalen calling audibles, like what does he see? Like break that footage down. I don't care about, oh my God, AJ Brown was reading a book on the sideline. Like who cares?
Right.
If it works, it works. And I guarantee you if it was any other player, they'd be like, oh my God, he's so locked in. Like you know, he's trying
so
to do his best. Right. But when AJ Brown does it, it's like he's such a diva. And I'm like, no, he's a like, what do you mean?
Like
What
I
do
have
you
said
mean?
this for the most part of the season, and I brought it up when we played the Steelers. The national and local media that do that type of shit think AJ Brown is what George Pickens is. Like George Pickens, wildly talented, but that motherfucker will crash out on you in an instant. Like, get him at the Royal Rumble next year, because that man will go insane.
Entrant number 30.
Him versus I Show Speed. Like he'll send I Show
God.
Speed through the damn wrestling ring. But like AJ's so humble and just wants to win, and he's catching footballs from his best friend, and people fail.
People
to
always
realize,
forget that they want like a crack in their relationship so badly just so they could be like, look, I told you so. But it's not like that.
Like Jalen Hurts is AJ Brown's daughter's godfather. Like
they don't care.
They are family. Jalen Hurts was at AJ Brown's draft party when he got drafted by the Titans. There's literal video footage of him in the background. It's crazy.
They don't care. They just want the clicks.
I know you'll get a kick out of this. Deebo Samuel is apparently at the Super Bowl wearing an AJ Brown Kelly Green jersey. to which our queen Key, Real Mama Eagle on the tweet machine quote tweeted with the Kendrick Lamar. He a fan.
That's perfect. You know what? Fine.
It's so good.
49ers fans are going to be real happy about that.
Oh man, it's gold. Deebo also looking a little hefty. Maybe they'll trade him. Maybe they'll give him the Luka treatment.
Oh, my poor guy. I can't believe they did him like that. Dude, I just saw a TikTok of you know how they had like Luca's poster on like poles in like the airport or something? I just saw a video of someone taking it down and like everyone was like looking at it and like two people were like crying and like they were like so sad. I was like, what? Why would they do that to him?
Like they're also talking about how he's 270. He's also 6'8".
He doesn't
like it's not like he's 5'7" and 270. He's 6'8".
Dude, I still can't believe it.
That's insane. We're also so pilled online as sports fans that we thought the biggest NBA insider that's active was hacked when they tweeted.
Do you know? My friend Aiden tweeted this. He was like, "Do you know how badly you have to mess up for people like everyone to think that a sports reporter was hacked? Do you know how bad a trade has to be for people to think Shams was hacked?" That's crazy.
So insane.
I couldn't believe it either, but I was like, Shams had tweeted something after it, and he was like, yeah, this is like 100% real. And I was like, wow.
It was nuts. That was like Twitter 1.0 reaction night.
Yeah. There's like some nights on Twitter that was just like,
You
you're
had to
never
be
gonna
there.
forget. Yeah. The jokes. It's just like everything's perfect at that point.
So here's my thing with you that I don't think I've ever like gotten to talk to you about it. How
Mm.
did you become a Philly sports fan? Because like you said, Central Jersey, which for you I'll
Mhm.
acknowledge exists.
It does. Acknowledge it for the sake that I live here. It
Right, for
exists.
you.
And there are Eagles fans here.
Correct.
There are some. So take that for what it's worth.
Correct. We claim those.
Yeah. Everyone else can fuck up.
So how did you fall in love with Philly sports? Like what was like the initial entry point, and then like was it like an all at once thing, or was it kind of like over time where it was like, I start off, here with one team and then
Mm.
I moved to the next? Like how did your Philly sports fandom kind of come to be?
It started with the Sixers. It was the year that they had those the Rocky jerseys. Because I saw
Mm,
that on TV and I was like, that's like cool. Like it looks like a sweatsuit. Like that's
mm-hmm.
sick. But like I've always been a sports fan, and living in Central Jersey, there was Met stuff there. I'm sorry, you guys. I don't claim that anymore. But I always like sports,
He's
so
reformed.
I am reformed. I never had any Mets clothing, but I'll just say there might have been a plushy Mets baseball in the house somewhere that I got for free, probably.
That's different.
Don't kill me. I'm reformed. But yeah, I always liked sports, and then when I saw those, I was like, this is sick. And I just kind of picked them as my team. And then obviously when I started drawing them, like I was getting a lot more eyes and like people within the Philly sports community. And then everyone was like, hey, draw the Phillies, draw the Flyers, draw the Eagles. So then I started doing that. And then I just became a fan by association. And I'm very grateful that you all accepted me, even though I live in New Jersey. So thank you.
Hey, I live in New Jersey too, so
People think it's New York country, but it's different.
it's
different
different
here.
down here.
Yes.
That's sick though, because I feel like it's so interesting. Like for me, like I've been a Philly sports fan since I came out of the womb. Like my parents were both Philly sports fans, and like that's just how I grew up. And then like you meet different people and how their fandoms like come to be, and it's very funny because like I just picked a Premier League soccer team to start rooting for, and it's like I'm 31 years old, and here I am picking a new fandom that has nothing to do with like the Philadelphia area whatsoever.
Yeah.
Let's see how this goes.
That's
So
the beauty of sports.
right, and I think that's so fun, and like to see how it like kind of unraveled for you in like the best way possible too. Is like you start
Yeah.
drawing the Sixers because you liked a jersey. I think that's a
Yeah.
cool like connecting point to like know when your fandom started and everything, and then
Yeah.
it just
Like at that point,
snowballs
I don't
from
even
there.
know any other players. I just liked what the jerseys looked like. And I have this snap story from when the Eagles won the Super Bowl. And like that at that time I was like kind of getting into it, but like obviously wasn't like a huge diehard like I am now. I have a snap story of me taking a picture of the TV, and it just says "Let's go Eagles." So I was a fan back then. I
Now,
was. I have proof.
Windhorse fingers. Now, why would
No, exactly.
What's going on in Central Jersey?
And like when I was in college, some of my friends like went to Drexel, so like obviously my friends and I would go visit them. So like I always had a connection to Philly. I liked going there. So it kind of ended up working all right.
That's awesome. And now I'm just thinking about it. I'm like, man, you would have thrived during the Mike Scott Hive era.
Yeah, I like just had gotten into it when that was like at its peak, and I did meet like a few people, and I did actually draw him, I think, with the headband on, but that was like when it was
That was like
going down a bit.
That was like our first pop. We had
Yeah.
Mike on when he first got traded here before anybody, and it like made its way to Reddit and all that
Yeah.
kind of stuff. He said
You've been there
his
since
one
the
quote
beginning.
was like, "You're either with us or you're against us, and if you're against us, it's fuck you, fuck them, fuck all of y'all. We don't give a
That
fuck
is
about
so
nobody
real.
but us." And I'm like, that's the realest shit ever. And then he shows up to, this is like right before COVID, the 2020 All-Star game. He had like a watch party at like a bowling alley in Philly that he rented out and everything. You had to get tickets for it. I got a ticket. I show up. I'm just talking to Graham Foley, and Mike walks in with Alex Subers, with Sixers front office people, his agent, who I love, like all these other people from the organization. And he's like talking to people, and people just start coming up to me and they're like, "Yo, Mike Scott's wearing your hat." And I was like,
Yo, let's
"What?"
go.
I was like, "Excuse me?" And this is when like Alex McIntyre was also like working for Mike in like a freelance role, like taking photos for him and everything. And I'm like, "Excuse me?" And then he comes up, pauses my conversation with Graham, turns around to show me that he's rocking an Underground Sports hat. And I was
Oh
like,
man,
I had no idea he
he
was
was
doing it either. And I was like, you are the fucking realest human alive. Like, thank you.
yeah, he was so dope. Like I do miss him a lot. And like that's the thing, like players who do that, and I'm just like, damn, like you're so real. You know, like
It's the best.
just showing love back to the fan base and like just being like a cool person that you can hang out with. Like that's so sick.
It's the coolest stuff. And like I feel like our athletes for the most part like get that, and like they want to be that, and
Yeah.
kind of just like be ingrained with what's going on in the fandom, which I find so unique to anywhere else. And like I feel like this Eagles team is like, when they get this job done on Sunday, like this team is going to go fucking bonkos in the streets.
Berserk. I can't
Like,
wait.
I
I need
can't
it to
wait.
happen so badly.
Like,
I'm gonna be so depressed if I have to wake up Monday morning and
we
it didn't
had
go
to
the
battle
way.
through 2022. Let's just say that. We cannot.
Dude, 2022 was bad. Like it was just back to back to back, just like punch in
Two
the
in
gut.
one
Like just
day.
getting.
2 in 1 day.
How did we get through that? That was like
And
that
then
was
like
bad.
a couple months later, biggest stage. Oh yeah, some old man decided to paint the field wet. Fucking sod father. I hope he never sees the light of day.
He ruined my life.
Literally. Terrible. Horrendous.
Yikes.
Obviously, like, we love Jalen Hurts, but I feel like normal, rational Eagles fans all love Jalen Hurts. Who's your favorite Eagle on the team right now?
Oh man, I have a few. I think AJ Brown is like up there. Not just because he's a great player, but he's just a good person. And
Mhm.
especially like when he's talking about his mental health struggles and like being so open about it, like that just makes me love him so much more. And he's just like a real like down to earth dude. And
He's
like
just so happy all the time.
I ride for him so hard because I hate the way that the media talks about him.
Mhm.
Because he's not like that at all.
And I loved
Like
when
he's
he went on that radio station and put them in a body bag for
Yep.
20 minutes. It was the greatest
Yep.
thing I've ever listened to in my
Like
life.
that's my goat, man.
I was like,
Yeah, I
you are.
love him.
I was like saluting to him. I was like, you are my president forever.
Listening to it on your headphones, just standing up in
I
the
was like,
middle of a
I
room.
was like ready. It was like Dreams and Nightmares was playing, but it was just AJ Brown eviscerating some bozos.
I love him. I really like all of them. It's just like a good group of guys. I love CJ. He's just a funny
I'm so
guy.
happy he's back.
Yeah, this
He's
is where
another
he
one
belonged
that
this
like
whole
the
time.
media like tries to, and it's more like the national media from when he was in New Orleans, like trying to say he's a hothead and like can't, stay focused, and like you can tell the difference between last year, this year, and when he was here in 2022, like how important he is to the locker room.
Yeah. I mean, like we needed a player like him. Like that's very important. So I was very happy he's back. And like Saquon. I mean, what is there to say? The only thing I have to say about him, I can't believe he hasn't been an Eagle his whole life.
Literally. It
Like,
feels very Bryce Harper.
Yes, exactly. Like, it's just, it hasn't even been a full, has it been a full year since he got signed?
It'll be a year in March.
We're getting there. Yeah. Like, the amount of just, he's so good. And he just gets this place so much. Like, New York, man. What
Look
did
what they
you do
did
to
to
my
my
boy?
boy.
What did they do to my boy? And it's so funny because, like, obviously, everyone growing up around me, Giants fans. So seeing them react to everything that was going on. And like when Saquon would have his like insane touchdowns, I always posted it on my story. And like I see like Giants fans seeing it, and I'm like, I see you. Thanks
The
for
best.
Saquon.
Yes, I love our good friend Mark. His just tweet thread the whole season. Thanks for
Oh
Saquon
man.
at Giants.
He's so funny. He
He's the
also had a
best.
tweet. He just recently like rehashed it, but it was when Saquon had first signed with the
Mhm.
Eagles, and like everyone in the replies
Oh yeah,
to him.
the replies were insane.
Like in hindsight, that's so bad.
So bad.
See, but like stuff like that, any player that goes through that like real redemption process, not like the Chiefs player, but like
Mhm.
having people say that he's injury prone, he's never gonna go anywhere, like overpay, stuff like that. And then for his Saquon to come out and just have like an insane like MVP season, his first year on the Eagles, I'm like, damn, I love
Like
that shit.
we have so many of those guys on the team this year too, and I know it's
Yeah.
not like to the magnitude of like 2017 where it was like injury after injury and like guys just stepping up and like that underdog story, but like we've had so many guys on this team this year just be doubted from the jump, whether it's Saquon, the Nolan Smith
Dog.
like legacy tour this year has been
Mhm.
my favorite thing to watch because I believed in Nolan Smith from the moment I saw that behind the scenes video the Eagles posted N'Kobe Dean's at his draft party and says, "Hey N'Kobe, I got green socks on," and they just lose their minds. I was like, he was born to play here, and
Yeah.
people just doubting him after a year of Sean Desai and Matt Patricia being his defensive coordinator. Like, what are we talking about?
Look at him now.
Like questioning CJ Gardner-Johnson's ability to stay healthy coming back to the Eagles and everything, to starting rookie corners all season, questioning Jordan Davis and Jalen Carter, to like obviously Jalen Hurts getting belittled and badgered every single day of the week this entire year. Like
It's just been nonstop too. And I'm like,
the
it's
questioning
either
of Cam
nonstop
Jurgens, like
or they flip-flop constantly.
right.
And I'm like, make a decision. Like you say something one week and then you're saying the complete opposite the next week. Like, do you think we're stupid? Like, what's the point of this?
Like we
It
keep
pisses me off
receipts.
so much.
It's so crazy.
It's like it's the three guys that are on one show that I'm like,
Name drop them. Name drop them.
no.
Name drop them.
Everyone knows.
I'll name
Everyone
drop
knows.
one because I actually have met this person. Nice guy in person. But after the video that came out this week of the way he eats fucking Reese's peanut butter cups, Dan Orlovsky, what the fuck are we doing, pal? Just
At
buy
that
a jar
point-
of peanut butter.
Exactly. Or those peanut butter packets? It's like Justin's
Yes.
peanut butter. Just get that.
It's not that hard.
Why are you desecrating one of the
Like
goated
nibbling.
candies of all time?
Like
That-
nibbling like Squidward eating a
Ew.
Krabby Patty. Like, what are we
Ew.
doing?
Oh my god, that meme
Oh.
where it's just like him.
Yeah, like his teeth, like horse teeth.
God. Shout out Beyonce, because she said, I'm not gonna repeat those words, but I did post a meme about it.
Real.
It's on her song Heated. Go listen to it. And
I know
what
you're a
I'm
big
talking
music fan too.
about. Oh yeah. Well, obviously, parents are both musicians.
How excited are you for the halftime show?
I'm so excited.
Because I feel like the initial reaction to Kendrick Lamar being announced as the halftime performer, whenever that was announced, people don't realize how fucking talented Kendrick Lamar is, that he is going to turn this halftime show into one of the greatest of all time.
Yes, I agree.
Like,
I think it's more like I don't know if it's like really my place to say this, but like I feel like people always assume that like hip hop and rap aren't like good genres to perform at the Super Bowl with, but like remember Dr. Dre and Snoop? That
pretty
was
cool.
insane. That was
50 Cent was
so
upside
good.
down.
At his
Like,
big age.
literally
That's
upside
crazy.
down. My man was Tobey Maguire in 2002, waiting
But like
for
Kendrick has hits, man. And like that's not me
Um,
just being a Drake hater, but like
he won a Pulitzer Prize.
what do you mean Kendrick doesn't have hits?
And like people saying that, it's like, do you realize Kendrick's been doing this since like 2008? Like,
Right.
I found Kendrick in 2011, and have been listening to
Yeah,
him
I think
since.
same around.
And like I've seen him live in 2013 at Made in America in Philly in front of the Art Museum, and he brought out his entire TDE lineup to open for him before his performance. So it was Absol, J-Rock, SZA, who nobody knew who SZA was then,
Look at her now.
Schoolboy Q, and then Kendrick. Kendrick literally was about to perform Mad City, drops the beat, and then tells his entire instrumentals to stop playing because the crowd energy was not where it needed to be.
Oh no.
He
How could you
said-
not be pumped for
He
that?
s- It was loud, but he said, nah, cut that shit. Cut that shit. He said, I know y'all got your hair did. I know you got your good clothes on. You going to sweat that shit out. He was like, that last
That's
one
a
was a 10.
performer,
I need
dude.
y'all to take it up to a 15. So when this beat drops,
Damn.
you will be the livest city. And then it drops. I've never been in a louder environment in my life.
That's so sick, dude.
I genuinely go back and watch that performance on YouTube 6 times a year because it just gets me juiced. I'm like, this is the cool, like, to have that power with a microphone on stage to just be like, stop playing my music, we're doing this again. I'm like, that's power.
That just gets you so much more amped too. I think it's gonna be great.
His hits before this whole Drake beef,
yeah,
are immaculate.
Did no one listen to Damn?
Like,
or Mad City? Like, what are we doing? What are we doing here?
Swimming pools? Hello?
People just don't get it. And you know what? That's fine. I think you're an idiot, but like, whatever.
Now, will he drop the P word on the halftime show?
Okay, I don't...
Because they did at the Grammys.
The way that was timed so perfectly, too. And like, if you watch the clip of it, it's so funny. Because he like goes to handshake one of his friends and like something drops. And like, if he hadn't done that, it wouldn't have happened. But like, see, it was meant to be. It was fate.
Can we also just like address the fact that he was wearing a Canadian tuxedo at the Grammys?
I didn't know what that was, but when I understood, I was like, damn.
It was all denim, which is a Canadian
he's
tuxedo.
Such a hater. Which is the funniest thing, because he's such a like cutie. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
like, he's
like such a good person. Like,
yeah, he's dope.
He's all about community and like uplifting people. But I would never want to be on Kendrick's bad side in my life.
Dude, getting 5
he
Grammys.
accepted 5 Grammys for a diss track in a Canadian tuxedo, which if you don't know what that is, it's when you wear all denim. And Drake's from Canada, and his tour stop in Toronto this year is on Canadian Father's Day.
Oh my God. What a guy. I don't think he'll say it, but I think the crowd is.
He'll probably say it, and they'll do like the delay on the TV, and it'll get censored.
Yeah, maybe. But listen, that song is coming, so.
And it might come twice.
Hater. It might come 3 times. Who knows?
He played it like 9 times at his pop-up show.
That was the funniest thing ever. And like being on Twitter while that was happening live.
Oh my. Yeah. Had to be there.
Generational moment in time.
Like the fact that Russell Westbrook and DeMar DeRozan were on stage for that.
He played it twice and we were like, oh my God, like that was crazy. And then we were like, wait, a 3rd time? A 4th time? And he just kept going. Oh my God, it was so good.
Oh,
but like, he has hits, man. I don't care what you think. I know.
It's so good. Now, speaking of music, because I'm also in the midst of making the hype video from us.
Ooh.
It may or may not be synced up to one Kendrick Lamar.
Give it to me.
What song do the Eagles run out of the tunnel to? I have been long thinking about this. I don't know what it'll be. I just know that, and I appreciate the hell out of Gilly. And the blow the whistle thing has been very fun. That's a post-victory song.
I 100% agree with that.
It's not a run out of the tunnel at the Super Bowl song.
You need something a bit more emotional for the...
Which is why I feel like they should run back Dreams and Nightmares.
I honestly agree with you on that. I think... I mean, that song, like... You play that at any part of Philadelphia, people are
in unison.
Yes. Like when I think it was the game against the Rams in the playoffs, and I was at the casino watching the game with my friends. And like towards the end of the game, they played that song. Literally everyone in the casino, even if they were playing something, everyone was
Mm-hmm.
turning up to that. I feel like it's timeless. You can't go wrong with that.
Like
And
when
like,
you have
dude,
Meek tweeting
imagine
about wanting to go and play it live in front of City Hall when they won against the Commanders.
it's a timeless song. You can't go wrong. But like, also think about if they do end up doing the thing, like the comparison, like edits, like from 20, like it's crazy.
That all started for me
Please.
when Nolan Smith ran out of the tunnel in the Kobe's jersey.
Yeah,
Because it flip-flopped Jason Peters' numbers.
the side by side is gonna go hard.
Hard.
It's like stupid hard.
And like I just keep playing in my brain that like we're gonna get one of these from a certain number 55.
Mm-hmm.
And I just need it because I was talking to somebody about this and I said if he does that, he goes down in history as one of the greatest Super Bowl players of all time.
Yes. Yes. 100%.
Like the fact that he's battled back from that injury at the position he plays and is ready to play in the game is insane levels of just like legendary from Brandon Graham. And I know the Eagles don't do the statue thing all that much. Brandon Graham deserves a statue outside the link.
They should just start making a bunch of them. Especially if they do the thing.
Like he deserves a statue. Like his career trajectory. Like I remember when he got drafted in 2010 and everyone was disgusted that we drafted a defensive end over Earl Thomas because Brian Dawkins had just left and we needed a safety. And then for him to go through the tail end of Andy Reid, through the Chip Kelly era, to making the greatest and most important play in Eagles franchise history to date under Doug Peterson, to now rounding out his career. Like he's played for the four head coaches of my lifetime.
Yeah.
Brandon Graham has played for them.
Like,
Like
you got one last time.
That's insane to me that like he's overcome so much and he's ready to
battle it out again.
Play in this game. Like
yeah.
when nobody thought that would even
that he
be
was
like
even going to come
possible.
back. Right? I just feel like, and this is definitely my delusion talking, there are just so many pieces that it just feels like it's going in the right direction. And like it's all leading up to the thing happening.
Mm-hmm.
And if it doesn't, I don't think I felt this way in the last time. Like
neither did I.
Last time, like they kept winning games, and I was like, "Damn, like this is crazy." Like there was definitely hype, but like it didn't feel like the way it does now, where it's just like the fact that I feel confident is crazy for a Philadelphia sports team.
Like I don't even feel confident as a fan. I feel confident in the team.
Yeah. Yeah.
If that makes sense.
You know how rare that is for us to
like
say
2022,
that?
I felt confident like that we were gonna like go out there, compete, and win. But I also had like a little bit of like hesitancy. This year, I've just felt like I said it. I was at like a family party after the Bucks game, I want to say, around that time. And it was like when the Sirianni chatter was happening, I was like, I think he's a damn good coach. Like, it would be a mistake to fire him. Like, that's reactionary. And people are like, are you sure? Like, blah. And I was like, no, they're going to go on a run, and I think they can do the thing. And they were like, are you for real? I was like, yeah, this team's really fucking good. And week after week after that Bucks game, they just kept
winning,
piling on. And it's like, oh, maybe a team that has brand new coordinators and a brand new running back and a brand new center and a bunch of rookies starting on defense and new players on defense, maybe it takes a little time to get a little chemistry going and get rocking. And I love the quote this week that came out that Nick Sirianni was the one that said to put Mekhi Becton at right guard. I was like, oh, maybe he does know a thing or two. maybe he's not some idiot who's just, yelling
on the sidelines.
Oh, it made my heart so warm. Like I love, like he's another part of that too. Like Nick Sirianni,
they don't get to where they are without him. Yeah,
like from the moment he became the Eagles coach, and the whole like watering the flowers and everything, and people clowning him for that, and then the collapse last year, and then shaving it. Like, he's always doubted, and yet we talk about all these other coaches who, like, I think are good coaches, but like we put like the Sean McVays, the fucking Kyle Shanahan, Dan Campbell, like, as like these elite, like, Hall of Fame trajectory guys, and I'm like,
Yeah.
Nick Sirianni's like doing the same shit, if
two
not
Super
better.
Bowls in 3 years.
2 of
by
them
the way.
things, like,
2 of them.
been in the
Dude,
playoffs 4 straight years, like.
When as soon as they won and we knew that they were going to the Super Bowl, there was this Cowboys fan that had tweeted something about Sirianni, and I was like, first of all, focus on your mess over there. Second of all, 2 Super Bowls in 3 years. So, like, let's relax.
2 of them
Okay?
things.
2. The fact that it's just all the doubt that's always, I'm just like, what else do they have to do? And I know what they have to do. If they get the thing done, I'm gonna be so unbearable. Like, I'm ready. Just give me what I need so I can continue.
So excited, like, and it's just perfect that it's on Saquon and Cooper's birthday. Like, 2 guys who have been so pivotal to like this season being what it was. Like, when Cooper started playing in the slot, like, the defense completely changed from when
He's
Avonte
so
Maddox
good,
was
and
there.
he's just a rookie. Like, that's crazy.
And he's just a sweet little guy, like this sweet
He
little
really
Midwest
is.
boy who
From
looks
Iowa.
like Clark Kent. Like,
He's just, I feel like that, I feel that way about our entire team. Like, it's just a bunch of guys who love each other, and they all have a singular goal that they all work for. Like, when you watch those unscripted videos that the Eagles put out,
so good.
and like they're in that team room, and like coach is just like, the things that he says, I'm like, damn, like, how can you not be inspired to like go out there and like give it your best?
And then it
that's what
reflects,
they've
like,
been doing.
even in like the Tiny Mike videos, you see it.
Yeah.
Like, just how much fun they have, just like clowning on each other and like just being goofballs.
That's how you know that they're
It's so
besties.
good. It's so good. And then, like, I love like Isaiah Rodgers' tweet after they beat the Commanders. Like, someone said, because obviously he was suspended with the Colts for gambling. Someone said, from the bet slip to the championship, and I said, put that on a t-shirt. That's so good.
Man, that's the thing with like the whole team too. Like, it's just a bunch of people who have been doubted. Like Zach Bond. Oh my God, Zach Bond.
Blank check him right now. Like,
give him whatever he wants. He cannot leave this city.
Everything.
It's
My
just like,
beautiful
it's so
bald
perfect.
man. Oh, he's so good.
My Shayla.
He's
It's
the best.
perfect, bro. I really need it. Just for like my own mental health sake, for all of our mental health sakes. I can't do it again. I can't go through that again, especially not against the Chiefs. I can't do it.
I can't have three-peat shoved down our throats. And like, I was disgusted. And like, I like Taylor Swift. I think she's wildly talented, like, not dissing her. But my brain, seeing some of these people online when she had the T dangling from her leg, I'm like, I'm like, y'all do realize her name starts with a T, right?
No.
It don't necessarily
like...
gotta be for that
Travis.
man. Like, her name also starts with a T.
Yeah.
That's where
I
my
hate,
brain went.
like I said, yeah. I hate that, like, everything she does now has to be tied back to him. Like, she's her own person. Like, she's a legend in music, whether you like her or not. Like, her impact is like crazy. Like, not everything she does has to be about him. She has her own life.
And I like
let her
Travis.
be.
I think Travis is wildly, like, fun. He's talented, like, great football player. But I need Zach Bond to just bash his beautiful bald head right into Travis. I need him to lay him into that turf.
I think it's got to be Bond, the one that has to do it.
Do you want a fun stat that nobody is talking about?
Hit me with it.
I don't know if you saw this on the timeline, and I apologize to whoever posted this on the timeline, but I have been running with this since I've seen it. in this era of Chiefs football, so from the time they've won their first Super Bowl and everything to now,
Mm.
the Kansas City Chiefs have never played a game against Saquon Barkley.
I think I saw that.
2021 was the
crazy.
only time the Giants have played the Chiefs in this like time frame, and Saquon was out injured.
You know what that
You
reminds
can
me
only
of?
prepare so much
Yeah.
and watch so
Dude.
much film and simulate Saquon Barkley to your best ability. But when you have the best offensive line in football blocking for that beautiful, thick, tree trunk legged man, good fucking luck.
You know what? Godspeed to you. That's all I
Like,
have to say.
good
Godspeed.
luck. But that's crazy to me that nobody like in the headline discussions of this game, nobody's talking about that.
Well,
Like,
you know why they're not talking about that. They
they'd
want to
rather talk
give.
about Jalen Hurts having pretty privilege
Ooh, sorry. Yeah,
than
exactly.
actual game talking ball.
That's like the most irritating thing for me. It's like I don't care about all this gossip shit. Like, teach me about football. Teach me about
Mhm.
the inner workings of it. That's what I want to see. I want to see the technical sides. Like,
And don't show
and
me
it's
dots. I don't want to see
yeah.
dots running up and down a two-dimensional screen. I can do that myself. I want to
I
see
want
where
to learn
hand
more.
placement
Like,
is. Like,
dude, like with F1 too, like there's so much that goes on and like even just watching a video that's like going through like the physics of an F1 car, like that's so interesting to me. Like we need stuff like that about football. Not
bring
all
back John Brenkus and sports science.
that's what I want to see. I don't want to see all these wannabe Stephen A. Smiths trying to get their clicks online. Like it's so frustrating. And it always has to be either Jalen Hurts or AJ Brown or
Mm-hmm.
something else. Or Nick Sirianni. It's always one of those three. Like
All the time. Or they bring
like
up Jalen Carter and like him playing at Georgia, and then they try to slander his name.
the most frustrating thing about like all the Hurt slander too is that he never like fires back.
No,
He keeps to himself. He's focused on one thing, which is winning, and he does that perfectly. And you still slander him. Why?
like when they do the thing, and I keep saying
I
when,
love that we won't say what it is.
I can't wait to have in my back pocket whenever somebody tries to slander him, just posting a photo of him with you know
Dude,
what on the you know what.
I told my friends, I was like, if they do the thing, the photo that he posts, I know it's gonna be stupid hard.
It is going to hit harder than pure meth.
It's gonna
Like,
be that and whatever quote he decides to say
oh,
post game.
like it's gonna say like the Instagram caption's just gonna be like kept the main thing, and I'm going to yell so loud
Like
and just
inject
be
that
like
shit straight
Braveheart.
into my veins.
I'm gonna be
I
like
need it.
Braveheart, just like ready to go to war. I'm gonna be like, yes,
He
Jalen, talk
deserves it
that
too,
shit.
dude. Like they
Uh,
all deserve it so badly.
like, and then like Devontae Smith getting to play a home Super Bowl, like that's so cool.
Perfect. See, this is what I mean. Like it's just all these tiny things that are like adding up and like it has to pay off, right?
And like he can become one of like a handful of players to ever win a Heisman and a Super Bowl. Like that's
Yep.
cool. That's so cool.
We need this so badly. I'm like trying not to think about it, but even last night, it was like 2 in the morning and I was drawing. And I was like, damn, they really have to do the thing. Otherwise, I'm gonna be so sad.
Who's your favorite player to draw?
Hmm. Out of like all Philly sports or the Eagles?
It can be both.
Both. I think out of all of them, I like drawing Bryce. He's just a fun guy to draw. Honestly, anyone on the Phils. On the Eagles, honestly, Coop is really fun to draw. Especially like when he doesn't have his helmet on. Like he
I
has
was gonna
really
say
like
he
floofy
fits your
hair.
art aesthetic for like
Yeah.
the superhero. Like he gives like
Yeah.
Spider-Man, Superman energy.
Yeah, his hair is always I like it's like a challenge to draw because it's like so it's like going in different directions. So he's fun to draw. Honestly, they all are. I like drawing all of them.
what's been the coolest thing to see just like in your evolution of your art style and like looking from where you started? I know you post about it from time to time, being like, what the fuck
Mm.
was I drawing here first now? And like it is wild seeing like your evolution and like your
Mm,
attention to detail just growing with
mm.
all these different pieces. But what's like one thing that stands out to you from like where it all began to like kind of that middle part to where you are now, and like how your style has like kind of like come into its own?
Damn. I mean, it's true. Like my shit in the past was so bad. I'm like, how did anyone even take a chance on me? Like it's so bad. Like some of the old like comic book stuff I used to do like in high school, like Superman and Spider-Man, I'm like, this is bad. Like really, really bad. But like that just speaks to any artist going through an evolution. Like you got to start from somewhere, and like that's the only way you'll get better. And I think just in like my evolution of drawing, like when I first started, a lot of my art was very like outline based and like using like blocking out shadows with just like black. And now I'm kind of I have eased up on it a lot, and now I'm focusing more on like shading and coloring more. And I feel like it looks better than just having like a bunch of lines everywhere. Like if you look at my old like comic book covers I did for the Sixers, like that season, and you look at stuff now, like it's very more illustrative and like it just has a different warmth and feel to it. And I think that also is like now I use a lot of old like postcards and like advertisements like from the 50s and 60s to like get that warmth and that kind of art style. Whereas before I kind of just did whatever came to my brain. But like now it's a bit more refined, I think. It looks a bit more clean and I like it. It might change, who knows?
I mean, that's how the great artists
That's
do
it.
it. They evolve and grow. I do have to say, my big Christmas gift this year from my parents was because of you. I
Mm.
received a metric shit ton of frames. So your
Damn.
artwork has been framed and it will be hanging in this studio. And there's probably going to be an entire wall that will just be
That's
the
nuts.
Dhwani Art
Why?
Museum.
I've had like so many of my friends say that like I have one friend who's like moving right now and she said she put like all the art she has of mine in a box and like the whole wall is covered. And I'm like, why do you guys do that?
Literally,
That's
like
so
you'll drop
much.
something and I'm just like, check the bank account, we're good.
It's
Purchase.
25 bucks. There you
Like,
go.
you dropped
Give
that
me
Jordan
that print.
Mailata Bane, and I was like, "Yep, that's the easiest." Like every new thing you drop is like the next easiest purchase of my life, and I
That's
can't wait to
crazy.
put the Batman, Hurts, Devontae, and uh, AJ Brown like
Mm,
long painting that you or drawing that
mm,
you did next to the Bane. It's gonna be cinema,
perfect.
cinema, cinema.
That's a damn, that's a relic. I don't even think I have any of those left.
I have that, and
That
then the
was a time.
Kelsey retirement one where he has the Batman mask. I'm
See,
gonna have
I
a whole
still have those
I'm gonna
like
have a whole
comic
Batman wall.
elements. You,
I was gonna
the fact
say
that that's crazy, dog.
because you quote tweeted with Galactus, you could recreate in a new era the famous
Oh,
photo on the art museum steps with the athletes in the Fantastic Four
dude,
outfits.
I've had so many people tell me about like recreating that. But like, I don't know, the basketball team is kind of hard to root for right now. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
I'm sorry. I feel like I should have done it when like we were all at the peak. Like 21, 22 era was good. But we'll see. You know, who
but
knows?
now that the movie's coming out for the Fantastic Four, you just pop them in Fantastic Four like jumpsuits, just
I
in
might
their
just do
team
that,
color.
but like for the Eagles instead, or the
That
Phils.
that'd be kind of sick.
Someone did ask me, my friend Alex was um, like who would be the Eagles Fantastic Four? And I was like,
Mm,
okay, Reed would definitely be Jalen. The
yeah.
thing I was thinking either Jordan or Landon.
Mm-hmm.
Johnny Storm, I was like, that's gotta be Sidney Brown, because like he's a bit of a hothead. Cause he'll like fuck you up.
He will kill you.
And then I was like, I don't know who Sue should be. Like I was thinking AJ Brown, cause like she's smart and like
Yeah.
AJ reads books on the sideline. But like, that could go either
You
way.
could literally do one with the offense and the defense.
Yeah. I'm two Fantastic Fours. I definitely want to start making more like comic book character and like merge them into our teams. Because like those are fun to do.
Would you ever illustrate a comic book? Like a
I've
full-blown
had
like
thoughts.
story. Like if a comic book company reached out to you, obviously, I'm sure you would say yes because on principle, like that's an opportunity that like you can't pass up. But like, what would be like the dream comic book? Not necessarily like the story, but like comic character or characters you'd want to illustrate for a comic book.
Ugh, man. I mean, it's got to be Spidey or something relevant to that. I have pictures from when I was like 2 or 3 years old wearing like a Spider-Man t-shirt. I was Spider-Man for Halloween when I was a kid. Like, I love Spidey bad. I remember specifically, when my parents would like drive somewhere, we had a minivan. It was like an old like it was a Plymouth. So like
Vintage.
throwback, real throwback. And
Iconic.
in the passenger seat, we had a TV with like a VHS tapes
Real
that I
ones,
used to watch.
remember.
Real that just speaks to how old I really feel like I'm getting. But like the Spider-Man cartoons from like the 90s, that's what I would watch in the car. And like the theme song, I can't remember. It's ingrained in here, bro. So like it's gotta be Spidey. But like I
That'd be
like all
so
comic book
sick.
characters.
That'd be
I'm
so
very
sick.
like easygoing, you know. I'm just chilling. Like
You're just here for
I
the
have
vibes.
favorites. I am. I really am just here for the vibes.
We
And
should find a way for you to illustrate a like Philly sports comic. I'll write
I
it.
honestly have,
You
dude,
illustrate it.
yes.
Let's
Yes.
do it.
That's the thing, like I'm not a strong writer. I have my moments, but like that is
We'll
hard.
storyboard something.
Even if it's like a short, like 4 or 5 page comic. But I feel
Easy.
like that would be so fun to do.
We're
I
gonna
did
do
have
this.
We're doing it. Okay, we're definitely doing it. But
Done
I
deal.
was just thinking about this the other day, like if some I'm sure there'll be moments on Sunday
Mhm.
if they do the thing. And I'm like, damn, like it would be
When?
so like that peekaboo comic thing I did.
Yes.
If I could like make something like that for the big game, I'm not gonna say what it is. That'd be sick. And like that would be such a commemorative piece too. I feel
Yeah.
like please, Eagles and
Like
the
imagine
gods.
like you'd have the first half, you'd have the second half, and then in the middle you could literally draw like the entire Eagles team just watching Kendrick Lamar.
I have so many ideas. I need to lock in. Still have stuff to do.
Oh, like
There's there's just so much
I'm
material
just
out
and I'm
there.
just so excited. Like it gets me this this is the stuff we dreamed of as like young sports fans is like our team or favorite players winning titles and like
Mm,
competing for titles. And like this doesn't I say this all the time. Like this doesn't normally happen here. Like
yeah.
we need to appreciate like
Mm,
what we're going through right now and what we'll hopefully continue going through because like this is rare. And I want to feel what that slapstick piece of shit bozo Boston sign kid had his entire childhood, but I want to feel that as an adult. I want to be able to
yeah.
go
It hits
outside
different.
with a cardboard sign that says X teen million fucking championships for all of my favorite teams that I've witnessed in a time frame. Like Kendrick Lamar has inspired me to be the biggest hater of all time.
That's so
And I am
true. Yeah,
embracing the hatred.
my friend Joe tweeted that right after the Grammys, and it like blew up like crazy. She was like, Kendrick Lamar has inspired me to become even a bigger hater, and I was like, you know
Oh,
what? That's so real. It's just like also this is like another pet peeve of mine where I'm like buying I get why people don't buy Super Bowl merch
mhm.
before. the actual thing happens. But like, I wanted to get that quarter zip just because like it's been a crazy year for me,
Right.
especially like that would have been cool just to remember it by. But it freaking sold out and they canceled my
Yeah, it's
order, and I was so
insane.
mad.
That's
Like,
insane.
what the
That's
what the
like
heck?
I had to get this.
That's sick.
Shout out to
That's
47
nice.
brand. I was
Dude,
like,
47 brand makes sick shit.
official partner of the podcast.
Deadass. I see you. I
You
see you.
you let me know what you need. I got you.
Okay. I got their beanies are always like top tier.
So good.
Their t-shirts also so good. Like
The
all my
best,
Phil's
like,
t-shirts are 47 brand.
you have to literally yank me out of that 47 brand store at Citizens Bank Park because I will live in there.
You gotta bury
Oh,
me in this shit.
it
Yeah,
is
dude.
amazing. Like, and I just want to see this team like give the most subtle middle finger to
It doesn't
every
have to be subtle, bro.
but
At that
that's what they
point,
would do. Like them winning is the ultimate subtle middle finger to the national
yeah,
media,
that's
to
fair.
all the doubters. Like them doing it would be like, we heard you all year. Fuck you.
And like they're all like nice guys, so like they
They're
wouldn't
so
say
nice.
anything outright, but I'll say it for them. There's this like really funny meme on F1 Twitter about like you know how crazy Lewis Hamilton fans are?
Yes.
And like Lewis is very he's kind of like Hurts in a way where he's like kind of reserved, like he doesn't what now?
Silent
Maybe like
assassin.
yeah. But like there I forgot what who posted that, but it was a meme where it's like Lewis, you do the driving, I'll do the shit talking. And I'm like, damn,
That's
that's so
real.
true.
That's literally
That's how I
us with
feel
Jalen
about
Hurts.
this team. Yeah, you guys do what you need to. I got the slander. I got it.
And like all of the hate for this team literally started with Jason Kelsey retiring.
Yeah.
Because they were like, oh, what are they going to do at center?
Guess what, bitch? What now?
He picked his fucking replacement. That's what.
Like, you really thought he was going to retire without having a contingency in place. Like,
And Lane's going to
come
do
on.
the same thing.
Mm-hmm. Stop doubting this organization,
Oh,
man. Look at them. 2 Super
so
Bowls
good.
in 3 years. Do you
Three
understand
in a
how hard that is?
decade.
Like, I know, like, I don't want to take it for granted because it's so hard.
Right.
Like, we're all still like living off the hype and like the energy. Like, we're up here, and I get that, but like, we really, really need to appreciate where we are
Every
because
second of this.
it's so hard to get into the Super Bowl, bro. Like, they make it look easy, but it's not.
No. Like my childhood, I went through 4 straight NFC championship games and only winning 1. Like, that was
It's
tough.
hard, dude.
I was
Look
getting
at the
bullied by
Cowboys.
teachers. I was
Look
getting
at the
bullied by teachers because the Eagles couldn't get over the hump then.
That's crazy. Oh my
I
God.
was
Not
like,
your
come
teachers
on.
bullying you.
It's like, come on, man. Like, why do I have to go through this?
Look at the Cowboys. Like, I don't. The fact that they still talk shit is crazy. Because I'm
Insane.
like, do you know what's going on with your team? Because
Your
what are
your Super Bowl championship video is on a VHS tape.
VHS tapes,
It's
dude?
playing in the Plymouth.
It's, that is a lost form of media. That, like, how are you still hanging on to that? No one uses
Insane.
those anymore. No one uses DVDs anymore.
My sister was not alive yet when that
That's
happened. My sister was
crazy.
born 2 months later. So in my sister's entire existence, the Dallas Cowboys have not been to an NFC championship game. And I
they
hope it
still
stays
talk
that way
like,
forever.
I mean, as long as we got my fearless leader,
Hey,
we're good.
salute to you, Jarrett.
Yo, dude, Dallas really is just battling for who can be the worst GM in sports.
Oh my god, it's insane.
That's crazy.
Dallas Stars, you're next.
Oh man, do they have like anyone on that level? I don't really follow hockey.
Let's see where they're in the standings. Right, they're relatively like always a good. Like they're second in their division right now. It's like they're a good
Okay,
team.
not bad, not bad.
They have a couple like big names, but they're next. It's like the wrestling meme. You're next.
Next. Who was that? Goldberg, I think.
Yeah,
Yeah. Oh
it's
my
either them or the
God.
Texas Rangers. One of them.
It might be the Rangers, bro. It's
Which
always so funny
they're
to see,
already
like,
clowns because they're the only team that doesn't have a Pride Night in Major League Baseball.
what are we doing? Honestly, what are we doing? Like, it's so easy, bro. And like, I was just talking to someone yesterday just about like teams and organizations being more inclusive to like their fans and like having them be a part of stuff that they do. And not just for like Pride Nights and stuff like that, which is important.
Mm-hmm.
Don't get it twisted. But like, I was talking to her about like artists and like this whole like copyright thing that happens every year during the Super Bowl and like how it's really tough for artists to feel like their team cares about them if they get hit with something like that. And I was like, it would have been so cool if like a team doing that would be cool, but like if the NFL did something like collaborating with like 10, 15 different artists, have them all design a t-shirt
Mm-hmm.
for like the Super Bowl. Like that would be so sick. Like not only artists get exposure, they get paid, but you as the NFL like also it looks good on you. Like it's good PR and like you might be getting more sales. Like it's creative because like the biggest issue I have, and I know nobody gives a shit about what I think, but like
I do.
okay, thanks. But I just feel like NFL merch, like the official stuff, is just always so boring. Like it's just a bunch of text on a shirt. And like I get it, they have like certain restrictions and like limits to what they can put out. Like I get it. Just like even the Super Bowl logo, bro. They used to be so good. They used to be so
Yes.
creative. Like World Series logos too.
Oh,
What happened?
even All-Star Game logos.
Yeah, like logos in general. Like what happened to the creativity?
We
And
lost
like
the plot. Like
we really did. We lost it
somewhere
bad.
around like 2012.
Now
Maybe
it's just
that's what the
like
Mayan calendar was saying was going to end. It was like good logos were coming to an end,
good
not the
creativity.
world.
It just sucks. And like that's why I'm so glad that like I can at least help other people like inspire them to just keep making more art because there's so many good artists, not just in Philly, but like across all sports teams. And I'm like, damn, like it's so rewarding to see like a team partner with an artist or like do something with them because I'm like, yes, that's what we need. We don't need any of this AI bullshit.
Right. And
God.
like I love that too from like a podcasting perspective. Like we haven't broken in like some of the big like shows and everything to get like these A-list and S-list celebrity guests and everything like that. But like when a team like the Philadelphia Wings embraces us from the beginning of what we're doing, and then this year I get a phone call and it's like, hey, we'd like to have you at our team media day, and the only other outlet is CBS local, like thank you, yes.
Okay.
And then like I show up at Taiwan Walker's taco event 2 years ago outside of Citizens
That's
Bank Park
sick.
before a game, and I meet the head of PR and communications for the Phillies, and she gets me on the list of like
Yeah.
PR stuff. And like then like this year, like I'm sitting right before the first playoff game against the Mets. I'm sitting right here on a Zoom call with Rob Thompson after the simulated game, and I'm just
so
like,
sick, bro.
what is happening right now?
Nah,
Like,
I get it.
and then like we signed Max Kepler, and I'm sitting right here, and I'm face to face with Dave Dombrowski through a webcam, and I'm just like,
What's
hi, Dad. Like,
dude, it's so funny because like we have these perceptions about people like within sports, and then when you finally get to like interact or meet with them, you're like, I don't know how to act. It's crazy.
yeah, it's wild. And then like just some of the stuff that like the creative space allows you to like get intertwined with, like, and the people you meet, like I'm sure like it would not shock me if somebody like Bradley Cooper has seen your artwork.
Please don't say that to me because I'm gonna stress.
Like I genuinely would not be shocked.
I forgot. There was someone like relatively famous who like saw like my mural thing. Forgot.
Is it Miles Teller? That also would not shock
I
me.
do not remember. But I saw like so because on Instagram like I look at who liked it. And it wasn't even my post. It was like someone within the Phillies organization that I follow. He had posted it. And like that person, I can't remember. But I remember at that time I was like, damn, that's sick. Like even by association, like damn. I just can't believe my life sometimes. It's like really crazy.
You are the living embodiment of the LeBron meme.
I can't
Smiling through it
believe
all.
that.
Can't believe this is my life.
Dude, honestly, and just keeps getting crazier and crazier and like I don't know how to like
I'm just a girl.
I don't know. Dude, that's literally my response to everything. And I'm like, dude, I just sit in this like 60 square foot office and draw. Like, I don't know what's going on. I have my candles and my perfumes. That's it. And I draw. Like, I don't know what else is going on. I don't know how to process this shit. But I'm very thankful for it. So,
and I mean, you're insanely talented, and like you're part of like just one of the most talented sports fandoms that we have on this planet, and it's super cool
we're
seeing the
lucky.
opportunities you get. And like, you know, I did that spotlight episode of the pod like over the summer, like
Yeah.
between you and Liv and Grim and Heavy Slime and like all these like talented people. Like, it's not going to shock me when we get like movie posters with your artwork on it one day.
That's crazy. I
Like,
don't
it's going to happen. I'm manifesting that for you.
Okay,
Like,
thanks.
I just imagine one day like we're gonna have like your art featured in like Into the Spider-Verse.
Dude, I actually drew the Spider-Verse in college. That scene where he's falling down, but it's like he's upside down.
Mhm.
That is so beautiful. I did
I mean,
draw
you
that.
drew Maxine Embiid as Spider-Man. That was the first thing I ever bought from you.
Really? That
I
was your
think so.
first piece?
I was going through like my Etsy purchases to see like if I was missing anything when we were framing stuff. I was like, oh, that's the first thing I bought. Cool.
Oh man, I like really want to know like what everyone's first purchases are so I can
That would
shame
be
them for
sick.
buying something bad that I made. So I'm like, why would you spend money on that? It looks like trash.
I was laughing because I have the Street Fighter Sixers like
Oh
poster,
God,
and Embiid and
Jesus.
Maxie are the only ones on the team still.
That's why I can't make like team posters anymore. 'Cause it's like everyone just leaves, and then I'm like, what do I do with this?
It's like McDaniels is on the team, PJ Tucker's on
Harden.
the team,
Oh
Harden,
man.
George Niang.
Like, like okay. Thanks, guys.
It's so funny.
Yeah, I'm gonna
like,
stick to the big names from now on. But it's like funny because like there's like a small sect of like our fan base that like really fucks with like the lesser known
oh
players.
yeah,
It's like I want to make art for them too, and it's like it's cool for the players to see that too. But like,
like I
whatever.
remember like you put like smaller prints in one of my orders, and it's like George Niang as Cyborg or something.
Mm,
I was like, oh,
probably.
good times, good times.
Okay.
I was like,
Dude,
this is.
sometimes I look at my stuff and I'm like, what the hell was I thinking?
Oh
Like,
no,
was
it
I
wasn't George Niang.
okay?
It was Danny Green.
Oh my God. Wow.
What a
That
time to be
was
alive.
that
Danny
was an
Green on the
era.
Sixers.
That's a relic, bro. That's a relic. They're gonna frame that in a museum someday to be like, look at this stupid shit. But he was really cool.
He was
Shout out
awesome.
Danny Green. Yeah, he was very supportive. He really liked that print too, so it was cool.
What is going through your mind when we do the thing of what the Dhwani art process will be like for something of that magnitude?
I have an idea. I may or may not have started it.
Heyo!
Which
Exclusive.
Which is why I tweeted last night that I was like, obviously, when it's something like that, I want to take inspiration from the city that they're playing in. And like, I was looking at like vintage old like New Orleans posters and illustrations, and I'm like, there's so much AI shit. Like, it was pissing me off last night because I was trying to find like the history of the art styles within the city. And I did find some cool stuff. Like the architecture is like French Creole based. Like that's cool. There's like some Art Nouveau style that I was looking at, but it was just like pissing me off because there's so much AI shit. And I was like, this is so annoying. Because I want to find the real shit. I have an idea. I have it planned.
Mr. Krabs, she has an idea.
I do. And I've been thinking about it for a while because I really wanted it to be like special. So it'll be similar to like that Kelsey retirement print. I'm not gonna say too much because I don't want to jinx myself. Not gonna lie.
The Hertz
But we'll
NFC
see.
Champions print is one of
Do
the
you like
sickest
that?
things. Oh, it's in
Just
transit.
yeah, I probably shipped it out yesterday. Dude, I think it's just so like
Your brain
funny.
fascinates me. Like genuinely. Like
Thanks.
the fact that you're able to see something like that, and it goes back to like art but make it sports, but like it's in the same vein. Like you see inspiration and then you put your spin on it so quickly, and I'm just
Yeah,
like, her brain is on another level.
it's all the caffeine. That's really it. It's the mixture of morning coffee, afternoon Red Bull, evening yerba mate, and then another coffee at like 11 p.m.
Along with the
That's what's
perfume and
going on.
candle scents.
Oh, dude, I got one for every situation. What do you want to talk about?
That's a good question. What candle is being lit during Sunday?
Drawing? During summer?
No, like Sunday, like
Oh,
kickoff.
Sunday.
What
Okay.
candle is lit on Sunday at kickoff?
Oof. Okay, so I have two answers. My friend for Christmas last year gave me a candle that said it smells like an eagle's wing. And I did not like that ever. And I'm afraid to use that, so I'm not gonna. But, I have a tiny version of it that you can get at Target. It's called Cashmere Vanilla. It has notes of vanilla, tobacco. It's very nice. Here is a small version of it. You can get the big one at Target. But it's like a classic scent. You can't go wrong. I always have this lit in my house, so that's the one we're going with on Sunday.
As the kids say, it's lit.
It really is. It's gonna be lit. I need it.
So excited. You're the best. I appreciate
No,
the hell out of
you.
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 You have
You.
been so supportive of me and this from day one, and you never had to be, and I appreciate
What
that
do
more than
you
you'll ever
mean?
know.
No,
You
no,
you
no.
never you
Don't
never
say
had
that
to
shit to
answer
me.
you never had to answer that first DM of collabing on a giveaway. You never had to like embrace us,
You're my
and
friend. I'm gonna do
you're the
that.
best. You're the best, and I appreciate you. And you're a rock star, and
It's that
everything you
you
do,
emoji.
it's Leo meme.
I fucking love
Dhwani,
that gif. Thanks, dude.
you're
I
awesome,
I really just try to support all my homies because I know how hard it can be to really build something from the ground up. So
and you're
it's the
doing it
least I can
yourself.
do.
Doing it yourself, doing it
We're just
big.
we're just vibing, bro. I don't even consider like anything to be of that magnitude. I just consider everyone who follows me to be my friend, and I will talk to you that way. I will treat
She
you like
will.
you're
I
my
can
friend.
confirm. Can confirm. And then when you meet Dhwani in person, it is single-handedly one of the greatest experiences ever.
Don't say it. What do you mean?
It's the best. You're just pure vibes and sunshine and happiness.
I'm just doing me. And if people are along for
Online
that
is where the
ride,
demon time exists.
that is very true. I don't act like that in person. I swear I'm nice. I'm quiet.
She is genuinely the nicest person you'll ever meet. I swear on that. I stand on business.
Lying.
stand on business. We
Dun,
have
dun.
to go to some Phil's games this year.
100%. I will be there opening day,
Same.
perhaps opening night.
Same.
We'll all meet up.
We have to do this comic book idea.
We're doing it.
We're doing this.
Yes.
I'm
100%.
committed. It's done.
Wait, is that the right hand?
Something.
Give me your
Probably
right hand.
football.
Give me your right hand. There we go.
We're doing that. So stay
Done
tuned
deal.
for the underground Dhwani Philly sports comic. And I just can't wait to see what you do next because it always levels up. It's like you live in a video game. You just level up
Level up.
every single thing you do. You're like fucking Mario out here.
But like, you know that one GIF that's like the evil Mario?
Yes.
That's the
And then-
energy I have in here.
Every time you do something, I'm just the Mario meme with the crown. It's like you drop this.
Oh my god. Yep. That's pretty accurate. It just turned into just like the most like wholesome thing ever.
This is vibes. This
Started
is
off
how
being
this
a
is how
hater.
locked in we are for the Super Bowl. We're this locked in that we're just
ready, bro.
complimenting each other and we're just ready.
It's only Wednesday. I need it to be Sunday.
Fuck.
We got this. We got this. We are curating an energy
Yes.
that will guide our team into what we believe they can do.
I'm so excited. And I hope
It's gonna
Gilly
be
runs
fun.
out of the tunnel with them.
That'd be fun. I just know the post game is going to be good, but first we need to focus on the game.
Oh, I'm so happy.
I'm,
And I'm so happy
nervous.
Tom Brady has the front row seat to it all.
It's actually kind of surprising to see him like.
Get good
I mean,
at
it's not
this.
that surprising. Yeah, but like, he's like a big Hurt supporter now too. Not big,
which
but
I
like.
like.
Yeah, that's who I care about. I don't care about.
When I
you
hear
know.
like Tom Brady and Peyton Manning and Bill Belichick and like all these like successful people in the NFL say like Jalen Hurts is amazing, I'm like, oh, look, real ball knowers, real knowledge.
Not a wannabe Stephen A. Smiths.
Not clipboard
Don't really care
captains.
what you have to say. When you
I like
eat
to
your
call,
Reese's
I like
peanut
to
butter
call him
cup that
Captain
way.
Clipboard. That's what I call Chase Daniel, Captain Clipboard.
He's so. Let me not get into it. I'll save it for Sunday. I'll save it.
Let everyone know where they can follow you, but I'm sure they already are. And we're doing this again at some point.
Yes,
because
we
it's
are.
just too fun.
Okay, on Twitter, X, whatever the F you want to call it. It's still a Twitter in my mind.
It's the Bird app till the day we die because it's
Exactly.
fucking go birds in this bitch.
Exactly. It's my first name, last name, underscored. And then on Instagram, it's Saraiya Art.
And her
Same as my
Etsy is
Etsy.
linked in the description. Buy that shit out. Sell her out of everything. That way she can curate new art.
Yep.
I love when you're like, I need to get rid of this old shit. Please buy it.
Well, it's true. I only have so much space in here.
It's so funny.
It's small.
I just think
That's
of
why I'll
like those.
discount it.
Speaking of the Plymouth and the VHS, I just think of like the old like furniture store commercials are like, we're going out of business. Everything must go.
That's how I feel after every like a season ends, and I'm like, damn.
It's the Dhwani
All right,
liquidation
guys,
sale.
40% off. Go buy it, please. Take it off my hands.
And then I'm like, fuck, my check doesn't hit until the next day.
It will still be there. I'll
It
save
will.
it for you.
You're the best. I can't wait to have
You.
everything hung up post Super Bowl and
Send
then
me a
send
picture.
you
Yeah,
a photo.
I love
It'll
seeing
probably there's so much. It's probably going to be like a panorama
That's
because
crazy. Why?
there's so many different like sizes of art and like because you're awesome and I love your art style because I am also comic book brain pilled and I can't wait to discuss Captain America with you and I can't wait to discuss Fantastic Four with you and Superman and all of
Everything.
that nerd shit.
That's gonna be us at Phil's games.
Oh, and it's like, yo, did you see fucking Galactus?
Yeah. When someone we don't like is pitching, that's when we can talk about it.
Yes.
Exactly.
Also, One last thing.
Mm.
Speaking of Fantastic Four, Vanessa Kirby, fiance to Paul Rabel, who I'm like that with.
Damn.
He's founder of the PLL.
Are you gonna get premiere tickets?
I'm trying to work getting her on the podcast here and there, you know.
We got time. We got time. We're chilling. We're chilling.
Can I sneak on a little red carpet? Can I just shake Pedro Pascal's hand a little bit? Like, how you doing?
Who knows? I have one last thing to show everyone. Go Birds.
Hell
And
yes.
go Jalen Hurts.
Go Jalen Hurts. Go Birds. I also love that Jalen said he's gonna have to make another appearance on Abbott Elementary.
I want them to do the thing for the sake of us getting an episode of that. And then, do you know Bubba Collins on TikTok?
Yes. That is
Quinta,
going to be
please.
the purest form of meth.
Please. Jalen and Bubba in the same episode of Abbott Elementary will literally send me into the stratosphere. And I need that so badly. Please.
Need the entire class reading Inner Excellence.
Yeah. Oh my god. The entire library is just Inner Excellence.
Library.
Oh my god. We're doing it. Come on. We
Let's
got
go.
this.
Bang bang, Bird Gang. Dhwani,
Correct.
the legend, everybody. You're the best.
Thanks, guys.
We did it.
Yep.
We did it.
We did it.
Dhwani on the pod finally happened.
We did it. Long time
Now,
coming.
Harrison, I know you weren't in the interview, and I'm sure you'll listen to it once the episode is out.
Yep.
I'm going to spoil something in the interview.
Uh-oh.
Dhwani and I are teaming up on a project.
What's the project?
We're going to make a short story Philadelphia sports-centric comic book.
Oh, yo. Okay, listen. I can help on this. My mom was an editor for a long time. I've got that editing blood in me. I can help out.
I'm going to write it. Dhwani's going to illustrate it. We're making that happen.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. That's going to be awesome.
I'm stoked for Sunday, obviously. You're stoked for Sunday.
I'm counting down the days, man. I'm counting down.
We're stoked for a multitude of reasons, though.
Yes.
One of those reasons being this halftime show is going to be an absolute fucking banger of a halftime show.
Greatest of all time? Question mark?
It's got the potential.
It's got the potential.
I love Kendrick Lamar so goddamn much. Now, Lil Wayne will always be my GOAT in terms of rappers.
Understandable.
That's my guy through and through. Kendrick is my 1A.
Oh, hell yeah.
I have been religiously listening to Kendrick Lamar since 2011.
Mm-hmm.
And it just makes me chuckle and laugh that when Kendrick was announced as the halftime show, whenever that was, months ago.
Yeah, people were like, oh, why not Lil Wayne?
Not even that. People were questioning whether or not Kendrick had the discography to perform a halftime show. And
kidding me?
I'm like, you guys realize Kendrick Lamar won a Pulitzer Prize.
Yeah. The man
as a rap artist.
He does nothing but produce banger after banger after banger after banger.
And it was perfect that at the Grammys he went 5 for 5 on a diss track.
Ended Drake's career.
Accepted everything in a Canadian tuxedo.
Beautiful. Beautiful.
And I am just... People don't understand if you're not a rap music fan, if you're not a hip-hop fan, if you're not a Kendrick fan.
Mm-hmm.
Which I think a lot of people come Sunday night halftime show are going to become Kendrick Lamar fans.
I agree.
Kendrick Lamar's brain works in a way that the 0.00001% of brains work.
Mm-hmm.
He's 100
Lyrical
steps
genius.
ahead of everybody else.
Lyrical genius.
And like him wearing a Canadian tuxedo, nobody was really going to question it. They're like, oh, it's an outfit. But if you're in the mud, you know what
Like-
that meant. You know that he scheduled his Toronto tour date this summer to be on Canadian Father's Day. I see you didn't realize that, and there you go. That's a new fun tidbit for you.
That's incredible.
Oh
my God.
Kendrick's a lyrical genius. He's so smart. He's so savvy. His attention to detail is second to none.
And he's petty as hell.
He's inspired me to be an even bigger hater than I already am.
Yeah. He won 5 Grammys through pure hate. We can all only aspire to get to that level.
He makes Anakin Skywalker look like a pansy.
Yeah.
Like, I'm just so excited for this halftime show. And I know in 2022 we had Rihanna. She was great, but she was also pregnant and couldn't really put on a full-blown performance due to her being pregnant. I understand that. She was still fantastic.
Dr. Dre in 2021, which was
awesome.
To date, the best Super Bowl halftime show, in my opinion.
50 Cent was upside down.
Yeah.
Like, I'm going to go through. It's been a while since I've looked at this. Super Bowl halftime shows by year.
Let's see. We had Justin.
Let's go down memory lane. So, the halftime shows with actual live music started with like the actual performers, not like live. Like there were like tributes and everything that happened early on.
Not like marching bands or none of that.
Right. Let's see. So it looks like it started way back in okay. The first known one that I can see here, and there was like you said, the marching bands, like Grambling State performed a bunch of them, which is like your NFL Films music, which is amazing.
Top notch.
So it looks like the first one was 1991.
Okay.
And it was New Kids on the Block, Disney characters.
Okay.
And Warren Moon.
That is a weird collaboration.
Then Gloria Estefan.
Okay.
Michael Jackson in 1993 at the Rose Bowl.
He had one of the best of all time as well.
Clint Black, Tanya Tucker, Travis Tritt, and the Judds in 1994 in Atlanta.
Who?
Patti LaBelle, Indiana Jones, and Marion Ravenwood. Teddy Pendergrass, Tony Bennett.
Indiana Jones and Marion?
Yeah.
What, they trot out Harrison Ford and
Yep.
Oh God, what's her name?
It was 1995. Diana Ross in 1996.
Okay.
The Blues Brothers, ZZ
Hell
Top,
yeah.
James Brown, and Catherine Cryer.
Hell
in
yeah.
1997. Boys to Men, Smokey Robinson, Martha Reeves, The Temptations, Queen Latifah, and Grambling State University in 1998.
They love Grambling State.
Gloria Estefan, Stevie Wonder, Big Bad, Voodoo Daddy, and Savion Glover in 1999.
Okay.
And then we get to the 2000s. 2000 is pretty crazy. Phil Collins.
Ooh.
Christina Aguilera, Enrique Iglesias, Tony Braxton, an 80-person choir, which was the Georgia State University choir. And then Edward James Olmos was the narrator of the performance.
The narrator?
Then in 2001, we had Aerosmith and NSYNC.
Ooh.
2002 was U2.
All right.
2003 was Shania Twain and No Doubt.
Nice.
2004 was Janet Jackson,
Oh, the infamous one. Yep.
infamous redacted person who's in jail now. Nelly, dipshit Kid Rock, Justin Timberlake, and Jessica Simpson. 2005 was Paul McCartney.
Okay. Yeah.
2006 was the Rolling Stones. 2007 was Prince, which is one of the greatest of all time.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's either him or Dre with the greatest.
2008 was Tom Petty and the Heartbreakers. 2009 was Bruce Springsteen and the E Street Band. 2010 was the Who. 2011
That's the
was
one I really remember first, to be honest. The Who.
2011 was the Black Eyed Peas. 2012 was Madonna. 2013 was Beyonce. And Destiny's Child. 2014 was Bruno Mars and the Red Hot Chili Peppers. I thought that one rocked. That was the Meadowlands.
Yeah.
2015 was Katy Perry, Lenny Kravitz, Missy Elliott, and the Arizona State Marching Band.
That one rocked too.
2016 was Coldplay, Beyonce, Bruno Mars, Mark Ronson, and that whole one in Levi Stadium. That was fun. 2017 was Lady Gaga.
Yeah, that was a good one too.
2018 was Justin Timberlake.
Which, to be fair, we weren't paying much attention to that Super Bowl halftime show because we were fighting our nails off.
2019 was Maroon 5, Travis Scott, Big Boy, and the Georgia State Marching Band.
Mm-hmm.
That was when Big Boy came out in Atlanta. 2020 was Shakira, Jennifer Lopez, Bad Bunny, J Balvin, and M. Munoz, which was the Shakira like blah, 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 one right before the Rona. 2021, this one gets shit on a lot. I enjoyed The Weeknd as a halftime show.
It's because there were so many memeable moments out of that one that I think it gets shit on.
I thought it was so well done, and his like creative approach on it was very fun. I liked his halftime performance a lot. 2022 was Dr. Dre, Snoop Dogg, Eminem, Mary J. Blige, Kendrick Lamar, 50 Cent, Anderson .Paak. 2023 Rihanna. 2024 Usher, Alicia Keys, Jermaine Dupri, Her, will.i.am, Lil Jon, Ludacris, Sonic Boom of the South. I thought that one was pretty dope too.
Yeah.
Last year. And then Kendrick Lamar, SZA this year, along with To Be Determined across the board. Because who else pops up remains to be seen. What song or songs do you really need Kendrick Lamar to perform on Sunday?
First of all, I need Mad City.
Is it bad that I've thought about the Eagles running out of the tunnel to Mad City?
No, because that would be epic as hell. But
like as soon as they say the Philadelphia Eagles, and then it's just yeah.
No, I would love that, but we need to run out to Dreams and Nightmares.
Agreed. I'm glad
we need to run out to Dreams and Nightmares. So we need Mad City. I would love Backseat Freestyle.
Yes.
Love Backseat Freestyle. Swimming pools, as you said earlier. I think I would get the crowd going. Humble would be a great one. What else? There's just such a big discussion. I mean, he's obviously going to do Not Like Us. He needs to do Squabble Up as well.
I need All Right. I need him to do All Right from To Pimp a Butterfly.
King
Kunta.
King Kunta. That's the next one I was thinking of. And if he brings out J. Cole, Forbidden Fruit or whatever the hell that one was.
He's gonna do DNA.
DNA is gonna hit.
Humble's
gonna hit. Let me see here. What was the one? What was the one he did with J. Cole? Because him and J. Cole did a real good one.
I'm wondering if he's paying attention to Jalen Hurts saying that his favorite Kendrick Lamar song is The Heart Part 5.
He might do that.
Which would be sick. And I mean, like you said, Squabble Up, he's gonna do TV Off.
He's gonna do TV
Not
Off.
Like Us.
Yep.
I would love for him to do Man at the Garden.
Yeah.
And I would love for him to just tap in to Section 80 and like
what's
pull
the
some deep cuts like
yeah.
ADHD.
What's the song he did off of Big Steppers where it's the dude and the woman arguing?
Oh,
Can you imagine if he pulls that out of the bag?
I want him to just go all out and like,
Yeah,
dude,
let him
like
go crazy.
imagine if he just pulls from Untitled Unmastered from 2016.
Yeah. Yeah, that'd be crazy.
Like, I just want him to pop like, and you can't put it past like he's got so many like amazing featured artists that he's collabed with as a feature or they've featured on his songs. Like, dude, do you know the scenes it would be if he brought J. Cole on stage?
Especially after their highly notable semi-feud earlier last year that took a
Like to
back.
just squash that beef that
Yeah.
never really got to a full-blown beef.
No, it
Imagine
was
if you brought J. Cole up and it's like, oh, hey, we're doing our joint album finally.
I would shit myself. I would shit myself.
I would ascend to a higher plane.
Yeah. I would they need to do that now. They need to or imagine he pulls up Lil Wayne with J.
I
Cole and they say, "Hey, we're
I
doing a
hope he brings
big
Wayne
collab."
out. Like, I hope he brings Lil Wayne out. That would be so dope for Lil Wayne.
Yeah.
Like
He's gotta pull Lil Wayne out.
I like he did a remix of Radioactive with Imagine Dragons. Like that would be fucking sick for them to bring
Yeah.
them out for Radioactive. Like if
Hit the
you've never
drums.
seen Imagine Dragons live, you're missing out. Or if you never saw their performance on SNL,
Yeah.
that drum solo that Imagine Dragons really only does live and the only recorded version is on the collab that is on like Spotify and Apple Music with Kendrick. The drums in that are so sick, and I would love for Imagine Dragons to come out because I fucking love them. People need to put some respect on their name for how good of a band they are. Fuck the haters.
Yeah.
Like Future has a real good shot to come out on stage, I would say.
I agree. Especially because there's no Russell Wilson in the Super Bowl. I had to do it. I'm sorry.
Like he's definitely going to also perform whatchamacallit, the song Like That.
Yeah, he's definitely gonna do like that.
Imagine
They're
if he
just
opened with that and you just hear the fucking keyboard.
yeah, that would be Metro Boomin just on the stage out of nowhere.
Ugh.
And then Future walks out, and then Kendrick comes out. That would be an insane way to start the show, but it'd be so good.
This one is not necessarily like a collab performer, but odds that DJ Mustard is on stage when he yells mustard.
Oh yeah, he's there. He's there for sure. Like he's got to be. He's screaming his name.
I'm just so Kendrick is so awesome, man, and I'm so excited to see the stage and like the performance behind all of
Everything
this.
about it is going to be perfect.
It's going to be so cool, and like people, if you have not seen Kendrick live, like he uses a live band.
Yeah.
And it enhances his music that much more. And I'm just so pumped for Kendrick Lamar. Like,
it's going to be good. It's going to be good.
Decade plus long Kendrick Lamar fan, like I'm so stoked.
It has the we talked about in the segment with Steve, a little spoiler, no spoiler, but like this has the potential to be the greatest Super Bowl from the on-field product to the halftime show of all time.
Which, speaking of Steve, no better time to bring up our prop bet segment with Stevie Mac. It's brought to you by our friends over at Kenwood Beer, the official beer partner of Underground Sports Philadelphia. It's a refreshing light beer, just 4.1% ABV, 120 calories, just 8 grams of carbs. Go to kenwoodbeer.com, use the Kenny tracker to see who's got Kenwood Beer on tap in your area for the big game, whether it be New Jersey, Pennsylvania, Delaware, Maryland. They've got you covered. And you can also get it at your local liquor stores in those markets. Again, kenwoodbeer.com, Kenny Finder. Use that bad boy. Must be 21 or older to do so. And of course, please enjoy, drink, and celebrate responsibly. And now, without any further ado, Harrison and I are going to cut it to ourselves, along with our third guest of the show, Steven McAvoy. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we told you we were doing it big for the big game, and we left one person off the big graphic because we like surprises as well. And he's making his like thrice annual appearance on the flagship show because it's prop bet season, and that is resident degenerate, host of the Get in the Hole podcast, Steven McAvoy, joining us for our prop bet segment here on our big game preview episode.
You want to talk about degeneracy? I sat down at work today. I was given a 10-page packet by my boss that outlined every single prop bet that you can get across every single sports book in America that you could bet on in New York. And to say that I was reading this way more intently than the work that should have been on my desk is a complete understatement. I'm like circling things like a kid on Christmas Day, like getting ready like the fucking Toys R Us catalogs. It was a bad day to be a bookie. I'll tell you that much. But DraftKings is taking a lot of my money, and there's a lot of money being placed out, and I'm probably going to put more down. I went to the St. John's game last night, or 2 nights ago, bet $25 on the spread against Marquette. That smashed, so I have $55 to work with for my Super Bowl betting. So the only way to make money is to bet more money, and therefore, here we are.
And here we are. It's one of our favorite segments of the year where we talk all things prop bets for the big game. We're going to get into as many as we possibly can. Steve, I know you have a big board lined up. What are some things that are popping out to you as Sunday quickly yet slowly all at the same time approaches?
Yeah, so as we record on a Wednesday night, I actually slacked off a little bit early on, and I should have gotten in on some things early to kind of give some context. We opened up at 49.5 for the over-under. We're now down to 48.5. So movement isn't really there. It opened Chiefs 1.5. That has not moved at all. For reference, for those of you who are intrigued, 2 years ago when we had the same matchup, the over-under finished in at 51.5, and Philly was a 1.5 point favorite. We see what happened there. I think they hit 73 points in that game. So
38-35.
And it's a very different world that we live in 2 years later between the Chiefs and the Eagles. And it's funny, as a Giants fan, I went into this week and I'm like, oh, like Chiefs 3-peat, I'm all in on this. And then I get into the numbers and I'm looking at it, and I could not find a single argument to make outside of the fact that it's Patrick Mahomes quarterbacking this team for me to not take the Eagles. Spoiler alert, I have not picked a side in this game. I probably will not pick a side in this game. I will probably be picking for the highest scoring Super Bowl of all time, and basically every single person to just smash overs and throw picks and sacks and fumbles and safeties and octopuses and 17 guys to throw a pass. Like, it's to say that my betting board is a shit show right now is an understatement. I've already placed my long shot 10-leg parlay. I'll give you that at the end. But like things that pop out immediately, and this is kind of what's been leading my discussion on everything. Some stats that I could say have been interesting that have stood out. Teams who rush for more yards in the game are 41, 14, and 3 against the spread. That's 74% of the time. Teams who pass for more yards are 67% likely to win the game. Teams who win the turnover margin, obviously 80% of the time, apt to winning the game. Only lost 8 times in the history of the Super Bowl. That's when there is a definitive turnover margin. There have been, like, I think 20 Super Bowls where there's been an even. And then teams who lead in 3 of 4 main categories are 40-6 straight up, 36-9 against the spread. 4 of them came in the last 10 years. Those 4 stats can being most rushing yards, most passing yards, turnover margin, and then, oddly enough, the better seeded team in the Super Bowl is 2, 26, and 2 against the spread in the last 27 Super Bowls.
Can I dish you another one of those similar type stats that I saw tonight?
Is it if it has to do anything with Jalen Hurts and Jake Elliott's
No.
ability to play football, all right, good. Because those might be the funniest thing that I've said, and I'll mention those in about 5 minutes.
It is teams facing the number 1 defense in the Super Bowl.
Yes,
Yes.
they're
3-11 all time.
Yes, it's so this is the 6th time, 6th Super Bowl where an MVP quarterback faces off against the number 1 defense. He's won 4 or 5 times.
I have another fun one for you here.
Please.
In this century, every time the Super Bowl has been played in between the two teams with one traveling east and one traveling west, the team traveling west has won. This year, the Eagles are traveling west, the Chiefs are traveling east.
And
There's
I have
also a stat.
another fun thing that Steve will appreciate as a Giants fan.
Team who wears white?
No, it blows my mind. In his career and in this iteration of the Kansas City Chiefs, they have never faced Saquon Barkley.
Interesting.
The one time the Chiefs and Giants played in Saquon's NFL career was 2021. He was out injured.
So where we stand right now, right? We stand with, in the last 27 Super Bowls, the 1 seed is 2-26. So the Philly faithful has that. MVP quarterback facing the number 1 defense. The defense has won 4 or 5 times. Philly's got that. Team who wears white, that's for Kansas City, usually has the edge in the game. I don't know why. Whatever is the reason. It's the same reason why I said Notre Dame should have worn white in the national championship, but that's besides the point. But yeah, there's a lot of numbers that are definitively running to one side of the screen or the other, depending on how you lay. And I understand that like most of the world is going to be rooting for the Chiefs, whether you're the casual, like my wife's friend, who is a Taylor Swift fanatic.
Boo.
Yep. Okay. He's simply looking for a fun way to bet Travis Kelce overs and how many times Taylor Swift will reach the screen. Or if you are not located in the central Philly or South Jersey area, therefore you're rooting for the Chiefs. Like I said, I have no current stance in this game. I want a three-peat. I also want Saquon to get a ring because I'm not one of those Giants fans who completely hates him. But that kind of segues well to kind of get like an idea of who has the edge in what. I'm watching WFAN this morning, and they had Phil Simms on. And it's Boomer Esiason and Phil Simms just going back and forth. And they're like, all right, who has the edge everywhere? And it's quite clear that Philadelphia has the defensive edge in basically every single facet of this game, with the exception of maybe the DBs. Both are relatively somewhat even. The offense, you can kind of push to both sides. Both have very strong offenses, but also they thrive in certain areas. When you look at what Philadelphia has to offer, the Chiefs' defense is not going to let Philadelphia beat them over the top. So don't expect anything huge, in my opinion, from A.J. Brown, Devontae Smith. They're also a really good interior run team. However, Casey in recent weeks has shown that they're very vulnerable. As of right now, I'm leaning with a very run-heavy game from Philadelphia and a pass-heavy game from Kansas City, kind of playing from behind, kind of trying to keep it even, just the way Mahomes plays. Lots of 4th down conversions, lots of tush pushes, and as of right now, it's my scope on the game can go haywire really quick, which is kind of why I've got a very wide variety of receiving, rushing, and other fun plays to kind of keep everything involved.
I do want to counterpoint you on the pass-heavy aspect when it comes to Devontae Smith.
Please.
In 3 career games versus the Chiefs, Devontae Smith, 10 targets, 7 catches, 122 receiving yards in game 1. Game 2, 9 targets, 7 catches, 100 receiving yards. Game 3, 8 targets, 6 catches, 99 receiving yards. For whatever reason, Devontae Smith is kind of a thing that Steve Spagnuolo almost forgets about.
He is what they call in the industry a enigma. At the same time, though, has the Chiefs DBs ever been as good as Trent McDuffie, Justin Reed over the top? That's kind of where the debate lies, right? So when you kind of dig in, when you dig your heels in and you look at the cases for both teams, again, it's relatively even on the offensive side of the ball. The defensive side, of course, jumps to Philadelphia, which we didn't see 2 years ago. 2 years ago, we saw 2 very different teams, and it was an offensive shootout where both defenses sort of struggled. Now we finally have not only an elite defense of the Georgia Eagles that Philadelphia is trotting out, but also a very strong and very different Kansas City team. In the air, it's funny. It's like two batteries trying to come together. The pole goes one side while the other goes in the opposite direction. They started the year as one of the worst passing defenses in the league and one of the best run defenses in the league, and it's completely turned 180 on itself over the course of 18 weeks. The Chiefs over the last 7 weeks have been the best pass defense in the NFL. They are also the worst run defense in the NFL in the last 7 weeks. To kind of give you scope on this, and this is also including playoffs. Again, top 10 team in rushing. The last 3 weeks of the regular season, 84 yards to Houston, who couldn't run the ball on anybody late in the year. 202 yards to Pittsburgh, 158 to Denver. If you remove that first week in Houston, they're the number one most rushing yards allowed team in the NFL. Lead that into the postseason, the rematch against Houston, they go from 84 yards to 150 yards, and Joe Mixon walked all over them. Again, a team who late in the year could not handle anything in terms of the run game. And then, of course, James Cook and co., Ray Davis and the like, 147 yards, which, does it stand out? A little bit. But what's even crazier is when you look and see James Cook only had 100 yards plus in 3 games this year, you automatically go, wow, this is actually staggering. So the Chiefs defense has been putrid, the run defense particularly. However, the interesting part is they're really good at containing the run inside. What's the one thing Saquon Barkley does so well? Move it to the outside. So game's going to be in the hash marks.
And on top of that, those teams that you mentioned in the playoffs with the Texans and the Bills, I think the Bills have a pretty solid offensive line. The Texans' offensive line was putrid for 3 quarters of the year. The Chiefs are now going up against arguably the number 1 offensive line in football.
And honestly, that's probably the key factor in this game that I think people undermine the most. Look, I was a lineman in high school, and it's the most selfless job in the world. No one will talk about how good the offensive line play is until it comes down to push, and you realize that there's one guy on the Kansas City offensive line who might very well screw this game over for him, and I will talk about him in a little bit. But let's get into some props, kind of get the ball moving here and see where to go. What things stand out for Kansas City? Well, first of all, it's Patrick Mahomes. He can push the ball down the field. He's literally the second best quarterback of all time, and you can debate a wall on that. They have really good, strong interior to exterior line play, meaning Karlaftis, Jones, and Bolton can handle the inside, but they're the best at closing down the outside, pushing the ball in. And, of course, like I said, they have really strong DBs, a much better DB core than they did with L'Jarius Sneed 2 years ago, and could definitely limit Brown, hopefully Devontae Smith. However, what makes that interesting is that the middle of the field is going to be wide open. Nick Bolton's going to be blitzing all day long. What does that mean? The first prop of the day, Dallas Goedert is going to be the guy who feeds families for me. I have him currently at over 50 yards catching. I think I got him at like a 125 minus. Probably gotten a little bit worse than that. You can go up to 60. I have him right now for his line is 4.5 receptions. I could see him getting upwards of 7. The middle of the field is going to be wide freaking open for Dallas Goedert. And honestly, if you want to get a little bit funky, it probably won't happen because it's going to really come down to the top 3 guys. But Super Bowl MVP, you look at someone like Dallas Goedert, he catches 2 touchdowns, he steals a great block, he converts on a 2-point conversion. It's going to be the same thing that happened, 3 or 4 years ago, or possibly longer than that, when James White should have won the Super Bowl MVP. The guy had 2 touchdowns, the game-winning score, and a 2-point conversion for the Patriots. And they were like, oh, here you go, Tom Brady. If they look at it realistically, Dallas Goedert's going to be the guy to make a big difference. From there, I
have his playoff stats for you too, which I just we have a bunch of interviews in this episode, and I was talking about this with OJ Spivey from the Philadelphia Tribune. Dallas Goedert's really come on in the playoffs since he's come back from his injury as well.
Oh yeah.
Yep.
He's had no less than 4 targets in the 3 playoff games the Eagles have played in, and no less than 4 receptions each game. His biggest, obviously, against Washington when he had 7 catches on 8 targets for 85 yards. But against Green Bay, 4 catches, 47 yards, touchdown on 6 targets. 4 catches, 4 targets, 56 yards against the Rams. And then, like I mentioned, 85 yards on 7 receptions and 8 targets against Washington. And he also ran the ball twice for 13 yards.
And people don't talk about it enough. Sorry to cut you off, Harrison. The key here is that when you look at the numbers, his catch rate should have been even higher. It all came down to really well defensive plays. He very well could have had 6-7 catches a game and logged you close to 100 yards as your leading receiver every time out.
And in
100%.
recent memory in the Super Bowl for the Eagles, at least, the tight ends have come in clutch. Dallas Goedert had a good game in 2022 against the Chiefs. And obviously, Zach Ertz gets the game-winning touchdown against the Patriots in 2018.
Mhm.
So they're going to be looking his way a bunch. That's why I have him for 45-plus yards as well.
Yeah, I think it's an absolute home run that Dallas Goedert's going to get the ball. Again, they're not going to let AJ Brown and Devontae Smith beat them. They would rather have them win on the ground and win in the middle of the field, keep the ball contained, and hopefully force a few punts. With that being said, as you look deeper into the what else Philadelphia can do, I mean, I literally took this play. It opened at plus 105, and somehow it's gotten bet all the way down to like the minus 150, almost minus 200 range at some books. Jalen Hurts anytime touchdown might be the greatest lock of all time, and I've put it into every single parlay that I've looked at over the last however long. The staggering number that always stands out to me, and this happened, I think it was like week 9 or 10, when I saw that Saquon Barkley had been stopped at the 1 yard line like 15 times, and he never scored from the 1 yard line. It was all just Jalen Hurts. How they haven't made this play illegal is beyond me.
Because if anybody could do it, they would.
Exactly.
It's the most football play ever.
And you know what? There's a reason why they banned it back in the 60s, and they brought it back because they were like, everyone should be able to do this. And I don't think the fact of the matter is, and we could beat the dead horse all we want. We've been talking about the tush push for 4 years. Hell, Neil deGrasse Tyson can't even explain it, how the physics of it works. I'm showing my wife. She's looking at me like, the fuck's wrong with you? Like, I'm baffled by how amazing this play is. It's not Jalen Hurts' legs. It's just the raw ability of how to accurately and successfully execute this play. Has nothing to do with leverage, low legs, strongness, how much you bench. I don't really care. The tush push is going to hit, and it's going to hit multiple times possibly in this game. He had 3 touchdowns in 2022 Super Bowl. He had 3 touchdowns last week, again against a much weaker defensive unit in Washington, but could very well see him go for 1, 2, maybe even 3 if you want to get lucky.
2+ touchdowns right now for Jalen Hurts is plus 550 on the DraftKings Sportsbook. No free ads.
Yeah, like that's a home run. Like, and you can also look at like a Saquon touchdown, or again, I have a Goddard TD at I think plus 240 or plus 300 right now. That's going to be a widely unbet market, so the number will sit. But turning away quickly from Philly, I want to talk about like what can KC do in order to handle this game. There's a lot of like I hate to be the guy to bet unders in Super Bowls, and I usually choose to not do that.
Un-American.
However, there are a lot of things that I go against the grain on, and that is when I always say life's too short to bet the under. I end up going for it anyways. Under 115.5 team rushing yards. No one on this offense, even if Isaiah Pacheco is the pride and joy of Vineland, New Jersey,
hasn't played much since he came back from injury.
And also, it's very clear that Kareem Hunt is by far the number 1 guy. I do have Kareem Hunt anytime touchdown just because every single Super Bowl Patrick Mahomes has ever played in, a running back has scored at least once. Who it is, I don't really know. Jarrett McKinnon, I think, has 3 touchdowns in the history of Pat Mahomes' 4 Super Bowls. So it could be Carson Steele. It could be Kareem Hunt. I think Hunt will easily get a nod. If you want to push at Pacheco as like a fun little thing, kind of like how they utilized Clyde Edwards-Helaire in years past, you could also look to that avenue. But at the end of the day, minus 110, 115 rushing yards. I don't think they're going to even come close to that. Even if Mahomes gets sneaky and rushes for 40 yards, I think Kareem Hunt finishes with maybe 40 at the very most, 80 yards there. And the only way this loses is if a Xavier Worthy handoff goes for 70 yards on a jet sweep, which, by the way, I'm also betting Xavier Worthy over 6.5 rushing yards. That's a great line. My favorite thing is finding the lines of like super small yardages that, let's be honest, it's a Super Bowl. There's always going to be a trick play. There's always going to be something in everyone's pocket. You haven't seen it yet. Then again, it's like we've seen, 59 of these? You should probably like know when things are happening. Xavier Worthy will get carries. I believe he has at least two in every single playoff game this year. And now finally, the thing with the Chiefs that people are kind of forgetting is the whole year Xavier Worthy played outside. He wasn't able to get shifty and get crafty in the way they wanted the offense to run because Hollywood Brown was out, Rashee Rice was out. Now they finally have him playing in the slot, and he's become the best receiver on the team by far. They can air it out deep, they can run it down low, they can deke and dunk, and they can rush the ball with him. So it kind of makes him the gadget guy that everyone's been looking at. And if you remember from 2 years ago when they won the Super Bowl, who was one of the biggest contributors as a under-the-radar guy? Mecole Hardman. It's the same exact recipe. Andy Reid, despite doing things over and over and over again, people can't seem to figure it out. One guy is going to be a difference maker on the passing side of the ball, and in my opinion, it'll be Xavier Worthy. However, I'm not yet there to bet his receiving yards. I think it's at like 64.5. I'm debating it.
DeJean is not a safety.
He's just a corner who locked down your number one. Said DeJean is CB1.
I do love Cooper DeJean.
Ask and run.
The white guys playing DB just kind of makes the whole situation even better.
Exciting whites.
Except him and Reed Blankenship. You hear they're starting a podcast where they do nothing but shoot the shit and drink white wine.
I absolutely love it. That was like back in college. I used to do a show on Sunday nights. I would go in the studio at 2 a.m. with a bottle of whiskey, and I had a friend of mine just play like country drunk songs, and we would talk sweeten up things as the truckers drove by on 95. But while of course the run game is going to be heavy for Kansas City, the passing game I think is going to be a whole other issue. Pat Mahomes in 3 or 4 Super Bowls has at least 1 interception. You can get him at least 1 pick at plus 105. If you want to get wild, two out of his 4, he has 2. Now, do I think it's going to happen? I don't really know, but I put $2 on it plus 550 for 2 picks. I don't see why it can't happen. This is one of the best defensive units Philadelphia's ever trotted out on the field, and Vic Fangio is a god at what he's been doing. And that even goes back to his days in Denver when they were absolutely horrible. That those defenses were still absolutely elite. Mahomes rushing yards that I currently have sitting at under 29.5. It's like right about even money at minus 107. It's only hit in 8 of 20 playoff games. You would think Mahomes is a much bigger runner. He really isn't. Plus, also, when they're up in games, he is taking knees. If for some reason the Chiefs are winning this game, he will end up kneeing the ball. That's going to lose him probably 6 yards. And when he's teetering at the 31, 32 yards, all of a sudden, you're SOL on that one. However, while his under 29.5 was also hit in 3 of 4 Super Bowls in 2020, 22, and 23. The over is like very close. If you want to get lucky, go for it. But personally, I'm leaning the under. However, I'm actually leaning the over on his rushing attempts. I think the really interesting part about this game that people are forgetting comes down to the Chiefs' offensive line. I alluded to this earlier. There's one guy on this O-line who is absolutely putrid. And when I watch the Chiefs every single time and I'm rooting for them, I go, if this guy does anything, I am going to die. His name is Jawan Taylor.
Yep.
Jawan Taylor has the most offensive penalties in the NFL in the last 3 years.
I wish you could bet on penalties.
I would die for it. He has 17 accepted penalties, 20 declined penalties, because had those been accepted, they would have basically put them at the 1 yard line in the end zone. And at that point, it would have been like a 3rd down. They ended up declining it, going for the punt. 17 calls, false starts, holding calls. There's going to be a situation where I'm convinced, depending on the way the defense sets up, Nolan Smith is going to be lining up right on Jawan Taylor. And I have Nolan Smith having a field day on this kid.
He's got 4.5 sacks this postseason.
And Nolan Smith for the first sack of the game is plus 850.
Oh.
If it's Nolan Smith, if it's not Nolan Smith, it's Jalen Carter. If it's not Jalen Carter, it's Nolan Smith. That's the only way that I'm reading this entire game plan, is that Philadelphia is going to go after Jawan Taylor. They're going to be in a lot of 1st and 20s, 2nd and 20s, 3rd and 17s. What's going to happen? They're going to have to throw it. That feeds right into the Mahomes INTs. They're not going to make his day very easy. And if you've noticed in past Super Bowls, the first half, they always get the pressure. At the end of the day, it's a game of attrition. And the second half, Mahomes always gets way more pocket presence and more poise as the game goes on. If Philadelphia can just stay the best conditioned team on the field on defense, they will, in my opinion, win this game outright and hopefully handedly. As we dig deeper, right, I have Nolan Smith first sack. Other long shot prop bets that I'm leaning on, and it's solely on vibes because I love that I will be drinking Kenwood beer at this game. Kenny Gainwell plus 1,400 for an anytime touchdown. They get it at the 1 yard line. The obvious choice would be to tush push it, but if Kenny Gainwell ends up in this game at the 2, the 3 yard line, Saquon needs a break. Maybe he rips off a 70-yard run. You might
got a limited practice in today.
I'm the Kenny man.
He got a
I'm telling
limited
you,
practice and coming back from the concussion. So
exactly. So if he plays, then I personally would throw some pizza and beer money on it. I have like $2 sitting on it right now. Other bets that I'm looking at before I get into the really wild ones. I have the under in punts at 6.5. For reference, the Detroit Washington game was 5.5, and that only had, I think, 2 punts in the entire game. Now these offenses are a little bit more focused on punting the ball if they have to. However, I do see a situation where there's going to be a lot of 4th and shorts, lots of 3rd and shorts when Jawan Taylor isn't committing penalties, and therefore they're going to be going for it very often.
And on the flip side, in a blowout game with the Eagles and Commanders, in a 55-23 game, there was 3 total punts.
Exactly. So I'm leaning that way. I got in on the first quarter under a 10.5. It's now down to 9.5. So buyer beware on that. It's a funny stat that I didn't realize. But like always, good defenses always start slow. Good offenses always start really slow in Super Bowls. Every single Tom Brady Super Bowl, the under has hit. That's not even a stat about Tom Brady. It's just a stat that guys ease themselves into the game and they don't take the first quarter incredibly serious. Very rarely do you see the first drive of the game on either side end up in a touchdown. Therefore, I think the under a 10.5, if it even can get back up to 10, I think you take it. I'm also at over 2.5 rushing touchdowns. It's for the game overall. I would also actually lean on 2.5 passing touchdowns. I do think it's going to be a high-scoring game, but the run game, you're easily going to get 1 from Hurts, possibly 1 from Hunt, and maybe a 3rd again from Hurts, like Gainwell, Saquon, something like Barkley, and of course Xavier Worthy. That kind of stands out. All right, time for the fun stuff because this is where 98% of my day came.
I have a fun one for you. That's a DraftKings special.
Please.
Not that DraftKings is a sponsor, but we'd love for them to sponsor us. It's a Swifty special. Saquon Barkley to have 20+ rush yards in each quarter plus 350.
I'm on the fence about taking any sort of Saquon over rushing just because I know he's going to be a focal point in the way they defend him. And again, that exterior rush is going to be really taut. And even then, like even the interior line is relatively good, right? Like Chris Jones being a lane plugger is one of the best in the league. And if Nick Bolton's coming in on blitzes, the whole entire outside and inside is covered up. So I don't know if I'm leading much on Saquon. However, it's almost a lot that Saquon will end up being the leading rusher in the game. It's funny you bring that up because there's actually another special on DraftKings that I was looking at that I have a couple of dollars on. It is, where are we here? Here we go. It's the game leaders parlay, most passing, receiving, and rushing yards. I've got Mahomes passing, Goddard receiving, Barkley rushing is plus 1,600 to play. That's going to be Mahomes leads the game in passing yards, Goddard leads the game in receiving, and Saquon leads the game in rushing yards. I think that's a great play at a really strong number. Some other ones that I've got sitting on. Let's see what else I have. Actually, that's the only one. Oh, and of course, over 2.5 guys to record a pass because what's a Super Bowl without seeing something crazy like that?
Can I tell you to put $1 on this bet on DraftKings right now? It's a trending special because we can't discount this either. Sunday is both Saquon Barkley and Cooper DeJean's birthdays.
I don't want to hear this, bro.
And their numbers add up to 59. Don't forget that.
There's a trending special right now on DraftKings called Birthday Boy. Saquon Barkley to score 5+ touchdowns.
That's just
Jesus Christ.
At plus 15,000.
Yeah, in the history of the
put $1 on that.
In the history of the NFL, no player has ever recorded 4 touchdowns in a playoff game, let alone 5. That's a
$1.
I will say I took Saquon for 2 and 175+ yards. So
it's not a horrible play. The really fun and stupid bets that you're mostly going to be getting at offshores is really where I've been spending the bulk of my time. And to kind of wrap up, this is where I want to go. Number one, it has happened in more Super Bowls than I can remember. Tails never fails. It will, in fact, hit. It's plus 100 wherever you swing it, heads or tails, but tails never fails. That's also more of just a vibes play. I have no idea what the numbers are, but I feel like every time I watch a game, it's always tails. In the last 3 Super Bowls to feature the Kansas City Chiefs, the last 2, the Gatorade color has been purple. It's the leading odds player, plus 225.
Jalen Hurts also was asked at media night what his favorite color is, and he said purple.
Well, hold on. I've actually got a story for you. The 2020 Super Bowl, it was orange. So orange is currently playing at plus 440. Purple, the best line, is 225 at BetMGM.
Okay.
I am not going to play a side on either one, but I know people are interested in it. I found out actually from a mentor of mine, Barry Sachs, longtime guy who used to work at ESPN, one of the founders of SportsCenter. May he rest in peace. He passed away a couple of years ago. One of the things that he taught me was that apparently there's like 5 different Gatorade coolers, all different colors. They just grab whatever random one they want. So there is no actual rhyme or reason to any of this. It's completely random. So you might be donating to your sportsbook account. If you're donating to DraftKings, thank you very much. I hold their stock. But at the end of the day, purple and orange is the only places that I'm leaning on that. A.J. Brown and Xavier Worthy to both have 50 receiving yards plus 105. Don't think it's outlandish. I don't think Brown's going to go any higher than 50. I also don't think Worthy might go any higher than like 55, 60 if they even get there. Plus 105 at DraftKings if you want that. Now, the absolute best stuff. Kendrick Lamar is going to be playing at the halftime show. I don't know if you know this, but he's absolutely ruined Drake's life. And he's the only artist in history to win 5 Grammys in a night. And he's done it 3 times. Also, when Tupac released Hit 'Em Up, I think he won 1 Grammy for that song. No one in the history of music has ever won more than 2 Grammys for a diss track. The minimum 5. I have
the
no
entire Grammy audience chanting A minor, which is
that
just...
right there is an apex moment to hear Taylor Swift chanting A minor in this coliseum of shit for Drake. I'm telling you right now, by the end of Sunday, you might never hear of Drake ever again, or he's going to be signed up as the new lead of the new Degrassi reboot, and he'll be back in the wheelchair.
The American Heart Association. The American Heart Association posted on their official Instagram account, Kendrick Lamar's Not Like Us has 101 beats per minute, the right tempo for hands-only CPR.
You hear that, babe? Okay. My wife is CPR certified, so this will help her for...
He also wore a Canadian tuxedo to accept all of his Grammys.
Amazing as well.
You remember the Office post-Super Bowl episode where Stanley has a heart attack and they're all doing like the CPR to stay alive? Can you imagine a modern-day version of that episode where they're doing the CPR to Not Like Us?
Would be absolutely epic. With that being said, I'm like, I was talking to my 2 coworkers today who are like big music guys. Like, I love Kendrick Lamar. I think he's one of the 3 best rappers I've ever listened to in my lifetime. I have no idea what his first song is going to be. I'm hearing... And I don't know the schematics behind what constitutes as the first song. Is it the first lyric or the first beat you hear? If it's the first beat, I wouldn't be surprised if the intro is like an interlude from like Money Trees, which is currently at like plus 750. If he actually goes for first lyric, I'm all in. Squabble Up, first song, the lead single on his newest album at plus 550. I prefer that over like a DNA, Humble, King Kunta also kind of fits in there. Even like Mad City, I don't know if he
say Mad City.
With that. Mad City might be the very end if it isn't Not Like Us.
Yeah. He's got to close Not Like Us.
I'm picturing it right now in my head. I'm just like waiting for the wide shot to slowly get like closer in on him as he's finishing out like Not Like Us, and he just like says some shit to Drake right into the camera, ends his career, puts the man in the grave, and calls it a day, and never refers to it ever again for the rest of his life.
Sneaky starting song, Swimming Pools. That beat
song.
is a very like subtle, like get the
True.
vibes going type of thing.
Yeah, I heard from a coworker of mine, All the Stars, but I don't think they bring out SZA that early. I think it's a little bit too early.
They could do I to start off. That's a nice little bouncy
could
song
also work. I do think like Money Tree stands out as like a really good like low interlude. Poetic Justice, I've also heard it's interesting. Also kind of feeds into the diss on Drake. Poetic Justice put it in a song. But I'm leaning Squabble Up at plus 550 for the first song. Last song is the home run of them all, Not Like Us. I'm going with. If you want to talk with like guests, currently the odds board leads with Future. You can't bet SZA; she's already guaranteed. My only bet on this, with the exception of Taylor Swift at like plus $1 million to play Bad Blood, which I know every girl would go nuts for, and it's a Super Bowl because how can it not hit? But Baby Keem, I don't know if you know this, but actually it's his cousin. And Family Ties would slap if they got Keem on the track. He's plus 170, second on the odds board.
Give me Schoolboy Q.
That would be awesome. By the way, Schoolboy Q, big time, really good golfer.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't know that.
If-
He's
if
got
you
a
get-
way better handicap than I do.
If they bring out Future, they should also bring out J Rock so they can do
Yep.
King's Dead.
Another
yes.
TDE label.
Yeah,
no,
him, Absol.
Yeah,
I'm gonna label this right now as the best halftime show we will ever see in our entire
100%
lives.
with you. 100%.
And I'm saying this as like ever. I can die 70 years from now. I will not watch a Super Bowl that is better than this halftime show.
This has the potential to be the greatest Super Bowl of all time, from the on-field product to the halftime show to everything in between.
Precisely, and I am all over it. A couple more things that I've got, minor things that I think are really interesting, actually drive home the point as to why I think Philadelphia wins. I don't know if you guys know this, but I have found a fascinating tidbit, one of which is courtesy of the Pardon My Take guys. Do you know that every single time the Eagles have won a playoff game, Jake Elliott misses a field goal?
Yes.
He is the most accurate field goal. Sorry, misses any sort of field goal, PAT or otherwise. He's the most accurate field goal kicker in postseason history at a perfect 7 of 7. He's also the least accurate in extra points at a 50% clip. That's the one stat that I think is actually hilarious. And unfortunately, you can't bet kickers to miss a field goal. But I would be all in on Jake Elliott.
Bet doinks.
So what I'm hoping for is that we go up the field on our first drive. Saquon scores a touchdown on like a 75-yard run, and then Jake Elliott just purposely misses it wide left.
Precisely. What I will be looking for in this game is I am going to wait for the moment Jake Elliott misses, and I will live bet the Eagles at whatever money is going to be there. The other stat that I found really interesting: every single time Jalen Hurts in his career in the playoffs has thrown for under 155 yards, they are undefeated. When he throws for more, they are winless.
Not
Jalen Hurts.
After the Commanders game, we have 1 win.
Okay, well there you go.
Yep.
Jalen Hurts isn't going to throw for 155 yards in this game. I am convinced of it. It's going to be a run-heavy game, as I've been saying this 37 minutes of segment. I think it's going to be run-heavy. He will finish with about 140 yards, 60 of which is going to go to Dallas Goedert. And I think at the very most, it's going to be a deke and dunk game. He might rip one deep ball off, like we said. Devontae Smith, Steve Spagnuolo forgets about him. But I don't think he goes for over 155. I think this is going to be a run-heavy game. A lot of foot traffic, Saquon touchdowns, Hurts touchdowns, and the like. And of course, what is a betting segment if I don't talk a little bit about golf? Of course, you guys know me. Of course, the host of the world's greatest golf show. The Waste Management is this weekend, which means that not only is the Super Bowl happening, but also 250,000 people are getting drunk in the middle of a desert in Scottsdale, Arizona. The Philly money line at plus 100, plus Justin Thomas to win $10 will net you 300. And my personal pick to win this week, I have as a long shot at plus 2,300. The Philly money line plus Sam Burns, $10 to win 520. If you want to get fun, go right ahead and do that. Those are my two guys to win the Waste Management. And you can check out all of my bets at the Get in the Hole Pod. Shameless plug.
I dig it. I also kind of like, simply from watching them all year, it's minus 115. It's across the board, either over or under. The Eagles' return game is very good on kickoffs. The longest kickoff return over under is 32.5 yards. That's for the game at minus 115. I kind of like that a lot.
Yeah, no, there are a few plays that I'm still leaning on. I think like longest drive, shortest drive over-unders I think are really compelling. I think there's going to be at least one or two short field situations, again, going forward on fourth down and not converting. You're going to have, a 50, 60-yard drive. Whatever the over-under is on that, I'll be monitoring it a little bit. But I do partially think, for those who are intrigued in the betting market overall this game, is if you're not 100% confident about what's going on either bet immediately before the game starts on Sunday, or wait until something happens and you realize that there's a shift. Now, again, not everyone is great at this, but if you get to a point where it's the end of the half, Eagles are down, Goddard doesn't have a reception yet, he has 2 targets, you know he's going to get the ball. You know they're going to have to reconfigure the offensive style. If Saquon's going off, then keep on betting the Saquon overs if you really want it. Bet a touchdown, go for it. But you got to find spots to live bet, which is where you make the most money in these events. Jalen Hurts, I believe I got him 2 Super Bowls ago in this very same matchup. I think he had like 7 rushing yards in the first half. You bet his over, he needed like 4 more yards. I'm like, he got that on 3 1-yard rushes. That alone right there, I think, shows that the betting market, while it's so oversaturated when it comes to the pregame, when it's happening in real time, people aren't ready to adjust to it fast enough. And if you're smart enough to be able to see how the game's reading, you can jump on it immediately and have really good success.
I did find the doink odds for you. To have a doink, any kick to hit the uprights is plus 550 at yes.
Woo.
Do I have faith in doinks? I don't really know.
I mean, Jake Elliott has missed kicks, and Harrison Butker has missed quite a few kicks.
Oh, speaking of which, I'm also in on Butker over 1.5 field goals. That's one thing that I forgot to notice.
I'll take a doink on one of those attempts.
Wouldn't be the worst thing in the world. Then again, also my kicker props have slapped me in the face. I bet a 4-leg parlay 3 weeks ago in the divisional round, and 3 of my legs hit. It was Jake Elliott who smashed, Tyler Bass smashed, Jake Bates smashed, and of course the one guy who should have been a layup, Kai Fairbairn, 7.5 points, blocked field goal, missed PAT. I'm like, are you kidding me, bro? Absolutely walloped me. I was like 10 to win $100. I'm like, I can't stand this guy.
It's rough.
Yeah.
Very excited for the big game, Steve. It's always a pleasure having you on for this segment. A loaded big game preview episode. Let everybody know where they can follow you, listen to the Getting the Whole podcast, and all the shenanigans we have going on that show.
Yeah, you can find me right on at Steve McAvoy, basically any platform that you find me on, Twitter, Instagram, and of course, Getting the Whole pod. Instagram, Twitter, TikTok, while it's still alive until the sovereign wealth group that Trump just created is gonna buy it, apparently.
Oh, brother, this guy stinks.
You want to talk about the amazing crossover of covering golf and talking about the Saudi Public Investment Fund, only for Trump to make the same exact thing, but when in $1 trillion deficit, is the funniest thing I've ever had to discuss in a podcasting setting. But yeah, getting the whole pod for everything, and of course, naturally, what are you gonna do aside from watching our golf content, but following the main pod here?
Let's get it. Always a pleasure. And as they say in the old country, go Birds.
Shout out Notre Dame quarterback Ian Book will be the first Notre Dame quarterback to win a Super Bowl since Joe Montana.
Shout out to the boy Stevie Mac. It's one of his favorite segments to come on the flagship program every single year. Prop bets are so fun, man. Prop bets are so fun. I'm going to lose so much money responsibly.
Yeah, no, I was telling you before the show, but I've already got my bets lined up, and I'm ready to make some money off the Birds. I'm ready. It's going to be good.
I'm so juiced up, man. I'm so juiced up.
I don't think I'm going to wear anything but Eagles gear for the rest of the week.
I literally have just done that.
Yeah.
I was like, I need to be levels of locked in I didn't know existed.
Absolutely, man. Absolutely.
You know what's also great about this game is that, relatively speaking, sans Nakobe Dean and to some degree, Brandon Graham, this team's fucking healthy as shit.
Everybody's healthy. Like,
Lane Johnson was on part of my take that came out on Wednesday. So, of course, I indulged because it's Lane. And part of my take guys do a great job with interviews as well. And I love Big Cat and PFT. They're wildly talented. Lane talked about last year. Was it last year that he was like... No. 2022 was when Lane had the groin injury, right?
Oh, that sounds right.
Because he had the injury in the playoffs.
Yes.
Oh no, it was last year. So he talked about he talked about the groin injury on the episode. he not only tore his right groin, he tore his left as well.
Ooh, a double groin. Oh,
Double groin tear.
oh, oh, God. Oh, God.
Like,
That's horrific.
he said basically the surgery he had to get it like repaired and everything, he was like, I basically had a C-section.
Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ.
It's insane.
That's horrifying. Actually horrifying.
It's wild to think about. But like Lane's
Yeah.
healthy, Jordan Mailata's healthy,
Yep.
Cam Jurgens and Landon Dickerson are healthy now and ready to
The
rock
only
and
real
roll.
question is, will Kenny G be ready to go?
And I believe the Eagles put their I didn't really get a full-blown chance to look at it at
But
length.
he was like he had a
He had a
limited
limited
practice.
practice. But they
So
put their injury
that's
report
something.
out today. Jalen Carter he had a limited practice with an illness.
He'll be ready to go for the game. An illness.
He'll be good.
You take some Tylenol, you take some Sudafed, some ibuprofen, you'll be good to go.
Gainwell was limited with his concussion and a knee. Pardon my yawn there. Brandon Graham, elbow, limited practice. Devontae Smith, hamstring, limited practice. Full practice, Zach Bond with a groin. Britton Covey with his neck. If Britton Covey can play, that's also a game changer, by the way, in the punt game.
Absolutely, because that takes the return responsibilities away from Coop.
Yeah.
It puts it on a guy who's really, really good at returning the football.
Landon Dickerson, full participant with his knee. Dallas Goedert, ankle, full participant. Cam Jurgens, back, full participant. CJ Uzama, abdomen, full participant.
Huge.
So nobody
Huge
was out. Nobody was out in practice today, which is massive.
Massive for the program.
And that's like huge. And like I don't even know. Pardon me, it is almost 2 a.m. as we record this segment.
We're just on
here,
late
but
night tears recently.
yeah, it'd be like that. It'd be like that. I don't even know if stupid Chiefs put an injury report out today or not.
No, they're gonna wait till the last possible minute to put one out. I just feel it in my gut.
Yeah, I don't even see an injury report. So they're a bunch of bozos. I don't know. I just like the more and more I look at this game, dude, the more and more I'm just like, we have the better team. We have the better roster. We have the better vibes. And like everyone fucking hates the Chiefs so much that they have defected to rooting for the Eagles.
Which is a really weird feeling, isn't it?
Did you see the Avengers edit?
Yes, I did. My coworker sent that to me. Actually, I died laughing.
Saquon being giant Ant-Man, punching the shit out of the Chitauri Leviathan, being the Giants was gold.
Golden. I love it.
And then like fucking Joe Burrow and Josh Allen being the dudes in the Iron Man suits blasting away was fucking hilarious. I think everything in that was perfect. And like Quinyon as Spider-Man, I liked it. I felt like that should have been Coop.
That should have been Coop. I agree. Coop is definitely our Spider-Man.
It's also very funny that Kenny Pickett was a member of the Wakandans.
Yeah, no, I love that. I love that. Hey, he's just Kenny P. Let him do what he's gonna do.
Oh, it was so funny. I mean, think about Kenny Pickett, man. He's living a fucking childhood dream this week.
Oh my God. I don't think anybody's having a better time than him right now.
Like,
I genuinely don't think anyone's having a better time than him right now.
Could you imagine growing up an Eagles fan?
Yeah. And then being able to play in the
delivering the NFC East title because he was the quarterback in that Cowboys game.
Yep.
And then taking the knee against the Commanders to send the Eagles to the Super Bowl. And now he's like just living the fucking dream.
He's living every South Jersey kid's wildest dream. And I'm so happy for the dude. I'm so happy.
It's so sick.
Especially because he wasn't appreciated in Pittsburgh. We're appreciating him now. He's
What do you
getting the
make of
look.
him? What do you make of the Myles Garrett rumors? I know we don't want to look too far into the future.
Man, if we get Myles Garrett, we are multiple-time Super Bowl winners with this team.
It's coming to the forefront, and like he walked by the WIP fucking booth, and they're yapping at him in a funny manner, and he just sees it and he swerves like Jello ball.
No, man, I think it's happening. I really think it's happening.
Howie tries to get asked about it, and you see like the glimmer in Howie's eyes.
You already know Howie has some kind of wild trade in the works that sends over like a first and 5/3 in future years for Myles Garrett, and they'll be screwed over worse than the Lakers screwed over the Mavs for Luka.
I think it's probably gonna start with 2 firsts.
2 firsts at least.
And then you have to put Bryce Huff in there.
And you throw Bryce. Yep.
No offense to Bryce Huff, but like that's got to happen.
That's got to happen.
And I don't know. And it's one of those things that like Myles Garrett's phenomenal. Don't get me wrong.
Yeah. One of the greatest defensive players to grace the field in the NFL today.
Is he the right timeline move for the Eagles?
You see, I can't think of a reason not to go for him, though.
I agree, but then there's also, and I'm not saying one is better than the other, Max Crosby is obviously going to be a focal point topic as well this offseason at the defensive end.
Especially with his tweet with the Eagles emoji.
Which people always use that. He tweets the eagle emoji all the time. Like, that's his thing. So, I don't know. Like, Max Crosby's like 2 or 3 years younger, I think, than Myles Garrett. Like, Max Crosby's 27. I think Myles Garrett's 30.
I think so.
Or will be 30. Max will be 28 by the time the season starts next year.
Yeah.
I mean, both are wildly talented, and I'd be happy with either one.
Yeah.
I think you just have to weigh which.
I think I'd prefer Myles Garrett.
I think I lean Myles Garrett for sure, but you also know that like you're not going to be the only one in contention for Myles Garrett.
Yeah.
And there's going to be a shit ton of teams lobbying for him.
Yeah.
It's also very funny that like Myles Garrett's from Arlington, Texas. So if the Eagles are able to get him, like he's gonna be fucking up the Cowboys twice a year as an Arlington native.
Yeah. That'd be great.
But yeah, it's funny how like those rumors pop up, and now like Cooper Kupp as well is like gonna get traded, and I've never seen a more Green Bay Packers wide receiver in my life than Cooper Kupp.
Yeah. He is the definition of a Packers player.
He's either going to the Packers or the Chargers.
Yep.
But you know what's nice? We don't have to worry about that.
No,
we don't have to worry about any of this.
Let's just focus on Super Bowl Sunday and getting the job done, because we are one of the 2 teams left with a game left to play.
What's the quintessential Super Bowl food?
Ooh. Oh God.
Like what's a must have if you're going to a Super Bowl party, or like you're at home with like the fam or whatever and you're making food for the big game? What's like the must have like item or items that is at the Super Bowl spread?
Let me list off 5, right? This is my personal 5, and you won't agree with one of them. Well, you might agree, but it won't be for you because I know you don't partake in drinking. But you got to have ice cold beers. That is
what?
That's an absolute necessary, right? Then you need wings. Wings is a necessity. That is my go-to Super Bowl food. Sunday, I'm going to be eating like 20 of them, right? I'm going to say buffalo chicken dip. Pair that with some chips. Got yourself something nice cooking. Since we're we're Philly area natives. Soft pretzels, specifically Philly pretzels. And then you can't go wrong with like nachos or something.
I think we're going real hefty on
Oh, yeah.
Sunday.
Super Bowl Sunday is all about the decadence. You go crazy on the food.
I think CFO Margie's going chili on Sunday.
You see, that was just out of my top 5 right there.
I think
Just
we're going
out of
chili.
Ooh.
I think she does this little mango salsa little action over here.
Ooh.
It's little
Mango salsa?
mangoes. It's like mangoes and some
Ooh.
tomatoes in there and fucking black beans. Oh, it's mint. It's delicious.
You got me doing the Tommy DeVito fucking
I'm gonna try to convince her to do some wings because my sister and brother-in-law will be coming over. They are both vegan, so chili's an easy thing to make.
Yeah.
For all parties involved because you can do
Yeah,
vegan chili.
Yeah, instead of ground beef, you throw in like Impossible meat or something, or like tofu or something.
Or just hella beans, and then my
Hella
sister
beans. Yeah.
just blows up the bathroom. I love you, Sarah. I'm joking. I'm joking. I'm joking. But I think I'm gonna try to convince her to do some wingies because that would be delectable. Plus on top of that, like we'll get to it, but you know, it's anniversary weekend. We gotta celebrate a little harder than normal. And like if you're doing a Super Bowl party and you defect to getting like cold cuts, I want you to check into an insane asylum.
Yeah, that
Cold
ain't
cuts are made for like a 4-year-old's birthday party for the adults.
Yeah.
And even then, if I see cold cuts, I'm taking slices of pizza from the kids.
Yeah.
Because cold sandwiches, I'm sorry, they just ain't it.
And you know, as Michael Jordan would say, fuck them kids.
Fuck them kids. Cold sandwiches just ain't it to me. Like I can't do a cold cut. It just doesn't sit right with my palate.
It's a hot hoagie. It's just so much different.
Oh, like nothing's better than fucking like meatball hoagie,
a
cheesesteak, a fucking chicken tendy hoagie, like
yo, a chicken marinara hoagie.
Oh, give me a fucking chicken parm action on a fucking hoagie roll. Machi.
Maybe a little veal marinara, veal parm.
You ever gone real fat boy? I'm gonna give you the biggest fat guy thing here.
Little big back action.
This is like biggest back in the room type action. You go to the old ShopRite. You buy yourself a nice little sesame seed loaf of Italian bread.
Yeah.
You cut that motherfucker in half. Okay? You slice that in half. You keep one side for later. Keep this side for the now.
Yeah.
Slice that bitch open. You smack a fucking chicken parm in the middle of the Italian bread as a hoagie on the fucking Italian bread. Machi.
You know what I'm telling you right now?
You're in business.
You know what you got to do next time you go to ShopRite? You know, you get that nice sesame seed roll, right? But then you also got to get some rotisserie chicken. A little bit of gravy, a little bit of stuffing you can make on the stove top, and you got yourself like a knockoff little gobbler from Wawa, because the gobbler is my all-time favorite sandwich. All-time favorite sandwich. The gobbler always hits. Oh man. And rotisserie chicken is one of the greatest things to ever touch this
so good. It's so good. And genuinely, like, you can do, and I would love for them to advertise with us, but you can do a certain chicken restaurant at home, but doing a little chicken tendy action, put them bad boys in the air fryer, and getting that sesame seed Italian loaf.
Yeah.
Oh.
Is this place a certain restaurant that you can find at Citizen Bank Park and the Wells Fargo Center with?
No.
No. I was thinking Chickies and Pete's.
Oh no. I would love for them to advertise with us too.
Yeah.
But you do that. You do the tendies in the air fryer. You get the Italian bread with the sesame seeds. You eat that and all that good stuff. But then you cut 2 slices of that Italian bread, Harrison. You pop 2 chicken tendies
Ooh.
in between the
Ooh.
Italian bread right there. Oh my
Oh
god.
yeah. Oh
The
yeah.
fatness is next level.
Hey, calories don't matter on Super Bowl Sunday. Go
No,
out,
they don't.
eat your goddamn heart out. I listen. I'm gonna be at my place of work on Sunday, not working, but having myself a time, right? And there's a Rita's below my bar. So what I'm gonna do, right? I'm gonna get myself some wings. I'm gonna get myself some fries. I'm gonna smack those, and then at halftime, I'm gonna run my ass down to Rita's, pick up a little water ice, get a little water ice action,
Ooh-wee.
enjoy that. Right, I'm gonna run down right before Kendrick comes on stage, pick that up, run back upstairs so I can watch Kendrick do his thing, while enjoying some water ice straight from the good source. Man, it's about to be beautiful.
Oh, it's gonna be delightful.
I gained like
Delightful.
10 pounds out of all the food and beer I'm gonna consume.
Oh, I'm gonna be fucking waddling like the fucking penguin.
Oh
And
yeah,
this is your yearly reminder, everybody, as well. It's probably too late for this year, but this is your
yeah,
reminder for 2026. Put it in your calendar now, so that when October of 2025, this is when
yeah,
you go to your place of employment. You
yeah,
say, "Hey guys, I need to request some time off." Put in the Friday before the Super Bowl
yep.
and the Monday after.
Yeah, I made a mistake, right? I'm working the day after the Super Bowl. I'm working the day
Now,
after this.
fun thing, because you work in that industry, I was at the old Buffalo Wild Wings, no free ads, picking up
Oh yeah,
some Denny the other night. I'm very friendly with the manager there because she comes into my day job all the time to do stuff, so we talk all the time.
yeah,
She brought up a great take. Bars and like restaurants and like sports bars, sport like that kind of thing, those establishments. The day after a big sporting event, Super Bowl, World Series, NCAA March Madness, Final Four, or like the first weekend, NBA Finals, in that echelon.
yeah.
The day after those events, sports bars should have their own holiday and they should be closed.
Dude, I absolutely agree with you. And that take right there, she's spot on. Cause like I worked the Super Bowl last year because I had no like stake in the
Skin in
game.
the game,
I
yeah.
didn't care. I didn't care. So I was like, you know what? Might as well make some money. And it was weird because we were a lot quieter than I thought we'd be, but we were still pretty damn busy. And
Right.
for the college football playoff this year, the final game, Notre Dame and Ohio State, packed to the gills for the game. Like I did not have a second to breathe. So like there should be a national holiday where all the restaurants and bars are closed. And we just get to enjoy that day. We can finally just kick back, grab a couple brews, grab some good food, and like the we take care of our for ourselves and just enjoy a nice day off. I get that. I get
Yeah.
that.
I agree because it's like it's a Monday after. A lot of people got to go to work.
Yep.
Why not have off? There's other
Yep.
places that people, if they want to go out to eat, they're there. But I think
Yep.
like the sports bar industry and like that area of everything should have like their own designated holiday that next Monday,
Yep.
especially after the Super Bowl.
Yep. And I know for a fact that usually the day after the Super Bowl is one of the most dead days of the year.
Yeah.
First of all, because it's Monday, people got stuff to do over the course of the week. They already went crazy the night before, so they're not going to want to do more alcohol. I know for a fact that after the Super Bowl, I'll probably be doing my own version of Dry February, because I got to go a little crazy on Super Bowl Sunday, especially when the birds are involved. Ain't no chillness. Ain't no chillness.
Facts. Facts.
But it's gonna be quiet. It's gonna be very quiet. And I feel like that's the day after the Super Bowl should be a holiday in general. Nobody should
Yep.
have to do anything the day after the Super Bowl. We all partied hard the night before. Give everybody a day to recover, and then you can get on with life like usual. But this is America's biggest day of the year.
Yeah.
Even non-football fans do something crazy for Super Bowl Sunday because, the non-football fans want to see the ads. They want to see the halftime performance. It's a spectacle.
Right.
Everybody's doing something.
Yeah. Yeah. I when she said that, I was like, that's such a good take. That's such a good take. And I back it. I back it. We've got one more incredible interview with 2022 Premier Lacrosse League champion with the Philadelphia Waterdogs and diehard Philadelphia Eagles fan, Christian Scarpello. It's a fun time. It's a blast. Christian's awesome. He's a big-time supporter of this show, of OTB, and getting to pick the brain of a professional athlete who has played on a championship game stage, has won a championship in their respective sport, was a fun aspect to this. And then him connecting the PLL to the birds and all of that was a fun time. Plus, I also asked him if, I don't know if you peeped this, Harrison, but trade that went down so far this offseason, Zed Williams, Philadelphia Waterdog. Is Zed Williams the Waterdog Saquon?
He might be. I'm so ready for Zed to come into Philly. He's going to be a big part of our offense, and I'm ready.
I asked Christian that and a whole lot more. Our sit down with Christian Scarpello is brought to you by our friends over at Tomahawk Shades, the best small batch eyewear in the game. From sunglasses to blue light glasses to prescription lenses, Tomahawk Shades has you covered. I've been rocking my green lens sunglasses all week long. I wear my Tomahawk Shades all the time. I wear my blue lights when I'm editing. The edit on this podcast is going to be crazy, so I'll be rocking those blue light glasses for a long time. Get yours today, and they are an affordable product for a fraction of the price of the big eyewear companies. There's no need for you guys to be going and spending thousands of dollars on sunglasses when Tomahawk Shades is providing you a quality product that is a fraction of the price of the big eyewear companies. TomahawkShades.com, or go to the Tomahawk Shades app in the App Store or Google Play Store. And when you go to check out, use code USP for 25% off your next order. That's code USP for 25% off your next order at TomahawkShades.com or in the Tomahawk Shades app. Shout out to Tomahawk Shades. They've been rocking with us for a long time, and they're truly the best. So use code USP for 25% off from our friends at Tomahawk Shades. And now, without any further ado, the final guest of Big Game, Big Guest Week. It is the one, the only 2022 PLL champion, Christian Scarpello. All right, everybody, it's big game week. Like we said, we're doing it big this year, so we're having a loaded list of guests on the show to get us ready for Super Bowl 59. And I thought no better way to introduce my worlds colliding than to have 2022 PLL champion with the Philadelphia Waterdogs and diehard Philadelphia Eagles fan, Christian Scarpello, join us on the show. Christian, it's good to see you. I don't think I've seen you since you cut the flow, so it's looking good, man.
Hey, listen, I appreciate you having me on. Obviously, super fired up. It's game week, like you said. Yeah, man, it's good to be here. I'm happy to chop it up a little bit about the birds. And yeah, the hair has been a shock to everybody. I'm getting funny looks from people that I've known for 5 years, and I'm like, what are they staring at? It's been a month now, so I'm starting to forget the shock factor. But yeah, I mean, I grew up kind of going back and forth, short and long hair, and so for me and my friends that I've known forever, it's not as big of a surprise. But yeah, man, getting closer to 30 here, I just figured less maintenance, playing out in those summer days in the PLL, man, it's hot. So
I
buzz
was
it
gonna
back.
say,
We'll see.
I think I saw the video that the Waterdogs posted. I was like, who is this player that's on the Waterdogs? And then I was like, oh shit, that's Christian.
Gotten a couple, messages through once they posted that. I think that was the real first public sighting.
Looking good, man. First things first. It's like we said, it's game week. I love that you're an Eagles fan, even though you're up in North Jersey. So I think I have to ask, where did the Eagles fandom start for you? When did that kind of become your football team, and where did the Eagles fandom come from for Christian Scarpello?
For sure, it's a great question. I get it a bunch. Both my parents are from PA. Their parents are from PA. My full family still lives in Delaware. All of them went to Salesianum High School, where my dad actually started the lacrosse program years and years ago at Sally's, and now they're the best program in Delaware, and they've been nationally ranked and in the conversation. So yeah, I was born in Wilmington, Delaware. My dad took the head coaching job up here at Fairleigh Dickinson in Madison, New Jersey. So that's what brought us up to North Jersey. So I grew up around a bunch of Giants and Jets fans, man. It was not easy as a young kid, but stayed true to the roots. Yeah, man, just really the Delaware connection, the PA thing with my parents. And I couldn't be happier that how everything's worked out, just staying true to it.
And I mean, you've gotten the lick back with Saquon being on this team now and being able to enjoy just the unbelievable season he's had for us.
Yeah, man. I mean, it's obviously a bit of a nice one to be able to laugh in some of your friends' faces who maybe support the Giants. But yeah, I mean, Jesus, what an incredible season. Obviously, I think all Eagles fans, I can speak for all Eagles fans, were beyond fortunate to have this situation, and just what a special year. And honestly, I think he's got a few good ones left in him. It's a shame that so much of his young career was kind of wasted, but he's got time to still put a stamp on things.
I feel like I try to ask as many people, whether it's friends or just people I run, when did you feel like this could be a year for the Birds to go on a run like this? What was kind of the moment or like the game that it kind of clicked for you?
Honestly, man, I don't know if it's a little, negligence or whatever you want to call it, but I do feel like for the last 3 years we've had a championship caliber team. I think obviously last year took a little dip, but just the build out. And honestly, when you talk that high of sports, like the ownership group matters, the GMs matter, all that. I mean, obviously you could sit here and talk about Howie and but I just always had a kind of that confidence. I think I also will say, and I don't, want this to sound like a bandwagon, but a lot of people were skeptical about Saquon's future. They thought his better days were behind him. And I was a firm, I didn't believe in that. I thought, with our offensive line and just all the pieces that he would explode. Yeah, I can't say I would expected this great of a season, but I did have confidence that he would be a huge, huge addition. So I would say early on, man, I can't put my finger on a specific time, but I had a lot of hopes for this year, and obviously we're sitting here in the Super Bowl. So,
Yeah, and I mean, you're a professional athlete. You've won a championship for a team that's now located in Philadelphia as well, which has to feel really awesome for you now looking back that, the Waterdogs are Philadelphia's team. But, to see, it feels like week in and week out, and I see like your interactions on Twitter because we have a lot of the same thoughts about this Eagles team versus what the national talking heads are saying about our team and everything. But just kind of seeing them kind of block out the noise and kind of just like not truly feed into, whatever any of these, talking head shows, whether it be First Take or whatever it may be, are saying about what Jalen Hurts can or can't do, AJ Brown reading a book on the sideline, whatever it may be. I feel like there's a lot of similarities with like the early days of the Waterdogs too, where it was like it's an expansion team. You don't know how this team's going to play. First year's in a bubble. Obviously, you came in, I think in 2021, right? Was your first year?
Yeah.
So, you're coming into a new situation. You're kind of the team that everyone's doubting. And not that it's like the 2017 Eagles, but there's a lot of similarities where everyone tries to like undermine everything that the wildly talented players on this team are doing.
Yeah, I think it's it's definitely interesting. I look at it as like, at least from the Waterdogs' sake, I think we've in some regards been painted as like not a bad boy team, but almost just kind of beat to their own drum. And some of it warranted, maybe some of it not so much. I think being a new team, an expansion team, there's going to be some doubt there. Obviously, we, talking about coaches, GMs, and all that, Andy Copeland was our head coach and GM, and I thought he specifically just, really embodied and how that expansion draft worked. Essentially you're taking guys who were unprotected, right? So you can protect a certain amount of guys on your roster, and then Copeland was essentially left with the guys who were unprotected. So call those the underdogs. And he just did a phenomenal job, putting together a lot of guys who are like-minded. Definitely a little bit of a chip on their shoulder. We definitely have some big names on our teams for sure, but similar to what we were just saying about Saquon, maybe guys who are a little bit older in their career. We're one of the older teams in the league, and so people start to write them off a little bit, but then you obviously see the production. Guys like Kieran McCardle in his 13th year pro, winning his first championship with the Waterdogs in 22, and Steve DiNapoli, Liam Burns, Dylan Ward and Cage. We've got a lot of guys, 30 plus, that are still performing just at a really high level. And then to try to relate it to the Birds, I think, like I just said, high level management, high level roster formation. I think, in pro sports, regardless of what sport, the talent is there. If you got to that level, you're talented. It's really about finding guys who are going to work well together, mesh well together. The locker room's got to be intact more than anything. And I feel like the Birds have done exactly that. Everyone likes to sit there and say, drum up something about our pass game. And, there's a beef with Jalen and AJ, and, the first, I forget what week it was, but then they put that beef to rest real quick. They did their celebration together. I think it was the Fresh Prince.
Yeah.
So it was just, it's stuff like that. You could tell the real enjoyment and kind of the kids coming out of those guys that are, and they are young, a lot of them. AJ's like 27, so just to see them enjoying it, to your point, I think it just reiterates the fact that you got to have a close-knit locker room with guys that are like-minded.
And I think you relate to that too, because that Waterdogs locker room, I think, is one of the most close-knit, if not the most, in the entire PLL. And to have kind of the camaraderie is what carries you to a championship. And you see, like, going into this year, I think all of the questioning about the Eagles started when Jason Kelce retired. And it's like, how's Cam Jurgens going to fill in and replace a Hall of Fame level center? How is that going to affect, the tush push? How's it going to affect Jalen Hurts, snapping the ball? And then it just steamrolls from Saquon to then the 2-2 start, Sirianni shaving his head and people thinking he's going through like a quarter life crisis or whatever. And then, it just was nonstop rolling from there. But every week they just silence every single hater, every single doubter to get back on this stage. And for Sirianni and Jalen to be the first head coach and quarterback to go to 2 Super Bowls in Eagles franchise history is crazy.
It is, man. It's certainly special. I think, kind of like we talked about, there's a certain chip on your shoulder, right? And I think, you pointed it out. I certainly feel that way. Everybody talks about our locker room being super close knit. And again, I don't know exactly, besides the fact of, like I said, maybe the chip on your shoulder thing, being left unprotected, but that's, long time ago for us. I think, just to be able to go out there and say, listen, we're a new team to this league, but we're going to compete. Even this past year, I think obviously we didn't have a great year, especially in the win and loss column, but we picked up that win against the Atlas in the last week, in essentially a meaningless game. But there's a huge, if you watch the film, there's a huge ground ball scrum that people are fighting for at the very end of the game. So it's just kind of a testament to kind of who we are. We knew we had nothing really to play for, but we still went out there, played our asses off. And I think, you know, the Birds are really in a you know, no different scenario with just kind of being doubted, you know, staying in the fight. Obviously, they've had a lot more success regular season, but to your point, it feels like for whatever reason, every week they got to go out and prove something. As Jalen and everybody in that locker room has said, it's really, you know, they don't feel like they're proving it to anyone but themselves. And winning, obviously, is most important at the end of the day.
And I know, you tweet about him a lot. You got the jersey on. What resonates with Jalen Carter the most for you? Why is he your guy?
He just listen, man. I tell my high school guys all the time, you know, I need a dog out there. I need, you know, I'm not looking to coach puppies. I want dogs. I think Jalen Carter for me is, you know, I'm not a big jersey guy in general, to be honest. So for me to go and get this one, I think was just really a testament to how much I like, you know, how he plays the game. I think, you know, he's a guy who gets double teamed almost any play, and he still works his ass off. A lot of guys, once they see the double team, kind of peel off and save their energy or whatever it is. But just his motor, I think I love nothing more than him going up and running his mouth, you know, whether it's before the game or after a big tackle. I think that's a huge part of the mental side of being a competitor and a warrior. And yeah, he's just a tough dude who I think, you know, kind of he brings some joy to the game, but he also lets you know that he's not, you know, he's not messing around. And I always got love for the linemen in football. I think it's similar to the D midi position where you just get overlooked, right? Like you're not putting the ball in the goal. You're not really being talked about in the papers and the stat lines. And so, yeah, a little bit of that kind of undervalued position, definitely something I could relate to. But yeah, Jalen's just everything about his game I'm just obsessed with.
What do you make of another Super Bowl rematch for the team? Obviously, 04's Patriots, 17's the Patriots, and you get a little redemption. 22 we go, and we're that close. We're, a holding, quote unquote, call away from, beating the Chiefs there. What do you make of the rematch factor against this team that everyone just loves to wax poetically about and they can do no wrong?
Listen, I think, honestly, I'm glad it's them in the championship. And I say that with some, hesitation just because of, like you mentioned, I think there are situations where they seem to just always end up on the right side of calls. I don't really look at it as an excuse. I think we could potentially win by 2 scores, right? And I said that about the NFC Championship. I was like, this is going to be a 2-touchdown game. And I just say that because, again, I look at a whole team and everything that goes into it. We're the better team, right? So it's like, can we show up and play on that given day the best to our ability? Then I really like our chances. Obviously, a lot to be told there, but I love it. I think, the ability to crush the hopes of their three-peat while also getting our revenge at the same time would just be special.
And I think it would just be like the perfect, subtle middle finger to everyone that's been finding these new digs and slants to kind of just diminish what the Eagles have done, not only this year, but in this entire Sirianni era where he comes in and is doubted right away. You have the whole watering the flowers press conference and everything. And people are like, is this guy cut out to be a head coach? And now, we talk about Dan Campbell and McVay and all those guys being these Hall of Fame trajectory coaches. And it's look at the numbers that Sirianni's putting up as head coach. It's in the echelon of, some of the greatest to ever do it.
For sure. I mean, listen, you said it, but it's like you got the golden child versus the black sheep, right?
Mm-hmm.
And we're the black sheep. And it's like, how great would that be on the national stage to just take it from them, in a true Philadelphia way. I think we're going to win the trenches. I think we're going to run the ball. Everything that got us to this point, right? It's like you just said, every week, I'm watching the Get Up or whatever it is. And these guys are just, yamming on about every week it's something else. Well, they didn't throw for this many yards, or, Sirianni, didn't take the points early on, which again, as a fan, was frustrating at times. And, but I think at least when it relates to Sirianni, it seems to me that he is, which all good coaches need to do, self-reflect. And I think he did that throughout the year. I do think, whether it's antics or whatever people talk about, some of it may have a little bit of merit, but at the end of the day, as same thing Jalen says, look at Sirianni's record. I mean, you want to talk about a trajectory of a Hall of Fame coach, there it is. And so again, I do think that he and the team have just continued to kind of adjust and get better as the season's gone on. And obviously put us in a position this year, but it's not about just this year. I think you look at the last 3 under Sirianni, and it's pretty incredible.
Yeah, I mean, the guy's never missed the playoffs. He's gone to 2 Super Bowls in 3 years. Like, that's stuff that's never happened in a franchise that's been around since 1933. Like,
it is special, man. I can't understand how people still have something to say about it. But listen, I think it just goes back to what we've been talking. Like, I almost love it. I thrive off of it. I feel like it's great because, again, now it's like we're at this big stage. When we get the job done, it'll be that much sweeter.
What do you make of just kind of the way it feels like this team has matured a lot from 2022 to now, and seeing like the media night and media day availability this week and just seeing the way that they're approaching it, feels like they took a lot of lessons with them from 2022, and not that they did anything wrong per se, but it feels like, 2 years of maturity and 2 years of just getting wiser about the approach to this week. It feels like they are just like on a completely different level than they were pre-game 2022.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, I haven't seen a ton of the and it's funny because like this is how I would be as a player. I know you saw the Alshon Jeffrey interview. I don't know if I'd be that aggressive, but like for me, I'm not here for all that. It's about the football game, and I think so with the limited stuff that I have been able to see, I mean, it looks like, to your point, there's certainly, for a young team, there's a maturity to them. And I think it's a really, really good balance of having a lot of young dudes who are ready to rock with that senior leadership. Some of those elder statesmen around them and around the team. So I and more than anything, I've continued to say this, but you could just see how much fun they have, right? Like they're truly enjoying the moment, as opposed to one feeling like it's a nuisance, all of the media and all that stuff, because that's obviously easy to feel that way. So if you can kind of make it a joke or let it roll off the shoulders a little bit, it's got to contribute in a positive way. And then 2, just being themselves, being lighthearted, being true to the media. It just seems like they're in a good headspace. I feel like just watching their interactions like that, you could tell the confidence is there. And I don't know. I just, everybody likes to put KC up in this like untouchable realm, but the reality is they've scraped by a lot of their games this year. And, none of that matters once playoff starts. It's playoff football. It's a bit different, but, the pressure's on them is how I look at it. They're the ones trying to go and get history with the 3-peat. They're the ones everybody's expecting a big game from, big plays, explosive plays. And, I feel like we're the dream crushers, and that's a good place to be.
I also found this stat. I forget who posted it, but I've been telling everyone because I feel like this is something that should be getting talked about. I don't know if it came across your timeline or not. This iteration of the Kansas City Chiefs, so since they've won their first title back in 2019, 2020 to now, have never faced Saquon Barkley.
Listen,
like that feels like the ultimate advantage in this matchup is like you as a pro athlete know, like you can prepare for, those X factor players as much as you want through film, practice, whatever it may be. It's different when game time rolls around.
That's such a good point, man. I tell you what, that is a really good point. I think what you just said is perfect and kind of made me correlate right away. It's like, because a couple guys come to mind right away where it's the whole game plan's about them, but when the lights come on, they're still them. And it's like, you still have to stop that. And obviously when you're in that class of your own, you can kind of just get into that zone and take over. So I would say that has a ton of merit to it. Just the concept of you haven't seen it yet. You haven't seen a run game like that. You haven't seen a player like that or an O-line like that. And it's all parts go into it. I think Stout, just our coaches and the way that I think and what our advantage is, we're not going to try to be somebody else, right? You get to this big game, you look at, this team put up on a pedestal and you think, all right, we got to kind of reinvent the wheel here or be someone we're not. I feel like, and they've probably said it straight up in the media, like we're going to do what we've done all year. And to your point, if you can't stop it, you can't stop it.
100%. And I mean, you've played in championship games in your pro career. Obviously, it's a different echelon than what like the Super Bowl is, but what is that championship game day like feel as a professional, and when you're getting ready for that game to get going? Obviously, you guys go to back-to-back championship games. You were in the championship series championship game as well. What's kind of that energy and that feeling as a pro athlete as you prepare for a championship game?
Yeah, I think in 22, it was just exciting. I think, again, being around guys like, just like, for example, someone used to say, like, oh, what kind of music do you guys play? Or whatever the question. And it's like, if you came into our locker room, it's not what you would expect pregame. Yeah, we're listening like classic rock and like some like alternative tunes, like, Courier, Canadian dude, he's on the aux in there. But everybody's relaxed. Like, nobody gets overhyped for the moment. So again, I think kind of our culture really played into how I would say I felt for that 22 championship game, and going into it, I felt relaxed and tried to keep things lighthearted. I think I was laughing with Copeland about something I saw on my phone about the tailgate, my family. One of the main Dan Arestia tweeted something about like the Scarpello tailgate crew has offered me a Coors Light about 20 times now. Cope and I are having a laugh about that, 30 minutes before the game. So it's like, we were lighthearted. I think we were confident as well. I think if you can stay confident and calm, that's a big thing. But you definitely get that buzz, right? You can tell it's more important than any other game, and you only get one chance at it. But you kind of, like we talked about, stay to your roots and just do what you did all year. Going in, and I'll say this, it kind of relates to my point about the pressure being on Kansas City. Year 2, going into that championship, it was a little bit different. I did feel a little bit more pressure. I think you realize the opportunity at hand to go back to back. It's like winning it obviously is special, but once you start repeating and potentially three-peating, you really I think it changes a little bit, and the nerves do heighten. That's how I felt in my experience. And obviously we lost the heartbreaker there in 2023. So yeah, I think maybe that will affect Kansas City a little bit. We'll see.
Yeah, I mean, it is one of those things that, like, just the flow of the game too, when it goes, like, you can be as comfortable pregame and everything, but once those lights come on, like you said, like, it can flip like instantly depending on what happens, right off the bat in the game.
For sure. I think, calls early on, frustrations early on, mishaps early on are things that could snowball. Again, just because of the magnitude of the game, it's like typically you let a mistake or two roll off your shoulders, but you can certainly kind of beat yourself up and harp on one specific play or something that happened early on in that game because of the magnitude, and kind of realizing the repercussions of, a lot of these championship games come down to one or two plays, and sometimes those plays happen early in the game.
What's the radar for you in terms of the song that the Eagles are going to run out of the tunnel to? I've been going back and forth on this and not sure what they should choose, but I am leaning towards running it back with Dreams and Nightmares.
Yeah, it's funny. I'm looking at because I just read something about that. Someone had Blow the Whistle on there, which obviously I don't think is the right choice. I don't know how this guy Gilly, like, I'm not a hater of him at all, but I just, who is he? Like, I don't understand.
So he's a like institution, like Philly, like rap legend. Like, he's been in the rap game for 30 plus years, 40 plus years in Philly. And then he hosts $1 million worth of game on Barstool's podcast network with his cousin. Okay. And they're like huge in just like the hip hop and like culture space and everything. And he's just a diehard Eagles fan. Yeah. I think he just like infiltrated with guys on the team and everything and connected with the Eagles. And like pregame, he's just filming himself outside of his house, dancing to Blow the Whistle and everything, which
good.
It's great. But I agree. I think Blow the Whistle is like a post-game kind of song, like locker room vibe song.
That's like
not something you run out of the tunnel to.
Nah, 100%. That's like a third song celebration, once, But anyhow, that's too funny. Nah, I think listen, there's one answer here. It's Meek Mill, right? Like, come on. I forget if it was the NFC. I think it was the NFC Championship. But whenever that pregame, I mean, that clip just gives you goosebumps every time. And obviously just embodies Philly to a T. I think there's an obvious answer there.
Yeah, I think you run it back with Meek, and you get the parallels almost to what 2017 was, where you run out to the same song. You had running out of the tunnel with Jason Peters' jersey in 17, which is number 71. Nolan Smith is probably going to run out with N'Kobe's jersey, which is 17. Kind of have the
There you
parallels
go.
there.
Seven action, yeah.
Which would be
any familiarity again in these big games, man. I totally agree. Anything familiar and just true to who you are. And like I said, I think there's really no better song for Philly than obviously Dreams and Nightmares. But
I do have to ask, because I think it is pretty funny. Is Zed Williams the Saquon of the Waterdogs?
that is a great question. I mean, listen, there is not a better offseason pickup just in terms of like the guy that he is and in terms of protecting like our culture and our locker room. I think if there was one person that we would, that could just come in like totally open arms and he knows that we all have a ton of respect for him, it's Zed. And then, yeah, honestly, I mean, I think, again, talking about a guy who's kind of, getting towards the back end of his career, I think he's still got good years left in him for sure too. But he's there are similarities there, man. He's a kind of, what you're getting with him, but you can't really stop it. He's a big boy. He uses his body. I do expect him to have a really big impact on our team. And to be honest, I think he's going to really like and enjoy being with the guys in our locker room. And again, pointing back to the Saquon situation, I think it's a breath of fresh air, right? It's kind of like a new era for him. So yeah, I hope that he has the same success and as much fun as Saquon's having for sure.
And I mean, for you playing with the Waterdogs and everything and just seeing, I think it's one of the cooler aspects, and it almost feels unique to like Philly sports in a way where like you just see the interconnectivity of all the teams kind of like supporting one another. And I feel like you don't get that in every sports city. And I think that's one of the cooler aspects too of just like this fandom is like you see the Phillies, the Flyers, the Sixers, the Eagles, the Wings, you guys, the Union, kind of all just like no matter what part of the season it is, you're always kind of supporting one another one way or another.
For sure. I mean, listen, especially from a lacrosse perspective, I have to give it to the Wings just in terms of like they've been around for a long time. They play in Wells Fargo. I was a practice player for them, 2023. And what a cool, experience. Honestly, it was like walking into Wells Fargo, looking up, seeing Allen Iverson's jersey in the rafter. Like it was just a surreal moment. And, I think to your point, just in terms of support, like Will Shipley was just there at the Wings game, right? Like it's the week of the Super Bowl, and that guy, last weekend, whatever, made time to get down there. Obviously, he went to the street of the PLL Street Lax event as well. So, Jason Kelsey being a Lax guy. So it's like, to your point, I think there is a lot of support. I think we are certainly trying to continue to increase like a little bit of that. We want to feel a part of the Philly sports fandom as well. And we do, guys like yourself. I think there's a lot of guys out there that are really doing a big part of kind of that connectivity piece, and a lot of it's on us as well as players. But I mean, that's Philly for you, right? Like it's especially if you're repping Philly, you're going to be welcome with open arms, and you're going to get that like intense, desire to succeed and really want to please, the fans and, the sports alike. I think, yeah, the Wings, in terms of lacrosse, I think they've done a good job of obviously just being around, but also creating a presence in the lacrosse space in Philadelphia.
So what's the vibe going into Sunday? How are we feeling, scale 1 to 10? What's the confidence level? And, do we get Brandon Graham going down as an all-time Super Bowl player?
Well, real quick, before I answer that question, before we get off the Wings topic, I got to give a shout out to Michael Sowers, who has also joined the Philadelphia Wings this year, first time NLL guy. Certainly a tough transition. I think he, he's a bit younger. He's on offense. So I think he's got a little bit more upside in terms of longevity and making potentially a bit of a career in the indoor space. But yeah, definitely shout out to Mikey because
he's the best.
I think what he's doing is great, man. He talk about, pushing yourself, wanting to get better, getting outside of your comfort zone. Those are all things that he's doing. And It sounds like the Wings organization opened him with open arms, welcomed him with open arms, as they did me. And so, yeah, just wanted to give that shout out. But
Talk
like I
about
said,
Philly guy too.
True Philly guy for sure. Like through and through. It's cool. It's really cool. Heading into Sunday, man, I'm telling you, I don't know if it's a false confidence or overconfident, but I could see a multi-score win from the Birds. I just, when we stack up, listen, it's definitely going to be a close game, but I think if we can play damn near close to our best ball, it could be a multi-score win. It's a great question about BG. I think part of me is like, the team's playing so damn well,
Right.
and it's like, I think, again, going back to the staff and the management of the team, I don't think they're going to sacrifice or jeopardize like shoving him in there at times where it doesn't make sense. But I mean, in terms of like a spark off the bench, you got to be crazy if you don't think he's going to roll out there for a couple snaps, early on, and then you kind of ride it. It's like, is it sitting well? Is it not? Obviously, they got to make some adjustments in game, but I would love nothing more than to see BG take some snaps and try to create a little bit of havoc there.
Like if he's able to come up with another, quarterback takedown on that stage, like there's got to be a discussion for him being one of the best defensive players to ever play in the Super Bowl.
I mean, I agree, man. I think if BG makes, strip sack, whatever it is, listen, with or without it, I think we could both say I have a ton of respect for him and just kind of his leadership, obviously post injury, but also obviously prior, during his entire career. Talk about an elder statesman, talk about, somebody who wears Philly like through and through, and certainly will retire as a Philadelphia Eagle and a long one at that. But I would love nothing more to see him make a big play, man.
Yeah, I need it. I need just like the focus I've seen from these guys has been like next level, and it's one of those things, like you said, I don't know if it's false confidence, but like I feel like I'm more so confident in the guys on the team more so than just my confidence in what will transpire in the game, if that makes sense. Like I just feel like they know what's at stake, and they're there, like you said, to kind of just handle their business, not stray from what they've been doing all year. And that's where my confidence lies, is like it's just showcasing like that's their goal.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I look at it as like we're so multifaceted in how we play each game. We've more times than not, we run the ball down everybody's throat because that's who we are and that's what we're so damn good at. Obviously, we got a guy, wearing number 26 in the backfield. If we need to, and when we've needed to, we can throw the ball. And I think I keep seeing, I don't know what it is. Everybody says Smitty's going to have a big game. Smitty's going to have a big game, but like, that's not a stretch by any imagination. Like he could easily. And so I think, again, when you look at, I think the Chiefs have not been winning with explosive plays. It's kind of been like death by 1,000 cuts, and they're just super precise, and Mahomes is going to scramble and elongate plays. And that works, right? It's going to keep them in the game for sure. But I think in terms of being able to throw a knockout punch, I just really, I think we totally have the upper hand. Sorry about that. I think we got the upper hand in that aspect. And then again, in-game adjustments, right? Like I just truly feel like we're multifaceted. We have the ability to throw, to run. We just have too many weapons. So if the game gets stale, I think in-game adjustments, will go to us.
100%. I'm stoked. This has been a blast. We'll have to have you on again. Obviously, you're always welcome on any of our shows. You're the best. One last thing. How are we feeling about the Dogs going into 2025?
Dude, I appreciate it, man. And I'd certainly love to jump back on when the time is right, for sure. The Dogs, man, I think, honestly, I think we're gonna get back to who we were. I think, this past summer, I think it was just, a lot of, just getting familiar again, right? I think it was for us, a lot of unfortunate breaks, and I don't think it's an excuse by any means, but there was just a lot of factors that kind of went against us early on, and I think we'll get back to who we are. I think we've got so many of the same guys in the locker room. That's super important to all of us. We recognize that we've been able to keep the same core group of guys for a long time. And so, yeah, man, I think we kind of hit the reset button. I think we all go up to camp with a little bit of humbling from this past year. And then obviously just something to prove, right? Like, I think, talk about a fire under your ass. I know I'm ready to get back up there and start playing lacrosse again. It's like, excuse me. But when we won that last game, against the Atlas out in Utah, I almost was like, damn, walking off the field. And I think it was one of my coaches who's like, what's wrong? Like, that was a great game, whatever. And I'm like, I just, you get that taste of winning. And it's like, now we're heading to postseason play and we're not a part of it for the first time in a long time. It feels weird. So yeah, I would say a lot of my teammates probably feel the same way. Like, I'm just so excited to get back to camp, to get back around the guys and the coaches and just get back to work.
It's going to be a blast. I can't wait. And we'll definitely have you on again. We'll have you on OTB as well before the season, more than likely. And keep doing your thing, man. Appreciate you.
Dude, awesome. I really appreciate you having me on. You'll be seeing my tweets, during the game, post game.
Oh, yeah.
But you'll be hearing from me post game win, man. That's for sure.
Absolutely. And, as they say in the old country, go Birds.
Go Birds.
Shout out to Big Scarp for hopping on the pod and being a part of our loaded guest gauntlet here for the big game. Waterdog season is going to be incredible. I'm excited for it, and I'm excited for the Birds. But Christian, I do have, this is a Big Birds episode. Shout out Sesame Street.
Yes, sir.
The NBA has been going nuclear, and I have another trade that's come across in the last 2 hours since we've been recording.
Oh my God. Not another one. Is it the one I talked about earlier?
No, it's a different one, I think, as far as my brain. It involves the Los Angeles Lakers again.
Oh, no, I missed this one.
And the Charlotte Hornets.
Uh-oh.
So the Los Angeles Lakers are trading Dalton Connect.
They're getting rid of Connect?
Cam Reddish, a 2031 unprotected first-round pick, and a 2030 pick swap to the Charlotte Hornets for center Mark Williams.
So the Lakers are in win now mode is what I'm hearing.
100%.
Like, if they don't come away with a chip at the end of the season, this has got to be considered a massive failure for them, right?
100%.
Yeah. God.
Crazy. We traded Dalton Connect that quickly.
I thought Connect was going to be in a package for Luka.
Same.
But, Nico Harrison's an idiot.
A big dumb dipshit.
I'm ashamed to share a name with him because he's bringing down Harrison's all over the world with the dumb trades he made.
Oh, man. Crazy.
I still can't get over the fact that he called Steph Curry Seth and pitched him a presentation that was meant for Kevin Durant. Like, this is Steph Curry we're talking about. You got to make your own goddamn presentation for Steph Curry.
The biggest dipshit in the room.
Is he the worst GM of all time? He might be.
Yeah, it's crazy. I do want to talk a little bit here before we get up on out of here, before the big game, because the next time we talk to you guys will be the night of the big game.
Yeah.
Friday is our 7-year anniversary of Underground Sports Philadelphia. It's crazy that it's been 7 years. We have done so much in that time, and it all stemmed from the Philadelphia Eagles winning Super Bowl 52 and us starting when we did because they won that game.
Yeah.
And it's like, I don't like to get too like sappy and reflective and emotional, but like it is crazy to think that, I went to school for journalism, and when nobody wanted to hire me, I just had the intuition to say, fuck it, I'm going to bet on myself
Yep.
and go and pitch an idea to 3 of my lifelong friends. One of them is now my brother-in-law. And we're going to go work on the internet and talk about Philly sports as fans for fans. And, you know, it's evolved and grown. And obviously, you know, Matt had to step away last year to focus on him going back to school. Dom had to step away with his work schedule. And Dylan had to step away with his life schedule and everything. So it's funny how, you know, as we've built this thing and looking at how other digital media companies have like built themselves up, and as we work to get to being in that echelon, it's funny how many parallels we have with Barstool, because Barstool started with 3 different people with Portnoy, and
Yep.
then the KFCs and Big Cat and K Marcos come in as like that next era of
Yep.
guys. And it's like, you know, we had me, Matt, Dylan, Dom, Tyler as our OG producer. And
Yep.
then we evolve, we grow, and then the likes of Pat Pitts find their way into this realm and universe we've been building, which brings in Steven McAvoy, which
Yep.
brings in Ben Piro. You fast forward another year, that brings in you and Christian.
Yep.
You have to step away for school obligations, but then
And coming
right
back is one
before
of
you
the best things I've ever done.
and right before you step away, like I stumble upon DJ, and
Yep.
you know, the internet brings Casey and Owen into my life, and Casey and Owen are now a part of this. And like, you know, Brooke Dester and Alex McIntyre were like OG like additions to this company. And, you know, we've had like the short-term stints of the Andrew Helfmans and the Tom Sinerchias and Owen Mitchells and you know, so many different people that have gone on to do unbelievable things in the sports and entertainment industry. Brittany Wilbur, who's working at NASCAR now. And just seeing like what this like sports and entertainment playground we've built for ourselves has become in 7 years is crazy to
Yeah.
think about. The opportunities we've had, the connections we've made from sitting in a green room at the TLA, not even a year into podcasting with the Arkells, before they went on stage to perform a show. They recorded a full-length podcast episode with us, to Mike Scott embracing us and us being the first podcast that he went on as a Philadelphia 76er. Yes, we were the first. We were before the Ricky. We were before anyone. To the likes of Will Parks coming on the show, Corey Nelson. It rekindled my unbelievable friendship with a long-term friend in Jamil Demby when he was getting drafted. And we do his first interview after he gets drafted into the NFL. I'm on fucking Instagram Live with him in a championship locker room in 2022 when the Rams beat the Bengals in the Super Bowl. To this evolving into a partnership with my high school and us doing a podcast in partnership with them for our football team that gets me a play-by-play job, to just like the things we've accomplished in 7 years with no like big money funding, no big, you know, backing from any major corporate sponsor or company. We're doing this all independent. We don't get paychecks for it yet. That's obviously a goal. But like the shit that we're doing and like disrupting the sports and entertainment media space fascinates me. And I sit back sometimes and I'm like, we're fucking doing the coolest shit ever. Like, we are so entrenched in the professional lacrosse scene that I would have never seen that coming. We're so entrenched in the motorsports scene now, which I would have never seen that coming. I'm sitting in press conferences with Rob Thompson and Dave Dombrowski, which in a million years at this stage, I would have never seen coming. The connections I've made in the sports journalism and sports media space with so many different walks of life and amazing people who I consider friends is unbelievable. And none of it happens without the support, first and foremost, of my parents, who believe in this thing more than me sometimes, I think. And their support is next level to anyone who has walked through the doors of working for this company, from the OGs to the likes of you and Christian coming in as interns to evolving into full send members of this company, to DJ, to Steve, to John Mavalia, to Ben, to Casey and Owen, to just anyone who has come and created content with us. Brooke and Alex, Brittany Wilbur, like Helfman and Center Chia and Owen Mitchell, and we got intern Ethan now on Getting the Whole, like Hoots on the ground, who started as a fan and is now part of the OTB team. Like, it's crazy that we have multiple podcasts that have dedicated fans and like listeners, like, globally. I never expect, like, from a show that started about us sitting in front of a webcam on a Facebook page talking about the Philadelphia Eagles winning the Super Bowl, to evolving this thing from one podcast to Top Bins happening, to OTB coming into the fold, to then a global pandemic happening and us surviving no sports and us finding a way to create content with no sports on TV, to creating Get in the Hole, to creating Streamer Season, to creating the Underground Circuit, to doing before you came back, like, we this past summer we did a daily Olympics podcast.
Oh, hell yeah.
Like, the stuff we've been able to do and create and come up with, and the doors we've bashed in with our feet and just kicked them down, when some of those rooms we have no right to be in them, and yet there we are, is the coolest, most rewarding part of doing this. And it's not possible without the support, like I said, of my parents, of anyone that's ever worked for this company, and most importantly, the people who follow us on social media, the people who listen and watch this show every single week, the people who just even like hit you with a text message like, yo, that episode was awesome, or like, yo, I just subscribed to your channel, or the people who ask like how the show is doing, which I do gotta say, if you're asking how the show's doing, that means you're not listening. Subscribe to the motherfucking pod. But it's that kind of stuff that, like, and I don't like to toot my own horn, and I know I'm super humble about a lot of stuff, but like, we have done so fucking much in 7 years, and we've barely scratched the surface. Like, we are still, all pun intended, very much underground when it comes to what we're going to accomplish with this whole thing. And I tell people all the time, like, it's a long game. Barstool didn't break through until they were 15 years into the thing. The Ringer didn't break through until Bill Simmons and company left Grantland and left ESPN to go and start the Ringer. Like, so many of these media companies, it took time. And the fact that we've been able to do what we're doing independent for 7 years, and we've accomplished all of this, and we're not even half as old as Barstool when they exploded. We're not even half as old as The Ringer when they exploded. Like, it really makes you like juiced up and excited for what we're going to be able to do, not only in year 7, but for the next 7 years, for the next 14 years. Like, I don't think people understand that, like, I will die trying to make this the next big media company. I will put every bit of my blood, sweat, and tears into this thing until I no longer can. And that will be because I'm 6 feet, all pun intended, underground. Like, this is my passion. This is my dream job. I get to sit in front of a microphone almost every fucking day of the week and talk sports, talk TV and movies, and talk just banter with people who have become some of my best friends on the planet. And if that's not the dream, I don't know what is. And I'm just so thankful for every single person who has either followed us, subscribed to the show, showed up to a live event we've done, bumped into me at a game and said, "Hey, huge fan of what you guys do." Like, it's still very weird getting recognized in public, dude. Like,
Yeah, I bet.
that it's weird because it's like, who am I to be like recognized like that? But it's the people at home who support us and what we're trying to accomplish, and the people who have been in the traditional media space who have embraced us and see what we're trying to accomplish, and just like seeing what we've been able to overcome and power through is crazy. And 7 years is a long time. The average podcast lasts 3 episodes.
Really?
The average podcast lasts 3 episodes.
God. And we're on 714.
We're delivering episode 714, technically 715 because the first episode was episode 0.
Yeah.
But 714 episodes of this show, 360 episodes of OTB, 176 of streamer season, 190 of Get in the Hole. We are closing in on 100 of Underground Circuit. We did 15-ish episodes of a Daily Olympics podcast this summer.
We'll bring back in 2026.
Yeah. We're closing in on 100 or it might have already been 100 episodes of our Vineland football show. What show am I forgetting? Oh, 135 episodes of Top Bins that also had a 4-year hiatus and an almost in total 5 years of hiatus. Like, we've produced over 1,000 podcasts, well over 1,000 podcast episodes in 7 years. And that's just, it's crazy to see that we've been able to do that. And we're not fucking going anywhere. So
we ain't going nowhere.
That's the coolest part. And like, looking at it too, like, we've covered a World Series. We've covered an MLS final. We're covering our second Super Bowl. We covered a fucking global pandemic bubble playoffs. Like, we've been in the building for every Premier Lacrosse League championship game outside of their bubble. We covered a sports franchise return, a storied sports franchise returning to Philadelphia in the Philadelphia Wings.
Yeah.
And the shit we got coming, y'all ain't ready for it. Like, the stuff that is in the chamber right now is fucking crazy. And I'm so excited about just the trajectory we're on and knowing we are capable of doing so much. And like I said, like we're barely we have not even scratched the surface of what we're capable of. And a huge, like, again, like, I can't say thank you enough to everyone who supports us. I can't say thank you enough to my parents, who are our biggest supporters. I can't say thank you enough to guys like you, DJ, Steve, Matt, Dom, Dylan, Tyler, Casey and Owen, Brooke and Alex, like Ben, newly coming on every week when he doesn't have to, in Mark Kremer on top bins, Christian, like, you guys believing in this journey and embracing, like, hey, I know this is like ground level type shit, and knowing like what it could turn into and believing in me means the fucking world. And we're not here without the collection of incredible humans who have embraced this company. So, like, I thank the U's. I thank everyone who is part of this thing, whether it's current, past, or future, because, like, it's scary betting on yourself. It's not normal. I don't work normal hours. I've sacrificed a lot of opportunities in just like real life to make this shit happen. And I don't regret it whatsoever. But a lot in my life could be different if I wasn't doing this. And I wouldn't trade any of this shit for the world. It's the coolest thing that I get to do on a daily basis. And it's possible because we have such a strong infrastructure here with people who believe in this thing. And it's wild that you can meet strangers on the internet and then become some of your best friends on the planet. And I'm just beyond thankful for anyone who has ever believed in this thing, because it motivates me 100x for each person who believes in what we're able to accomplish. And nothing would make me happier than Sunday rolling around and we're celebrating 7 years of us doing this thing, and the Eagles fucking do the thing.
Yes, sir.
You guys are the best. I fucking love everybody that works for this company.
Dude, this gig is just genuinely so fucking fun. I love doing this every week. I love being able to chat with you and Mark and Steve today. Was awesome. Like, I look forward to Wednesdays every single week. Now I'm gonna sit down. We're gonna shoot the shit about Philly sports. We're gonna shoot the shit about everything before we even start recording. And I've had the time of my life. Coming back to this company was the best thing that's happened to me recently, which is saying a lot. Like, graduated school last year, and coming back here has just been a goddamn blast.
We've
And
shared moments that nobody else could experience, like a road trip.
Shout out Boston.
Fuck that city.
Fuck that city, but that was a time.
Oh, it was a time.
I can't wait to be sitting maybe in a different spot, but on the same station next year, celebrating year 8, when we've had 10 times the growth we have now.
We're going to the fucking moon in a UFO, I'll tell you that much. We're just doing
sir.
everything possible. And again, thank you to everybody who listens and watches and supports us and interacts with us on social and in person. You're the fucking best, and we love you guys. Let's go win a fucking Super Bowl.
Let's go win a fucking Super Bowl.
Let's do it. That's all we got for you guys on this mega wildly long episode. of Underground Sports Philadelphia. Make sure you guys are following us on the socials across the board. Subscribe to the pod, Apple, Spotify. Subscribe to the Underground Sports Philadelphia YouTube channel, youtube.com/@Underground Sports Philadelphia. We are 11 subscribers away from 1,000.
We just got another one.
We got another one.
We got another one.
11 away. Subscribe, leave a like on the video, drop a comment in the comment section, and click that bell icon so you know whenever new videos go live. And this show proudly presented by the city of Vine. This fucking show is presented by my hometown.
That's fucking awesome.
Insane.
Shout out Violent, man.
And whether you're a company looking to expand, relocate, or you're a new business startup, selecting the right location is critical to your success. Finally, New Jersey offers both an affordable business location and an excellent quality of life. The city's economic development department is a one-stop source for moving your project through the development and approval process. And their goal is to make this process as smooth as possible and to provide the fastest turnaround times in the region. If you're considering potential locations for your operation, contact the Vineland Economic Development Team at 856-794-4100. That's 856-794-4100. Vineland, New Jersey, where it's always growing season. And big thank you to Security 21 Security Systems and Paul J. Gillespie Incorporated, two small local businesses that this show would not be where it's at without them either. So they've been with us since year one. Thank you to them from the bottom of our heart. We would not be anywhere close to where we are without those two amazing companies supporting us. So thank you for your continued support of this podcast. This has been episode number 714, a big game preview edition, an extravaganza, if you will, an anniversary episode of Underground Sports Philadelphia. For OJ Spivey, for Steven McAvoy, for Dhwani the Goat Saraiya, for Christian Scarpello, and for Harrison Cremens. I'm your boy KB. When we speak next, it will be Sunday night following Super Bowl 59. But until then, we're getting the heck up out of here. We're signing off. And as we always say, go Birds! Peace.